to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Everybody, thanks. If you please stand, take off your hats if you have them. Direct your attention to Old Glory up here. Hands over your hearts. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to have board members introduce themselves and tell us where they're from. We'll start with James Cooney.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm James Cooney from Eagle River.
And Dave.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Loring. I'm from Fairbanks.
Good morning, everyone. Stash Hoffman from Bethel.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Jake Fletcher, Talkeetna.
Good morning, I'm Ruth Cusack from Chugiak.
Morning, everybody. I'm Al Brett from Fairbanks.
And as I said before, I'm Jerry Burnett, and I reside in Juneau. Thank you, board members. And now we'll like to have introduction of staff with the agencies and the Department of Fish and Game. Commissioner Lang.
Morning, my name is Doug Vincent Lang, Commissioner for Alaska Department of Fish and Game.
Ryan.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, folks in the audience, and others listening online. My name is Ryan Scott, and I'm the Director of the Division of Wildlife Conservation. And with me today, I have Natalie Weber in the back table, our Regulations Coordinator. And next to her is Lincoln Perrett, the Region 3 Regional Supervisor. Next to him is Mark Birch, an Assistant Director for us. And I'm very proud to introduce Sky Guritz, a recent Assistant Director hire just very recently. And in the audience, we have Jason Sikoski, the Management Coordinator.
Thank you, Ryan. Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the board, and to the public that are here listening and those also listening remotely. It's very nice to be here in Fairbanks. I'm Dr. Amy Whedon, and I'm head of subsistence for the department. With us this morning, I have Jesse Coleman, our lead subsistence resource specialist for the interior Alaska and the Northeast Arctic, over there in the corner. In the audience, we have Caroline Brown, our statewide research director, and Alita Trainer, our Northern Region program manager. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Weta. George.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, public and staff. George Pappas, Office of Subsistence Management, State Subsistence Liaison, and I'll have two staff members with me trading off. Thomas Plank, he's a wildlife analyst, and then you met Kendra Holman at the Kotzebue meeting. She'll be here to relieve him. And just good news that her daughter, I think, medaled in the Olympics there the other day. We talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's always here to hear about Alaskans that participate in the Olympics. So, Cheryl Brooking.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the public. Cheryl Brooking with Department of Law. I'm based in Anchorage.
And Captain Johnson.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, everyone. My name is Captain Brent Johnson with the Alaska Wildlife Troopers.
Okay, and Christy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, board members and members of the public. My name is Christy Tibbles. I'm the board's executive director based out of Juneau. I'm very pleased to introduce the board support staff who are making this meeting happen. Annie Bartholomew from Juneau, Savannah Hollingworth from Bethel. We have Kyle Campbell over there from Fairbanks, and also assisting him is another department employee, Garrett Aragon.
Thank you, Christy, and thanks to all of the agency and department staff that are here. We can really do this job without you, and I appreciate it. Do we have any former board members in the audience? This time I haven't seen any. I expect a few will be at the meeting later on, but not yet. The purpose of this meeting is for the Board of Game to consider proposed changes to hunting and trapping regulations for the interior and eastern Arctic region. We will be discussing game management units 12, 19, 20, 21, 24, 25, and 26B and C. We have over 150 proposals before us. We will be considering these during the meeting. They've been submitted by the public or by advisory committees or by the Department of Fish and Game. The proposals are available for viewing on the Board of Games webpage. There are also copies on the table at the back of the meeting room. In accordance with the Administrative Procedures Act, the board staff published a legal notice of this meeting in a statewide newspaper and distributed to local fish and game advisory committees and many other interested organizations and individuals. Public comments were solicited, and board members received copies of all written public comments. Copies of the public and advisory committee comments are available to the public on the tables at the back of the room. Copies of the tentative agenda and roadmap for this meeting can be found on the table at the back of the room. The agenda and roadmap are subject to change throughout the meeting, but we will attempt to follow the order. The board meeting workbooks and all other meeting material can be found on the table. These copies are provided for public viewing, and we ask that you not remove them so they can be available to others. Board materials, including those being submitted during the meeting, are also available on the Board of Game Meeting Information website. At this time, we will have board members provide ethics disclosure statements. As a member of this board, we are required statutorily to disclose our income and other possible interests and conflicts. This time, I'm going to ask that we start with Member Dave Loring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, members of the public. My name is David Loring. I live here in Fairbanks, Alaska with my wife, Teresa. We have 5 adult children. I'm currently employed by Right Air Service here in Fairbanks as a commercial pilot. I receive a pension from the state of Alaska as a retired state employee. I also receive Social Security and a small stipend from the state of Alaska while the Board of Game is in session. My wife and I both receive the Alaska Permanent Fund dividend. Myself, spouse, or a family member have no personal financial interest in any business or organizations relating to fish and wildlife resources. I have 2 sons who are employed by the Alaska Department of Public Safety as wildlife troopers, but are not in any policy-making position. With my employment at Right Air Service, my employer conducts on-demand transportation services into the field for hunters, guides, and transporters. I'm just a pilot that gets directed to do that. I have no personal or financial interest in any proposals that are before the board at this time. Myself and immediate family are not involved in any lawsuits against the state of Alaska, except those lawsuits that have been filed against the Board of Game, of which I am a member. I'm also a member of the Alaska Falconers Association and the North American Falconers Association, but I'm not in any policy-making position. Thank you. This ethics disclosure is true, complete, and accurate to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Member Loring. And with that disclosure, there's no conflicts that would prevent you from participating fully in the deliberations in this meeting. Thank you, and Member Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name is James Cooney. I've worked for the U.S. Army in Alaska for over 19 years as both an active duty Army officer and currently as a Department of the Army civilian. My primary source of income is from the Department of the Army. I receive Veteran Affairs Disability, a PFD from the state of Alaska, and from the state of Alaska for my
1, 2, 3.
Okay, well, thank you. We're going to call the Board Game meeting back to order, and I'm going to ask Member Cooney to repeat his ethics disclosure because we lost sound during it, and we have to make sure that it's all in the record. So, thank you, James.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So again, good morning, everyone. My name is James Cooney, and I have worked for the U.S. Army in Alaska for over 19 years as both an active duty Army officer and currently as a Department of the Army civilian. My primary source of income is from the Department of the Army. I receive Veteran Affairs Disability, a PFD from the state of Alaska, and honorarium for the state of Alaska, or from the state of Alaska for my time serving on the Board of Game. I have no other sources of income from employment and have no other business interests. I am married to my wife, Mindy, and she has 2 adult children that live in Indiana from a previous marriage. Neither I nor any other family members have any business or organization relating to fish and wildlife resources in Alaska. I am currently a life member of the Wild Sheep Foundation, Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, and the National Rifle Association. From 2015 to 2017, I volunteered on the Safari Club International Alaska Chapter Board. I never received any compensation for my time served volunteering for the organization. Since 2017, I have volunteered on the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation Board and am currently serving as Vice President. I do not and have never received compensation for my time served volunteering for the Alaska Wild Sheep Foundation. I currently hold a State of Alaska Assistant Hunting Guide license. I have not guided hunters in Alaska since the fall of 2015. I have been a resident hunter of Alaska since 2004. I personally hunt for myself as much as time allows. I am not involved in any lawsuits against the state, board, or the Department of Fish and Game, and I certify that my ethics disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Cooney. One quick question. The Wild Sheep Foundation, it's my understanding that they don't make proposals nor comment on any of the proposals before the Board of Game.
That is correct.
Thank you. And with that, I would say that you have no conflicts that would prevent you from fully participating in the deliberations in this meeting. Mr. Fletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Jacob Fletcher. My family and I live in Talkeetna, Alaska. Our family enjoys hunting and fishing, cross-country skiing, and mushing, just to name a few. The primary sources of income for us is the following. I operate a small guiding operation that conducts hunts on Kodiak Island in Unit 8. We also conduct hunts in the Kenai National Wildlife Refuge in Unit 15. I possess a Coast Guard Master's license and operate jet boats for Mahays Jet Boat Adventures in the summer months there in Talkeetna. I work for AK Sled Dog Tours periodically during the course of the year. I also work for Dallas CV Inc. My wife manages a local Talkeetna business, AK Sled Dog Tours. This company conducts year-round tourist operations there in Talkeetna. It also has a embedded glacier operation in the Chugach Mountains in the summer months. My family and I receive PFDs. I receive an honorarium from the Board of Game. My wife and I volunteer for the Iditarod. I also broke trail for the race for many years. I'm still occasionally asked to complete a task from time to time for the race. Sometimes those tasks are compensated monetarily. We own another business, Talkeetna Snow Machine Outings, that predominantly operates in the winter months there in the Talkeetna Mountains. We own a rental property in central Wisconsin. We own a tract of agricultural land that we lease out in Talkeetna. I'm a registered guide and a member of the APHA. I contribute to the Kodiak Brown Bear Trust. I'm a member of the NRA. Our family holds memberships in the Willow Dog Mushers Association. And then we also own another rental property there in Talkeetna. I'm not involved directly in any lawsuits other than those against the Board of Game. As I stated above, I belong to several organizations in a member capacity only. None of the issues that we're considering during this meeting will affect me or my family personally or financially, and I certify that all these statements are true and correct and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Member Fletcher. And with that, I would say that you have no conflicts which will prevent you from fully participating in the deliberations at this meeting. Thank you. And Member Cusack.
Hello, everyone. My name is Beatrice Ruth Cusack. I'm married to Louis Cusack, and we live in Chugach, Alaska. We have 4 adult children together, Travis, David, Sarah, and Joey. My husband and I are both avid outdoors people who enjoy hiking, camping, wildlife viewing, hunting, and fishing every year. Like many Alaskans, we rely on Alaska's wild game and seafood to supplement our food sources. I am semi-retired. Our main source of income is from Lewis's retirement. We both receive a PFD, and I received a small honorarium from the state for being on the board again. Lewis is the executive director for Safari Club International Alaska chapter, from which he receives a salaried income for. Lewis is also on the SCI National Board of Directors. We are both life members of SCI Alaska chapter. At this time, I am not a voting member of the SCI Alaska chapter Board of Directors. SCI and SCI Alaska chapter have not submitted any proposals to this board meeting session, and I nor my husband will benefit financially from any of the proposals submitted. Please note, neither Lewis nor I guided hunters last year, and both of our commercial hunting licenses have expired. Lewis is an annual member of APHA. He does not serve in any board capacity and would not be part of any APHA proposals or litigation. Our son Travis lives in Alaska and works from home. Our daughter Sarah lives in Texas. Our son David lives in Alaska and works for CARS. Our son Joey also lives in Alaska and works for GCI. I am not now, nor has anyone in my immediate family ever been involved in any litigation against any state or federal agency. To the best of my knowledge, the information in this disclosure statement is true, correct, and complete.
Thank you, Member Cusack. With that, I see no conflicts that would prevent you from fully participating in the deliberations of proposals at this meeting. Member Barrett.
All right, good morning, Mr. Chairman, members, staff, and the public. My name is Al Brett. I live in Fairbanks. I own and operate Fairbanks Fur Tannery since 1992. December 15th of this year, or 2023, the building that I operated the fur tannery out of sustained a structural fire. The fire consumed everything. It was 100% loss of customer goods, personal inventory, and my main livelihood. Because of what Alaskans are all about in times of need and uncertainty, people wanted to help me recover from this disaster. They did this by raising funds through NGOs, community fundraising, and individual financial gifts. These financial gifts were given to me because of the importance of my business to the community and the state. I receive a monthly disability check from VA for service-connected injuries. I also supplement my income from the sale of fur from my trapping efforts in Unit 20B. I also receive income from being employed as a Class A big game guide in Unit 20. Not for the last 4 years because of low sheep numbers, though. My wife and I receive a PFD. I also receive a stipend from being a member of this board. My lovely wife, Linda Bashke, is employed at the University Alaska statewide as a project manager. I have 3 adult children, 1 grandson. My son is a sport guide fisherman and a subsistence trapper. My oldest daughter is a school administrator, and my youngest daughter is a mail carrier. I'm a life member of the NRA and the Tanana Valley Sportsmen's Association. I receive no compensation from these organizations, nor am I in any of their boards. I'm also a member of the Outdoor Council and the Alaska Falconers Association. Again, I'm not a board voting member or a member that's involved in decision making. My wife is an Alaskan General Falconer and is part of the Alaska Falconers and is the voting member of the Alaska Falconers Association. Proposal 180 that deals with allocation of Delta Caribou DM 827 and Proposal 181 allocating non-resident sheep hunters to a draw. I would ask to be recused from deliberating on these 2 proposals because I have been employed by 3 different registered guides to guide non-resident sheep hunters in Game Management Unit 20A in the past years, and may be employed to do so in the future when sheep numbers have increased. Currently, 2 of these registered guides whom I have worked for in the past also contract with non-residents who receive the DM 827 caribou permit. Proposal 177 asks for an allocation by extending the season dates for moose in Remainder 20B for certified bow hunters. I am a certified bow hunter and I have hunted in Remainder 23 with a bow. Proposal 187 asks for a season change for Wolverine in 20B. Both my son and I are subsistence trappers in 20B for Wolverine. I would ask the chair, would you like me to recuse myself from deliberations on proposals 177 and 187 with the disclosures I've had submitted? As I have stated, I and my son run trap lines in 20B. Proposal 50 asks for a season change date for Martin and 6 different game management units. And Proposal 51 asks for an alignment of muskrat season with a beaver season in 7 different game management units. I do not believe I have a conflict of interest in these 2 proposals. Mr. Chairman, if you feel otherwise, I will comply with your decision. Proposal 188 asks for an open season for beaver in portion of 20B. For full disclosure, I do not trap in that area for beaver or any other fur bear or fur animal, and I do not believe I have a conflict of interest on this proposal. But Mr. Chairman, if you feel otherwise, I will comply with your decision. Mr. Chairman, I and members of the board, I have received a financial gift over $150 from the Alaska Trappers Association. The Alaska Trappers Association have submitted on-time public comments found in PC 04 and commented on multiple trapping proposals. The ATA did not submit any proposals for this meeting. I'm a life member of the Alaska Trappers Association, but I'm not on their board of directors or involved in decision-making for the Alaska Trappers Association. I received a financial gift over $150 from Safari Club International Alaska chapter. I did not see any proposals or on-time comments submitted from SCI to this date. I received a personal financial gift from 2 board members from the Alaska Trappers Association. They were over $150 each. Neither person has submitted a proposal for this meeting, and I have not seen any personal on-time comments to date from either person. I received a personal financial gift over $150 from a member of the Eastern Interior Regional Council. The Eastern Interior Regional Council has submitted Proposal 50. I received a personal financial gift over $150 from a member of the Upper Tanana 40 Mile AC. The Upper Tanana 40 Mile AC has submitted proposals 43, 108, 116, and 122. The AC also has submitted on-time comments on multiple proposals for this meeting found in AC 022. I have received a personal financial gift from members of the from a member that's on the Fairbanks AC. The Fairbanks AC has submitted proposals 49, 52, 120, and 182 for this meeting. The Fairbanks AC also submitted on-time comments on multiple proposals found in AC 007. I also received a personal financial gift from a member from the Wrangell St. Elias National Park Subsistence Resource Committee. The committee has submitted on-time comments found in PC 125. I have received a personal financial gift over $150 from a member from the Board of Game. The member has not submitted any proposals before me and has no comments submitted for proposals for this meeting. Additionally, there were many individuals who gave me financial gifts over $50. None of these persons have submitted proposals or on-time comments for this meeting. I will let the chair and members of the board and the public know if any of them give personal testimony or submit recorded copies at this meeting. None of these monetary gifts I accepted were contingent on me voting on a proposal before a certain, or voting a certain way in this meeting or taking action on any proposal in a predetermined vote to benefit the donors in exchange for their gifts. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, with this disclosure I've stated, please direct me to which proposals I should recuse myself from in deliberations to be compliant with the Ethics Act. I am not named or involved in any lawsuits that are not related to the Board of Game. Mr. Chairman, I certify my statements are all true and complete to the best of my knowledge to date.
Thank you, Al. And at this time, first, I would like to say I agree with you. You should recuse yourself on 180 and 181. I'm not going to ask you to recuse yourself from any of the other deliberations before this board unless, as you say, someone comes up and testifies strongly in favor of something who has also given you a financial compensation. I want to note that, first off, I want to commend you for your involvement in Fish and Game Manor and your business involvement with the members of the public in the Fairbanks area. You fully disclosed all your financial gifts as provided under the Ethics Act. I've had discussions with the Department of Law, and it's my decision that you should go ahead and fully participate in the meeting. And I want to give my condolences for the loss of your business, and it's a very tragic event for you and for the members of the hunting and trapping community in Fairbanks. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Stanley L. Hoffman Jr., most know me by Stosh. I reside in Bethel with my family, where we enjoy a subsistence lifestyle. My primary source of income is with AVCP Regional Housing Authority, where I am employed as Chief Programs Officer. I've been with the AVCP RHA since August of 2020. Prior to that, I was with Yukon-Kuskokwim Health Corporation for 15 years as Director of Corporate Facilities. And prior to that, I was with the City of Bethel as the Assistant Public Works Director for 5 years. Other sources of income are generated from 2 small businesses that I own and operate in Bethel, SNA Rentals and Tundra Fencing. Neither of these businesses have any financial ties to the Board of Game issues that we'll be discussing at this meeting. I'm a former assistant guide. All my activities took place in Unit 19B Bravo. I'm also a retired satellite dish retailer installer. I did that for 20 years. I hold a limited entry commercial fishery license for the Kuskokwim Bay and the lower Kuskokwim River. However, the fishery has not been active for over 10 years now. My wife's primary source of income, she's the president and CEO for Bethel Native Corporation. My wife also serves as the co-chair for Alaska Federation of Natives. I have 2 sons. My eldest son graduated from Stanford in 2020 and currently works in Bethel now. My youngest son is a senior in Fairbanks, and hopefully he graduates this spring. I'm a member of the Aircraft Owners and Pilots Association. All 4 of my family members and myself receive an annual State of Alaska PFD. I receive an honorarium for the State Board of Game meetings I attend. I'm a shareholder of Bethel Native Corporation, which is the Village Corp. I am a shareholder of Chilista Native Corporation, which is the Regional Corp. And I'm a member of ONC, which is the nonprofit Native Corporation in Bethel. To my knowledge, I'm not involved in any lawsuits affiliated to any proposals to be discussed at this meeting. Mr. Chairman, to my knowledge, this statement is true, correct, and complete.
With that, Vice Chair Hoffman, I would say that you're fully qualified to participate in all the deliberations on proposals to come before this meeting. And at this time, I'm going to turn the meeting over to you.
Gary, would you please give us your ethics disclosure?
Thank you. My name is Jerry Burnett. In December 2017, I retired as Deputy Commissioner from the Alaska Department of Revenue. My primary source of income is from the State of Alaska Retirement Program. My wife is retired from the University of Alaska Southeast. Her primary sources of income is the State of Alaska Retirement Program's PERS and the Teacher Retirement System TERS. We have investments through the State Supplemental Benefits System and the University of Alaska Social Security Replacement Program, as well as CDs, municipal bonds, mutual funds, undeveloped and developed real estate. None of these investments are associated with or uniquely impacted by actions of this board. We also derive income from our annual Alaska PFD, Social Security, and from my Board of Game honorarium. None of our children still live at home. One works for Southside Strength and Fitness in Anchorage. One owns a dog grooming business and part of a landscaping and snow plowing business in Juneau. And one works for a company which sells commercial cleaning products and is based out of California. I'm a member of the Territorial Sportsmen, a former board member and president of Territorial Sportsmen, the Hunting and Fishing Advocacy Group in Juneau. And I'm a member and a former board member and president of the Alaska Outdoor Council. I'm not part of any of their decision-making at this point. I'm not part of any lawsuit other than those against the Board of Game, and the information included in this disclosure is true, correct, and complete to the best of my knowledge.
Thank you, Jerry. The chair finds that you can participate in the meeting with no conflict.
Thank you. With our ethics disclosures out of the way, we'll go on to the next order of business. And just a few housekeeping items here. Before we hear staff reports, I'd like to announce that anyone who would like to submit written comments to the board can do so by giving them to the board staff at the end of this table. Comments can also be uploaded online from the board meeting website, available at www.boardofgame.adfg.alaska.gov, or via fax at 907-465-6094. Please specify the proposal numbers on your comments. Public comments are limited to 10 single-sided pages in length from any individual or group during the meeting. The policy of the board was adopted to ensure that all public comments could be properly reviewed by board members during the meeting prior to taking action. Anyone listening online needing assistance with submitting comments can contact Department of Fish and Game Board Support Section Office or by calling 907-465-4110. All documents received at this board meeting will be assigned a record copy known as an RC number. The original of all written materials submitted will be retained for permanent record of the board. With no exception, all materials which are to be submitted to the board for consideration must be presented to the board staff for distribution. Please do not give documents to individual board members. Record copies will be distributed to the board and posted to the board's website in the morning before the meeting begins, after the lunch break, and at the end of each meeting day. This practice ensures regular distribution of all written comments to board members, as well as proper retention of board records. In order to be sure that the public is fully informed on the board process, all process questions the public may have during the course of the meeting can be directed to the board's executive director, the board vice chair, or myself. We hope this board practice outlined here will maximize public participation in the board process, as the board believes an informed and engaged public is essential to successfully develop and implement wildlife use and conservation strategies. Anyone wishing to testify who has not already signed up through the registration process must fill out a blue card and hand it to the board staff member at the table by the meeting room doors. It's over there. Be sure that the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and your area of interest, your topic, or the proposals you are concerned about can be identified by board members. You may submit a blue card at any time before or during the meeting up until the cutoff time for oral testimony, which we will announce several times. That cutoff time will be Saturday, March 16th at 10:30 a.m. Later this morning, board support staff will prepare a testimony list, which will be posted around the room. Testimony is expected to begin today after the lunch break, following the oral presentations. The board requests that members of the public and the press recognize and respect the board sanctuary, which is where the board members and staff are seated during the meeting. Please do not enter the space beyond the yellow and black line that you see on the floor. During breaks and before and after meetings, board members will make themselves available to the public in the public areas of the meeting space. Before we begin, please turn the volume of your phones off, and if anyone has trouble hearing the discussion, there are hearing devices available from the board staff. Lastly, the Alaska Board of Game and the Department of Fish and Game are united in support of fostering a respectful workplace. We are committed to ensure our workplace is free from negative, aggressive, and inappropriate behaviors. Harassment of any nature is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. We appreciate everyone's assistance in joining us in this important effort. At this time, we will move on to staff reports. Copies of the list of oral reports are available at the back of the room at the public table. But before we do that, we're going to start with the Commissioner has a few remarks for us.
Hey, good morning, everyone. First, I want to thank the board members for your service. You know, this public service is not easy. It takes time away from family and friends and interferes with many of your hobbies and pursuits. I get it. That said, it can be rewarding, and I hope this week the rewards outbalance some of the negative impacts on your personal lives. I also want to thank staff for their efforts in preparing for this meeting. They endured my endless questions and suggestions to bring science that you need to inform your decisions. The opportunity to work with staff is one of the best parts of my job. Let's not forget board support staff. They have given up many weekends and late nights to ensure you can conduct a professional meeting. They are truly the roadies that too often go unrecognized. The show cannot go on without them. Thank you, guys. Finally, I want to thank the public for participating, especially our ACs. This process only works because of you. In the state of Alaska, we have processes in place to ensure public participation, but it does not work unless you all remain involved. A few department updates. The DWC budget is healthy. All the governor's increments were passed out of the House Finance Subcommittee. While it's still early, I'm optimistic the budget will pass as proposed by the governor, and this will ensure that we will not revert PR funds into the future. The department has received significant opposition from several groups regarding our IM programs. This said, there is also significant support across Alaska for our IM programs. I was with TCC yesterday, and I heard numerous requests for us to do more IM to improve the number of caribou and moose on the landscape. I remain convinced our programs are science-based and showing desired results. As such, the department remains committed to our IM programs moving forward. The governor's administrative order transferring the clean list to the commissioner failed in the legislature this week. I'm optimistic the list remains under your control at this point in time. The governor's bill asking for authorization of disabled hunts has passed the House. It will be heard in the Senate next week. I'm optimistic this bill will pass and be signed into law. It's good news for our disabled veterans, especially where we can provide some hunts. There was a House joint resolution introduced by Representative Baker asking for a vote on a constitutional amendment to allow for a rural subsistence preference. This would be the first of many steps that could be taken to regain state control of our fish and game resources. We are exploring the use of antlerless moose hunts as a management tool. We need a pathway forward that avoids conflict with local ACs and users. There's going to be more to follow. We're not going to have it at this meeting, but there's going to be more to follow in the next several meetings. We are expecting to release wood bison onto the Minto State Game Refuge this summer. This has become a controversial issue, and I'm meeting with those opposed as well as those in support. I do not want the lack of a harvest sharing agreement to stop any transplant. The governor and I were just over in the Yukon, and we flew around that herd. It took 30 years from the time of introduction to get to a meaningful harvest strategy on those animals. And if we are going to stop transplants until we have harvest strategies, we're never going to be able to even determine whether these things are successful in the long term. And the governor and I do remain committed to having alternative food sources on the landscape in the event that it becomes necessary due to another COVID crisis or whatever else. So we're going to continue exploring transplants. Finally, there's probably many more things I could probably say, but I'll stop at that and take any questions that you have. But again, I want to thank everybody, both the public, the staff, and the board members for their continued support.
Thank you. And board members have any questions for the commissioner? Hearing none, we go on to Ryan Scott, Director Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ryan's good. Again, good morning. My name is Ryan Scott, the Director.
Director's good.
Director of Wildlife Conservation. The commissioner stole a lot of my thunder, which is good. So it's even shorter this time around, but I'll touch on a few things. As was mentioned, our budgets look good. We're still very well funded with the PR dollars that are coming in. We recently learned that the FY24 total apportionment will be $41.9 million from PR. And we're anticipating somewhere between 35 and 40 million for the upcoming year. As I mentioned in Kotzebue, we're still riding that wave, but there are signs of decline, and it's declining across the country. That can change, but right now we're doing very well, and we're very thankful for the years of support that this board has shown for our budgets as well. Staff are currently working on project statements and grant proposals and things like that to get ready to take advantage of the upcoming PR dollar availability. We do anticipate looking for about a $9.3 million CIP for some longer term projects, and being able to utilize CIPs, some of the hunter access projects, things like that, allow us to fully utilize the PR dollars that are coming in to avoid a reversion, as the commissioner mentioned. Next, a little bit about on staff. It's amazing how much recruiting we are doing right now. It's great, and we're filling a lot of positions. I'll leave it to Lincoln and Jason to introduce all the new staff in Region 3. It's outstanding to see so many new faces and welcome you to your Board of Game meeting. Thank you for taking the jobs and stepping up and being here to do that. I do want to mention, I introduced Sky Guritz a little bit earlier as our newest Assistant Director, just announced yesterday. Another name that's coming that should be familiar to many of you is Darren Bruning. Darren Bruning has graciously accepted the Deputy Director position, and he will be joining us for a few days next week. He'll be around. We have one more kind of the leadership level position to fill. I was really looking for the trifecta to be able to announce all three of them at once, but we got a little bit of a paperwork snafu, so we'll be announcing the ANILCA program coordinator, Dr. Weeda's previous position, very soon. We're taking a lot of advantage of long-term non-perms and short-term non-perms. We have, last time I looked, I think we had 5 vacant PCNs that had been vacant for a little while. And when I say a little while, quite a while. And we're trying to sort out that, but it's pretty amazing. When we started looking at it, we were at 34 vacancies that were just hanging out there, and now we're down to 5. And I know we're going to utilize at least 2 of those in the very near future. So with not having a whole lot of PCN availability, however, in the budget, we have requested a few more, and that looks very promising. We're able to take advantage of the non-perm positions to fill seasonal positions as well as larger project, longer-term projects, and that's working out for us very well. One place we are struggling with a little bit is in our programming and our data management staffing. You can imagine back in, I'm not going to date anybody, but probably in the 80s up into the early 90s, we used VHF collars, and that sent out a little signal, and you flew around in an airplane and you made dots on a map. Well, now those collars call your cell phone, or they call your computer, and they just give you data points. We generate a tremendous amount of data. We are working to figure out how to manage all that data. It's a problem with, across the United States and wildlife agencies, the technology and the people and the opportunities. We create a lot of data, a little bit from all over the place. So, matter of fact, I was relayed a story the other day that some of the federal agencies aren't hiring biologists anymore. They're hiring data managers because they're able to they create that much information. They need somebody to walk with it. I won't spend too much time on the legislative stuff. The commissioner covered that. There's been a lot of legislative interest in the department and the division this session, and that continues. I do want to recognize Joe Felkel and the commissioner for riding herd on all that and keeping us all out of trouble for the most part, and it's very appreciated. The commissioner mentioned wood bison. We have Tom Seaton and Luke Rogers in the crowd. They will be presenting the management plan for the Anoka River drainage, as well as the implementation plan for the Minto area, should we proceed with that. I keep plugging away at the sheep committee, and hopefully in the near future, we'll get together and be able to lay some solid groundwork for the future of that. The commissioner mentioned our commitment to intensive management. We are certainly committed. We have Tom Paraguay in the audience. He is going to provide a look at some of the Mulchatna intensive management data, some of the things we've talked about for multiple years at this point. Also, I wanted to point out that in this Board of Game meeting, you have 13 intensive management proposals. Some of them are reauthorizations, some of them are brand new, some of them are out of, they're not off-the-shelf programs, a little bit out of the box. I encourage you to consider those carefully. I know you will. Also consider where we're at with the programs that we have going and the time and the finances that resources those require. We currently have 5 programs that are active right now as we sit here. And there are people on the ground doing that work, mostly in the public side. I'll wrap up pretty quick. Spring's here. Hunting seasons will be starting pretty quick, especially bear seasons. Natalie can correct me if I'm wrong. She does routinely. But I think spring bear bait permits are now available today. Yep, starting today. That's a harbinger of spring right there. Our education outreach and HIT programs continue strong with numerous programs around the state. Becoming an Outdoors Woman in Juneau coming up this spring, regularly scheduled hunter ed education classes for basic hunter ed, bow hunter, archery, all of the above. Those people, our staff and those programs do an amazing job and keep things moving. Staff's also been out doing winter and spring surveys, capture work. We don't stand still year-round. I used to think there was a slow season for fishing game. That's not true. Maybe that's why we generate so much data. I don't know. And in addition to that, we've started to prepare for the Central Southwest Board of Game meeting and the statewide meeting for the upcoming year. A couple events that I'd like to make note for you. The Federal Subsistence Board will meet in April 2nd through the 5th in Anchorage. And then we also will be hosting the National Wild Sheep and Goat Council Conference in Anchorage the latter part of April 29th through May 2nd. That'll be a gathering of sheep and goat managers from around the country, the Yukon and BC. Given that sheep is a high priority in our state, and we're seeing populations do what they do, I think it's very an appropriate time to have that meeting in Alaska. And finally, and I'm sure I'm going to repeat this, I want to thank the DWC staff, Region 3. They did an excellent job getting ready. They've been going at it for about a year, and here we are. We're ready to go. Certainly some bumps, and I have to take some I don't know if credit's the right thing, but I have to accept some of that responsibility, but you did it. You got us here and we're ready. I also want to thank the subsistence staff working together. It's not just DWC alone. We work together to prepare things and answer the many questions that the commissioner comes to us with, and we're happy to do that. And finally, thank you to the public and the ACs and everybody that's here and everybody who's online. We're ready to go, and we appreciate you all being here and look forward to the next several days.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Scott? Yes, go ahead. More.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If it's okay with you, I'd like to ask Director Scott if he could briefly tell us what PR means. He brought PR up many times about funding, and I think there's a lot of folks maybe in the audience online that don't know what that means and how that works. If you, that'd be okay?
Through the chair, Member Loring, thank you very much. Actually, somebody just the other day asked me if I had put together a program to just talk about nothing but PR. I haven't done it yet, so we're going to wing it. Pittman Robertson funds, they're generated through an excise tax on firearms and ammunition sales, some other sporting goods. The sport fish side of the house also has something similar with Dingle Johnson. They include marine boat fuel and fishing goods as well. The state, those excise taxes are collected around the country, and then they're apportioned to the states. And Alaska, I can't recall all the factors that are taken into consideration, but two of them are the amount of coastline and the population of the state that you're talking about. Well, we don't do very good in the population side, but we do a really good job with coastline. So we're allocated 5% of the natural take, and those monies come to us. They're available for a 3-to-1 match, 75% federal, 25% match. For us, that's typically fish and game funds, which are generated through your purchase of licenses and tags, and as well as non-resident purchases. And through that, we're able to fund the majority of wildlife management operations, research operations. There are some things that don't qualify for PR dollars. Our TED program, Threatened Endangered Diversity Program, oftentimes doesn't, as well as our marine mammal program, but we've managed to actually utilize PR in a couple places for that. In addition, we cannot use PR dollars for predator control. We can monitor intensive management populations and do the research and management work on those populations, but we cannot actually use those dollars to remove animals from the landscape.
Thank you, very informative, I appreciate that.
Any additional questions? If not, Dr. Whitta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for the record, I'm Amy Wida, Head of Subsistence for the department. Just because I'm new to some members of the public, I thought I'd start this morning with just a really brief introduction, if that's okay. As I mentioned in January at the Western Arctic Western Region meeting, I'm excited to be in my new role with a great team at Subsistence and continuing to work with wonderful colleagues throughout the department. As everyone knows, I began as the head of Subsistence about 4 months ago now, and boy golly, has time flown. I can't believe it's been that long. I'm really excited for the Division of Wildlife Conservation to be able to look forward to filling my position that I used to have with them as the ANILCA and Access Defense Coordinator and Manager. So good luck with that, Ryan. It's good to be back with Subsistence again, and I'm really looking forward to our various research efforts that we have going on throughout the state and working with the communities to do that. As the board and much of the public know, Subsistence's mission is defined in statute, is to scientifically gather, quantify, evaluate, and report information about customary and traditional uses of Alaska's fish and wildlife resources. So with that, we work with communities to do this so subsistence use of wild foods, including fish and wildlife, can inform management and the board processes, be made available, and support implementation of the state subsistence law. So in our ongoing efforts to fulfill this mission, we currently have 37 funded research projects. And those are funded through federal grants, capital funding, and from other sources of non-federal and non-state funding as well. Information on our research that we conduct is available in our technical paper series, which can be found online. Our technical papers are a primary way of reporting our research findings from our studies on the use of wild resources, traditional knowledge, local knowledge, and other ethnographic-based studies that we do. We also have special publications for other items such as customary and traditional use determinations and worksheets and other board-related information that we provide as well on our website. There are currently 474 technical papers and 139 special publications available online. So in the northern region here, we've completed 196 comprehensive surveys since 1960, throughout the interior, Western Arctic, and the Arctic regions over time. Since the last Interior Eastern Arctic board meeting in 2020, we continue to conduct research to fulfill data needs and update subsistence comprehensive data along the Yukon through a relatively new funding source. This is an increase to the Pacific Salmon Treaty Implementation Funds and allows us to survey at least 2 communities along the Yukon each year. We've used this funding to conduct comprehensive surveys in Huslia, Koyukuk, Chivak, Hooper Bay, Kotlik, and Alukkanuk. We're nearing completion of a report on the customary trade and barter of wild foods in the middle and lower Yukon River, including in the communities of Mountain Village, Nunamikwa, Galena, and Kaltag. We completed a joint project with Oregon State University to explore the culturally embedded practice of sharing and utilize social network analysis to understand factors such as declining resource abundance that impact sharing patterns both within communities and across regions. And one of our reports will talk a little bit more about those sharing networks and explain that, which is very interesting. We worked with for this research with Oregon State University, we worked with the communities of Pilot Station, Nulato, and Beaver, which were chosen to represent the lower, middle, and upper regions of the Yukon River. Information on that research can be found in Technical Paper 481 if anybody's interested in it. Continuing work in the region includes a Pittman-Robertson-funded statewide project, speaking to what Ryan was explaining about the Pittman-Robertson funding, to explore both the tradition of ceremonial harvest, often referred to as potlatch harvest, across the state, and to understand how the department implements the potlatch permit. We are working with colleagues in the Division of Wildlife Conservation and with tribal entities and leaders to provide education about ceremonial harvest and the regulatory processes, as well as identify ways that would improve permit implementation and reporting on the permit. Our information management team is also working on modernizing our data processing to meet developing department best practices, and I would really encourage the public to check out how they're doing that. Our community subsistence information system is available online, and we're revising that to provide a more interactive and visual depiction of subsistence information. It's purposefully designed to accommodate spatial information collected by the division, and the system is currently available for the use by the public as a review draft while we continue to work on that over time. I also would like to thank all the DWC and subsistence staff for all their hard work pulling this meeting together, the commissioner for his support in all that we do and his questions that make us think, and I'm really looking forward to a great meeting here in Fairbanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any questions for Amy? Go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Amy. Good morning. Thank you for that report. Just a quick question on your subsistence surveys, and you noted that you your team travels to a lot of the villages, and I imagine they, in their meetings, they talk about numerous topics and items. And if these people bring up any concerns or issues, does your team give them options like tell them about the board game process and things that they can do to help rectify some of these problems, or at least bring them to the attention to this platform?
Thank you, through the chair, Member Hoffman. Yes, absolutely. We let them know about the board processes, how they can get involved in those processes. We bring information that they share with us back to the department if that's what they would like us to do as well. And also, once we bring it to the department, bring it to leadership and also bring those answers back to the communities as well. So we really see ourselves as a conduit for good communications between the department and the communities in both directions. Thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, then moving down the table here, George.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'll make this really quick. Respected Director Scott there indicated we have a Federal Subsistence Board meeting starting April 2nd. And just for the ease of the public and the members, our comments are PC 84. You'll see sections there that say, is any of this information related to the Federal Subsistence Board? Are they taking similar action? And it'll lay it out which proposals that are going forward to the Federal Subsistence Board that are in parallel. And so that's just to help you through our PC process. Additionally, new information. We had the All Regional Advisory Council meeting in Anchorage 2 weeks ago, and 4 of the regional advisory councils got together to discuss the Western Arctic caribou herd. And I believe, I don't have it in writing, I'm trying to get this to you, I believe they supported the Board of Games decision in Kotzebue on Western Arctic caribou. I'll do my best to get something to you in writing, submitted either as a PC or RC or what have you. We're waiting for that because they just, we convened, a week ago. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing else.
Thank you. Any questions for George? Nope. I'm not hearing none. Cheryl Burton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have nothing to report beyond what I gave, the report I gave in Kotzebue in January. Thank you.
Thank you. And Captain Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe I have anything new to report different from what we gave in Kotzebue, but open to questions from anyone. And thank you.
Any questions for the wildlife troopers? If not, then I think at this time we're ready to go on to the reports. And we need a couple of minutes to get that going, so we'll take it a little at ease here. But let's not try to take a big break. Okay, thanks. Apologize for the longer delay, but we had some technological problems again, and now that those have been solved and the board's back, we can go ahead with our presentations. Ryan, do you want to introduce it? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my pleasure to introduce Tom Paraguay. He's a Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
It's my pleasure to introduce Tom Paraguay, a research biologist here in Region 3. He's going to be talking to us this morning a little bit about the intensive management work out in the Mulchatna country. I also want to note that this is going to be one of Tom's swan songs. He'll be leaving us June 30th after 24, 25 years, something like that. Tom has been incredible in terms of the intensive management monitoring and keeping us in line, and I very much appreciate him, and it's going to be hard to fill those shoes. Tom, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tom Paraguay. I've been a research wildlife biologist with the department in Fairbanks since 1999. This presentation will review information related to predator control for the Mulchatna caribou herd. My only direct involvement with Mulchatna caribou was running the film camera during the 2004 and 2006 photocensus surveys, but I'm finishing a report on evaluation of intensive management, or IM, programs statewide, and I'm familiar with the Mulchatna caribou data. My presentation will review factors considered by the department in the decision to have agency staff conduct bear and wolf control on the calving ground of the western group of the Mulchatna caribou herd during spring 2023. There has been an active wolf control program by the public for this herd since the winter of 2011-2012, when herd abundance and harvest were below IM objectives, and the board authorized wolf control under an IM plan. This program was authorized just before the department issued the intensive management protocol in December 2011. Subsequently, it has had operational plans and annual reports posted on a department webpage for intensive management. This presentation includes information on caribou, bear, and wolves from survey and inventory reports, preliminary research results presented in January 2022, and the February 2023 operational plan for intensive management of the Mulchatna caribou herd. Additional information from a written report that I compiled recently with the Dillingham area biologist also reviews caribou abundance and harvest trends, parturition rates, and brucellosis as factors in the IM program. Part of our incentive to review the information is our concern with the perception by some members of the public that preliminary research presented in 2022 concluded that wolf control by the public during 2011 to 2022 did not result in caribou increase because the caribou are in poor nutritional condition. We'll present information that suggests the wolf reduction was insufficient to expect a numeric response in caribou regardless of nutritional condition. Ongoing research is looking into the role of predation, caribou nutrition, disease, changing habitat, and other factors that may be affecting Mulchatna caribou population dynamics. This oral presentation will focus on predator-prey relationships and harvest or control removal patterns of large predators in the range of the Mulchatna caribou herd. I'll first talk about changes in calving locations and cause-specific calf mortality, then the distribution and degree of wolf harvest and wolf control. I'll summarize the factors for a decision on the 2023 predator control, and then describe distribution and degree of brown bear harvest and control. On this map, the outer green polygon is the range of the Mulchatna herd during its peak abundance in the 1990s. Black dots are the location of communities. The gray polygon that looks like a home plate in baseball is the Keemuck control area in Game Management Unit 17B and 17C that became active for public wolf control in regulatory year 2011. The tan extension to the northeast is the greater Mulchatna control area that became additionally active in regulatory year 2017 in portions of units 9B and 19B. The second expansion of public wolf control is to the north and south in 2022, shown in brown, to include changes in the calving area into Unit 18 and more caribou winter range. The red polygons show a location of agency predator control in spring 2023. I want to briefly review factors considered in planning the public wolf control program that began in regulatory year 2011. As the Mulchatna herd declined from a peak abundance of around 200,000 in the mid-1990s to a low of around 30,000 in the mid-2000s, staff considered the effect of declining reproduction by abundant calf cohorts born during and soon after peak abundance in the 1990s. Modeling suggested these large female cohorts would pass through their peak reproductive years by around 2011, and that might be an opportune time to consider predator management to improve survival of new calf cohorts. Staff considered a recent IM program begun in spring 2008 on the southern Alaska Peninsula caribou herd. In that situation, wolves were the primary calf predators despite high brown bear density. Department staff removed wolves from 2 dens in the surrounding areas on the calving grounds for 3 consecutive years, which resulted in a dramatic increase in summer calf survival and herd growth soon after. In a review of 35 years of caribou research in Alaska, Valkenburg et al. Characterized some general findings on caribou and predation. Predation was generally thought to be more important on small or non-migratory herds than on large and widely migrating herds. Depending on herd, brown bears are as important as wolves for calf predation, and predator reductions to caribou to date at that time only had focused on wolves in the Delta herd, the 40-mile, and Southern Alaska Peninsula herds. Staff recognized that the Mulchatna caribou herd may have had a different ecology from other herds, and so began a calf mortality study in spring 2011 on the Mulchatna herd, a year before the start of wolf control in the winter of 2011-2012. I'll be showing images already presented at earlier Board of Game meetings where the attribution will be in the upper left corner in red to distinguish these from images I have made. In January 2022, information on caribou calf mortality and calf survival rates were presented by Nick Dema based on his research during 2011 through 2021. The white dots on this map are calf capture locations during 2011 to 2013. Light blue dots are for 2014 to 2017, and dark blue dots are 2018 to 2021. The western group was initially calving largely in the Kemuk Mountain area early and then shifted roughly 50 miles northwest to the Tikchik Mountains. The eastern group was initially calving west of Lime Village, then shifted roughly 50 miles southeast before shifting another 40 to 50 miles west into the upper Mulchatna drainage. These substantial shifts in geography represent habitat differences with potential to expose newborn calves to a different mix or density of predators. This slide was supplemental information presented in January 2022. The lines show minimum counts of caribou in the 2 groups over time during post-calving aggregations in midsummer. The orange line represents the eastern group and shows little change over time, whereas the gray line shows the western group began declining in 2014 and reached a low by 2019. It is noteworthy that biologists first noted clinical signs of brucellosis in caribou during fieldwork in 2014, and the following year, a specific variant of brucellosis was isolated from harvested Mulchatna animal. Adult female survival was lower than average during 2016 and 2017, which is likely to have contributed to the decline to low abundance that has been observed in the Mulchatna herd from 2019 through present. This slide summarizes 9 years of calf mortality data collected on 244 collared calves in 2 periods between 2011 and 2021. Cause of mortality was assessed during the first 2 weeks of life. Across both caribou groups, bears were nearly half of the assigned causation, with all predation combined accounting for 89% of neonate mortality. Keep in mind these are approximate sources of mortality in the first 2 weeks of life and may not represent the proportion by factor when overwinter mortality is assessed for survival to 1 year of age. The percentage of mortality by cause varied over time differentially between the 2 caribou groups. In these stacked bar graphs, bear predation is in blue and wolf in red, with other factors in different colors. Percent mortality during the first 2 weeks of life in the eastern group tended to decline over time, with bears becoming less important except in the last year. In contrast, percent mortality in the western group tended to increase over time, with bears becoming more important, beginning in 2017 after the calving range shift. These plots of summer calf survival show the eastern group in blue and the western group in orange. The western group tended to have higher survival prior to 2014. When survival estimates resumed in 2017, the western group survival was lower than it had been during the earlier period on a different calving range. I'm now going to describe wolf removal in the core portion of the Mulchatna caribou herd predation control area. This graph shows a 40-year time series of wolf take by method in units 17B and 17C. Public control is shown in the gray portion of the bars, trapping and snaring by the white portion, and ground shooting by the hash portion. Ground shooting was the primary method of take across almost all years. The pattern of total wolf take over 40 years was likely affected by the increase and decrease in Mulchatna caribou, which are prey biomass, as well as the number of hunters pursuing caribou in different seasons. Sorry, a lot on this here. The green bar shows the period of 1994 to 2003, when there were 150,000 to 200,000 caribou in the herd and the two highest years of wolf harvest. The overall pattern of peak harvest in the late 1990s and early 2000s and subsequent decline is typical of most of Alaska, even as methods and means opportunity expanded and several areas had predator control starting in 2003. Trends in wolf harvest correlate to the number of people sealing hides, which reflects effort and success. Adequate snow and ice can enable both aerial tracking and ground travel, but occur irregularly in this area. The blue arrows show the two highest years of wolf take by all methods in years of good tracking snow in the years predator control was first authorized in regulatory year 2011, and then when it expanded in 2017. Note that there were few or no wolves taken by control and few wolves taken by all methods in most years of low or irregular snow. A key question for judging effectiveness of wolf control is the degree of population reduction from pre-controlled density. 2 surveys were attempted during the control program but were hindered by poor tracking conditions or loss of collared wolves through legal harvest prior to their use in mapping pack territories. An earlier survey and inventory report had extrapolated fall 2007 density of 25 to 34 wolves per 1,000 square miles in units 17B and 17C based on minimum counts from aerial surveys, observations of packs by pilots, trappers, and hunters, and judgment of wolf productivity. An objective correction to spring density by subtracting reported harvest would be 20 to 29 wolves per 1,000 square miles, assuming no natural wolf mortality or net migration. Using the spring 2008 extrapolated wolf density, which could be biased high by unaccounted natural mortality or net movements, removal of 94 wolves by all methods in regulatory year 2011 would represent a 21 to 30% reduction from spring 2008 extrapolation. At that time, most wolf take was in the Kemuk control area that contained the calving area for the western group. Removal of 65 wolves in regulatory year 2017 would represent a 14 to 20% reduction. In future images, I will show that more affected the calving area of the eastern group. If these reduction estimates are biased low by the 2008 extrapolation being biased high, these reduction levels are far below that found to be necessary for a numeric response in prey, which I will discuss later. I will now show 4 maps on wolf harvest reported by drainage over a series of changes in wolf regulations. The purpose is to show spatial patterns in the harvest density in areas in and around where public wolf control occurred. Harvest concentration is a combination of species density, public access, weather, and other factors. This first map is for the decade prior to the start of wolf control. It shows wolf harvest categorized by an objective statistical technique into color-coded depictions of harvest density, where the darkest shading is 27 to 30 wolves per 1,000 square miles. We used only the final spatial resolution of coding location of animal capture and noted what percentage of the records this represented. To help understand the history of wolf harvest relative to the 2023 calving area, I've added to this map the kernel density estimates showing average location of 34 adult female caribou over May and early June 2023 that were monitored using radio collars. The thickest red line polygons show the highest content in the Kieseraulich drainage of eastern Unit 18. The intermediate thickness red line shows secondary concentration, and the thinnest red polygons, the fewest female caribou. I will show the spring 2023 caribou concentrations on subsequent maps over time to illustrate long-term patterns in wolf harvest density relative to the 2023 calving area for the western group. This second map is where the Kemuk control area was active during regulatory years 2011 to 2016. This area is shown in solid brown line that looks like the home plate in baseball. In this year, there was an elevated density of wolf harvest around the control area. This third map shows the expansion of control area that includes Kemuk and the area to the northeast described as Greater Mulchatna. The expansion is shown as a solid blue line. This fourth and final map of wolf harvest is only for regulatory year 2022, when the wolf control area was expanded a second time to include calving areas after they had shifted, as well as winter range for the eastern group southwest of Lake Iliamna. This expansion is shown as a purple or magenta colored line. The fourth map also shows agency control as two black polygons where department staff removed wolves in the calving area of the western Mulchatna group. Throughout the 24 regulatory years shown on these maps, you will notice that wolf harvest density has been low in areas presently used by calving for the western caribou group. The maps I will now show are for wolf control. Like the wolf harvest map, density categories are based on drainage boundaries used in coding kill locations. Reporting of precise kill locations are required for aerial wolf control so we can confirm that control occurs only within the legally authorized control areas. This first map is when the Kemuk control area was active during regulatory years 2011 to 2016. And again, the red lines depict female caribou concentrations in May and early June 2023. This second map shows the expansion of wolf control that included Kemuk and the area to the northeast described as Greater Mulchatna. This third and final map of wolf control is only for regulatory year 2022, when wolf control area was expanded a second time. This includes the black polygon showing the spring 2023 agency control. Wolf control resulted in low roof removal in both the earlier calving ground for the western group near Kemuk Mountain and the more recent calving grounds in the Tikchik Mountains. The 7 maps in total show that both wolf harvest and wolf control have resulted in low roof removals from the western calving grounds. This graph shows fall calf-cow ratio by caribou group, with the west as open triangles and the east as black squares. The Kemuk wolf control area included the western group calving area before it shifted to the Tikchik Mountains. The Mulchatna control area included the calving grounds of the eastern group. In the summer following these 2 peak years of wolf take since the public wolf control program began, levels of calf response and fall ratios are far less than in case studies of caribou response to effective experimental reduction of wolves by agency staff in Alaska and Yukon, where net increases of greater than 30 calves per 100 cows above pre-treatment level were observed, with responses up to 65 calves per 100 cows. We looked to criteria in a 1997 review by the National Research Council on conditions for when wolf control is likely to cause an increase in moose or caribou abundance. Wolves were unlikely to have been the major predators on all classes, considering that bears were nearly half of the identified predation cause for calves. Air-assisted control was authorized on a large enough area only after 2017, but removal of wolves was uneven and largely of low density. There was no evidence that removal levels were near the 55% reduction on the 2 years of the highest removal. We did not evaluate winter conditions relative to caribou energetic effects, but many years with insufficient snow for public access or effectiveness for taking wolves. In summarizing the factors leading to the 2023 decision for agency predator control, I will include information here summarized in our report in addition to the predator information I just reviewed. There were multiple years of moderately high parturition rates in the Mulchatna herd that have been associated with growth of other caribou herds in Alaska. The fall 2020 condition assessment was based on several factors, including ingesta-free body fat that was reported in January 2022. It indicated that female caribou in the Mulchatna herd might have been at moderately poor body condition, likely reflecting poor summer range, and we don't know the reproductive fitness of calves. The new body condition measure was used for the first time in Alaska caribou in 2020 on the Mulchatna herd and is being discussed among department staff to understand its relationship to parturition rate and calf reproductive fitness. Clinical evidence of brucellosis was first detected in the herd in 2014, and sampling in 2020 indicated epidemic levels, higher in the western group, but again, parturition rates were still moderately high for 3-year-old females. Adult female survival was moderately high since 2008, except for 2016 and 2017, which plausibly could have been an effect of brucellosis. This decline in adult female survival was just prior to the herd decline from about 27,000 caribou in 2016 to about 13,000 by 2019. Following a substantial shift in calving areas in 2014, bear predation became more important for neonatal calves than wolf predation for the western caribou group, for which minimum counts began to decline, reaching a relatively stable low since 2019. All harvest from Mulchatna caribou was closed in fall 2021 and remains closed. The preliminary data indicated in January 2022 indicated illegal take of adult female caribou, but its extent and duration as a mortality source is unknown. Wolf harvest and public wolf control was irregular, of low degree, mostly not in calving areas, and with minor responses in fall calf-cow ratios. Based on that, I judged that the public wolf control effort was ineffective. Considering all these factors, an effective reduction of all relevant predators on the calving grounds of the western Mulchatna caribou group prior to and during calving was judged to be a prudent attempt to increase caribou abundance, given that caribou harvest has been closed the prior 2 years and the population has been at a stable low abundance for at least 4 years with no indication of change. The other main topic I wanted to address is how many brown bears were expected to be taken in the predation control area in spring 2023. In the February 2023 IM operational plan, Region 4 staff considered 2 prior estimates of brown bear density adjacent to this area to gauge an expected number of bears. A 1993 aerial survey of 1,113 square miles in Unit 18, immediately to the south of the 2023 control area, estimated a minimum of 47 adult bears per 1,000 square miles, with the authors qualifying that they suspected the true density was about twice that, or 94 adults per 1,000 square miles. Another aerial survey in 2003 and 2004 occurred in a much larger area in Unit 17A and 18 to the southwest of the 2023 control area, used radio marks to gauge detection probability, estimate brown bear density with variance for independent bears and for all ages and sexes. This survey estimated 70 independent bears and 103 brown bears of all ages per 1,000 square miles, which is approximately the same as the 1993 estimate in a small northeast portion of this survey area. The February 2023 IM operational plan listed information about the proposed 2023 bear control in the western calving area. Brown bear density was expected to be 47 to 103 brown bears per 1,000 square miles in the proposed 2023 control area focused on the western calving grounds. The upper estimate may be conservative when considering several years of record returns by sockeye salmon to Bristol Bay. Local residents and biologists have described brown bears as being relatively more abundant in recent years and litters of 3 or more cubs relatively common, which suggests that bears may have benefited from an enhanced food supply. For the 1,150 square mile control area planned near Tikchik Basin, staff extrapolated that 54 to 118 brown bears might be present. The control objective on page 18 of the operational plan was to, quote, "remove all bears within the bear predation control area," unquote. Focusing removal in the control area will ensure brown bears remain in the larger region where reported harvest is relatively low. These stacked bars in this plot of brown bear harvest since 1983 indicate the method of take in the subunits where calving had historically taken place for the Western Malchatna caribou group. The left axis is the number of brown bears, with black portion of bars being defensive life and property kills, gray being Unit 17C harvest, white being Unit 17B harvest, and the hash portion being Unit 17B bear control in regulatory year 2022, or spring 2023. Harvest excludes cubs to age 2 and associated adult females. The bag limit increased to 2 brown bears in regulatory year 2016. The peak harvest around 2010 and general decline in subsequent years is common across much of non-coastal region of Alaska. There were 27 brown bears removed from Unit 17B by department staff in spring 2023. This graph shows Unit 18 brown bear harvest since 1983, where the left vertical axis is bear take is half the magnitude as it was on the last graph. This subunit also had a peak harvest around 2010 with a subsequent decline. In spring 2023, prolonged snow in the Tikchik Mountains apparently displaced pregnant female caribou, which largely remained west of the Tikchik Basin and calved primarily in the upper Kizaralik drainage of eastern Unit 18. There were 60 brown bears removed from Unit 18 by department staff in spring 2023. Similar to the wolf graphs I showed earlier, this shows brown bear harvest density during regulatory years 2018 to 2022 in and around the area where predator control occurred in spring in 2023, with darker shading at higher harvest density. It also shows a concentration of radio collar adult female caribou. Assuming a density of 103 brown bears per 1,000 square miles, average brown bear harvest for this period prior to predator control is approximately 3% in this analysis area, which is well within sustained yield. Removing 94 brown bears from an assumed 118 in the control area, with the control area being about 1.8% of Units 17B, 18, and 19B, would represent a plausible 80% reduction, but in reality it may have been lowered. Considering the potential for several years of salmon enhancement on bear fitness prior to the removal, and that the upper 95% confidence limit of the 2003-2004 estimate was 140 brown bears per 1,000 square miles, if the brown bear density was in fact higher than 103 per 1,000 square miles, the observed reduction will be less than 80%. We don't have case histories of bear reduction estimates on caribou calf survival and recruitment into the adult population, but we have 3 case studies to bracket presumed effects, the presumed effective level of reduction to stimulate prey response as observed in moose programs. In 1979, staff did a 60% reduction of brown bears on a similar sized area of Unit 13E and found a positive response in moose calf survival that year. Over the next 7 years in that area, increased harvest opportunity maintained the brown bears at about 36% below the pre-treatment density, but that did not produce an increase in moose. The authors of that study noted that compensatory mortality from factors other than predation, such as moose nutrition or winter severity, may have offset any improvements in calf survival. Finally, a 12 to 24% estimated reduction in brown bear density in Unit 16B during 3 years of public control did not improve moose calf survival. From these case studies, it appears to be at least a 60% reduction in brown bears may be needed to improve calf survival. The 2023 bear reduction was consistent with improved calf summer survival, where biologists observed the highest calf-cow ratios in fall 2023 for the Western caribou group since data collection began in 1999. Staff will continue to monitor fall calf-cow ratios, calf survival and recruitment, and cause-specific mortality as this program moves forward. With improvements in calf survival to the yearling class, we would expect to eventually see additional recruitment be reflected in future calf production and herd abundance. And that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions from board members? Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tom. That was a very thorough report and a lot of good information there. On the, do you think that the, recently in the western part of Alaska where this area is, the coyotes have been, they're kind of moving in now and everyone is noting, are there any factors on these caribou calves?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, there was nothing indicated that I recall from the earlier calf predation studies that showed coyotes on there. They did report some wolverine predation, some golden eagle predation, particularly in the eastern calving area, but I don't recall coyotes being on any of the documented mortality.
Okay, thank you.
Any other? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom. It's hard to believe that you're leaving. Doesn't seem like you've been here that long. And I've had a lot of good conversations with you over those years. So I was glad that you had in that report that, with the less than 50% reduction in wolves, that you don't see, a recovery on the ungulate population. And I had that in my notes, but you definitely answered it by the time you got down to the end of your deal there. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Commissioner?
So Tom, I got a question for you. I should probably ask this during the run-through, but you assume that the public wolf control was quote-unquote ineffective. So the question I have is, if those wolves weren't removed, would we have been in a worse position than we are today? Even though it might not have met the goal of trying to recover it, would the population even be more depressed now than it would have been?
Commissioner Vincent Lang, that's difficult to assess the absence of something like that. Wolves prey on both calves and adults, and so removal in some areas of winter range, whether that had an effect with something we weren't measuring, it's just hard to assess on something like that. Yeah, removal of less than what we know is effective levels for bears or wolves are just hard to judge because they're in the realm of, if it's a small effect, it gets lost in other effects of winter severity, potential nutritional limitation, other things. So it's just hard to assess that.
Then one other question, can you go to slide 13? I think that was the one. Yeah, that one. So that seems to indicate to me that even though the herd really took a hit from brucellosis, and non-predation, brucellosis is included in the non-predation piece of it, that any calves that basically are surviving are almost 90% susceptible to some sort of predation or unknown predator on the landscape. So that, again, points to me the conclusion as to why I thought we should proceed with this, is that even though brucellosis might have caused the herd decline, at the end of the day, predation is definitely taking any of the surviving calves that survive the diseases on the landscape and moving forward. Is that a pretty good assumption based on this slide?
Commissioner Vincent Lang, through the chair, the caution is this is the first 2 weeks of life. And so an important factor is calf survival through 1 year of age to typically once they get to 1 year, they're typically at a higher and more stable survival. So that's the piece we're missing on this, is there are no estimates of annual survival. So I'd be cautious about saying this is proximate mortality the first 2 weeks. The real question is healthy calves that don't have brucellosis, those that were saved from predation, are they able to survive to get to 1 year of age? That's a key thing that hopefully in coming years, as they monitor calves through the first year of life, we'll be able to understand that.
But it's probably why we decided to focus our IM efforts in the calving area rather than more broadly scaled.
For sure. This is documented. This is 9 years of data on the calving grounds, and this was very clear that predation was an important factor on the calving grounds for sure. And the surprising part was the proportion of bears,
Okay,
much
thank
higher
you.
than usual.
Any additional questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom. I see that the board in the past had increased the bag limit to 2, I think in Unit 17 for grizzly bears. And sometimes I read public comments or I'm in discussions with the public and, things are said like it's a backdoor to, intensive management or predator control. But when the board has done this in the past to give more opportunity for hunters to, harvest brown bears, that harvest is insignificant and doesn't affect, the reaction to the ungulator prey population at all. Is that basically true?
Member Brett, through the chair, the plot I showed on there is that even after that was instituted in 2016, there continued to be a fairly steady decline until about 2020. People have talked about potentially a COVID effect where more people were going out and hunting during COVID out there, but it declined for several years after that, even with the 2 bear bag limit, even though it allowed sale of bear hides, for example. There appeared to be continued decline in the effort expended on bear hunting there.
But we're not using it as a tool for predator control by increasing.
I'm not aware that bear harvest opportunity has been effective for predator control anywhere in the state.
Thank you.
Ryan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll save my comments if there's any additional questions, but I do have a few things I'd like to cover.
Okay, Stosh?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just one last quick question. Tom, do you have any studies or any data on how many bears individually take calves? Did you have a range or anything like that?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, I'm not familiar enough with all the studies that have been done in Canada and elsewhere. I'm more familiar with moose than caribou. So caribou calves are fairly defenseless against predators, so I would assume most bears would be capable of taking them. When you're talking about moose, typically only large boars are capable of taking adult animals, or certainly adult bears taking adult animals, but for calves, I don't have things specific to how many an individual bear would be taking.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your report, and Ryan has some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Tom. Well done. Appreciate you being here and providing that. The impetus for this presentation is a lot of the attention, both positive and negative, that we've gotten for the Mulchatna Intensive Management Plan. And to go back and explain thoroughly, in my opinion, why those decisions were made to go forward. I'd also add, though, we felt like we had good biological standing to go forward. We also have a statute that tells us to look at these and to bring it to the board. We have regulations telling us how to go about proposing these programs and setting them up. We have an intensive management protocol that is, potentially the deepest dive before we get started. And then we have population and harvest objectives. We're going to see throughout this meeting that we don't meet population harvest objectives in some places, but some places we don't think we could actually be very effective attempting this. The other thing I'd like to mention is that over the last year, in addition to the negative comments we've gotten in input, we've gotten a lot of positive comments. The commissioner mentioned the Tanana Chiefs Council yesterday. AFN provided a resolution supporting this. Individuals and communities have reached out, and a variety. So with any of these programs, there are going to be a variety of opinions and a lot of values associated with intensive management and specifically predator control. We appreciate the support. We also appreciate the dialogue with folks that don't necessarily support it. And finally, I'll remind the board that a much thorough written report is available on our website for this presentation. And there's lots of information on all the intensive management programs there. We're learning a lot. Tom laid out several things that we'll be doing and are doing even currently. I'll just make a mention too, things are changing on the ground. The landscape is changing over time, so it's going to be somewhat dynamic. as we continue forward. And finally, I just want to make the board aware, I mentioned this in Kotzebue, we do intend to go back to the Mulchatna Range this spring. Our intent is to start in April with employee, staff-led wolf removal, and then we'll continue with the bear removal in May and June. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director Scott. Nothing else from the board members. Thank you for your presentation, and good luck in your next phase of your life. So, next we have Lincoln Perrette.
We're going to pull this up here.
Are you good?
Thanks, I just needed a little help there. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Today, I'm going to give you a brief reintroduction to Region 3, some of our programs and our people. You can find this presentation in RC4, tab 2. Region 3 has 3 major drainages. A big section of the Yukon River drainage, about half the Kuskokwim drainage, and some drainages that go straight into the Beaufort Sea. It's about 250,000 square miles, which is about a Texas-sized section of Alaska. For land status, broadly, we've got about 53% federal lands across the different conservation units and different agencies. About 36% of that is state lands, and then about 11% private, which includes one of the largest private landowners in the country, Doi Unlimited. This is where we live. It's about 50 communities. Fish and Game, DWC has outlying offices and permanent or temporary staff in McGrath, Galena, Delta Junction, Tok, and of course the regional headquarters in Fairbanks. This is a heat map of where we work. So for safety, a lot of staff carry these inReach satellite tracking devices, so you can kind of see where we spend a lot of time. All over Region 3, and also a few extraterritorial forays into Region 5, 2, and 4, if you know where those boundaries are, and also a little bit into Canada sometimes. Shifting to budgets, from an operational perspective, after paying everybody, we've got about $5 million in operating funds this year. The major point here, and Ryan touched on some of the sources of this, but Pittman-Robertson funds are about 93%, the vast majority of our funds, which are matched again with Fish and Game funds, license sales, tag fees, permit applications. We also have a small amount of funding that is unmatched Fish and Game fund or general fund for activities that we conduct that are not PR eligible. And again, Director Scott discussed some of those. We also have a few external funds that we get directly from federal cooperators like the BLM. We also get funds from Canadian government agencies that we collaborate with on migratory caribou work, the porcupine herd and 40 Mile in particular. We also get some funds from industry for wildlife studies in some of the areas that they're working. So what do we spend that money on? We spend about 21% of that money keeping the lights on, the buildings warm, ensuring that we pay our bills and get our employees paid. This year, we're spending about 11% of that money on species reintroduction, specifically wood bison reintroduction in our region. The remaining funds, almost 70%, are split fairly equally between research and management efforts, and the bulk of that money goes towards surveying, collaring, and monitoring animals. From a species perspective, just like we spend the bulk of the money on research and management, we also spend the bulk of the money on species that much of the public's very interested in. The top species in this region is caribou. We've got 3 large migratory herds and multiple smaller herds, and so caribou are a heavy focus for us. Not behind are moose, which are present across the region, and this year in particular, we also have a heavy focus on bison, both plains and wood bison, and we're spending quite a bit of money on Dall sheep, which is a little bit more than we have in recent years.
Shifting now to some of the people and the work they do, I'm going to focus on many of the people that you are unlikely to see during the course of this meeting, and I won't even get to them all. You're not going to hear much from me about management staff, the majority of whom will actually be in this seat during the course of the meeting and in front of you. So Ryan and Jason, through the course of this meeting, will be introducing both of those folks. On the screen right in front of you there is Jess Wagner. She plays a central role in hunt administration in this region. If you were late reporting on a permit, you may have talked to her. We, in the region in RY22, administered 57 drawing hunts, 24 registration hunts, 4 Tier 2 hunts. We had a targeted hunt on the books, which wasn't active in that year, but actually is active right now for the 40-mile herd. We've distributed about 12,000 total permits in 2023. We sealed almost 1,000 fur bears, 330 bears, and over 100 sheep. Some more behind the scenes, administrative staff in this region includes Jerry Rawson, who works with IT, Jennifer Lachansky, Don Sikoski, and Garrett Aragon, who's over here, who are the folks that are making sure that we pay our bills and our employees. They help monitor our budgets and help us through our travel. And at the center of it all, like not just on the map, but literally, is Brenda Veers. She's an amazing employee. Behind the scenes, actually this is not true. These are at the front of the scenes. They're right in the front desk. These folks, we've got a bunch of new folks. If you've been in our office lately, there's a lot of new faces. Lindsay, Austin, Caroline, and Forrest are all relatively new. Ryan Adam was a front desk stalwart for many years, but he's recently moved on to our habitat restoration program. Top middle is Bob Hunter. He has recently come back to us after a brief experiment with retirement, and we're happy to have him. The Fairbanks office is located at Creamer's Field, which sees regular use by the Fairbanks community, as well as visitors from across the country and around the world. Later today, the Open North American Sled Dog Race will be starting, and a huge portion of that course is on the refuge. In the picture, we are also responsible for the care and upkeep of several buildings that are on the historic register, which is sometimes a challenge for our region. Our new Creamer's Refuge manager is Clint Cooper on the screen there. He's ably assisted by Nate Lasham, a Fish and Wildlife technician. Nate helps with the refuge as well as with waterfowl projects in the region. Mark Ross is a longtime employee that specializes in wildlife education and outreach. And if you're in Fairbanks, I forget on what days, but there's a radio show and you can hear Mark talking about wildlife on the refuge. More behind the scenes, of course, we've got staff within the region that work on hunter education, like Tom Halverson, and then several employees that work at the indoor shooting range, including John Wyman, who manages it, Dio Henderson, Josh Knafel, and Jacob Davis. And that facility is right across from our main facility at Creamer's. Some more behind the scenes, education and outreach. This is a statewide program, but they're sort of embedded within the region. Mike Terrace and Jen Curl, and I'm sure many of you have seen many of their products. We also house several veterinary services staff in the region, particularly those that focus on disease monitoring and animal health. Dr. Kimberly Beckman, which many of you have seen before, and she has some employees, Cassie Duncan and Katrina Campbell, that are working for her. Dr. Leesky is not actually a cat. She just didn't give me a picture soon enough. We also have some data analysis staff, both biometricians and a GIS analyst that focuses on spatial data, Jen Roach, and then Andrew and Laney are our biometricians. So much of the work that you're going to see in front of you, they're standing right behind it helping. And so, again, many, many people that help with what you see before you over the next week. Shifting to some of our active research projects, we've got an ongoing monitoring project for McGrath and the 19D Intensive Management Program. Much of the initial work looking at this program out of McGrath was written up by Mark Keach, and so we kind of have McGrath 2.0, where Danny's looking at ongoing changes in that area, and particularly trying to parse out the relative influence of a major wildfire that took place at the beginning of the IM efforts, along with ongoing wolf control. So what's really impacting that population as it moves along? Danny's also our research coordinator now, so in addition to supervising research staff, he's also trying to wrap up some of his research from the last decade. Another very long time project we've monitored 20A moose for a very, very long time, and the research questions have evolved as that population has remained at relatively high densities. After some reductions in population size, which were largely intentional, we're monitoring the long-term effects of those changes and trying to answer some lingering questions about our primary indices that we use to monitor moose. Throughout the state, you'll hear people talk about measuring the weights of 10-month-old moose, the twinning rates of a population, age-specific birth rates, browse removal rates, and we use all those things to monitor the nutritional condition of different moose populations. And 20A is sort of our longest time series to understand how those indices react to changes in abundance, when big density changes occur, like recently with difficult winters, year-to-year variation in winter conditions, spring green up. We have areas with aging burns, and just trying to understand how those dynamic factors influence those indices along with density, which is what we are mostly trying to monitor with these indices. And Graham Fry is leading that research. Graham's also heavily involved in this next project, but the picture there is of Forrest Rosenbauer, who's a graduate student working on the project. This is a project we've launched that's really trying to focus on some spatial components of moose management. Very often we end up in the situation where we're telling the public, there's 10,000 moose out there, and well, we don't see any. And so we're trying to get at some of those questions. In particular, where are the bulls that we count in the winter during hunting season? So we go and count moose in this region in particular, typically in November, December. Well, where were they in September? Where are they going to be next September? Are they in the same place? Are we really counting the same moose that we're hunting? And so we're trying to take a really close look at that. What patterns of dispersal do we see in different age classes? We expect young moose to be moving along sometimes. And again, what proportion of those are accessible? And so we got 3 study areas in that study, 19D around McGrath, 20B, the Minto Flats specifically, and then 21D north of Galena. So all these areas, there's relationships with IM and how successful IM can be, and then we've also got questions with closed areas. We've got a lot of moose that are, essentially we wonder if they're actually accessible to hunters. Another huge project we've got rolling right now is a Dall Sheep Ecology project led by Brad Wendling. You'll hear quite a bit more about this, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time, but basically this question of are population dynamics and demographics different between hunted and unhunted populations. So we're trying to do control and treatment areas in different parts of the state and establish some long-term monitoring protocols in both the Brooks Range and Alaska Range. And pictured is Brad Wendling, who's leading that project, and Joe Want, who is a fabulous part of our office and a huge gift for us to work with. We've also got really long-term studies with bears on the North Slope. Some of the original focus was on how bears are using and interacting with the oil field infrastructure. We continue to look at that, and in this case, we're using genetics and some suspected lineages to evaluate the potential for conflict behavior to be associated with specific lineages as a learned behavior. Basically, there's some families that have really learned how to do this, and they often seem to cause a lot of the problems. We're also trying to improve our ability to predict denning locations on the North Slope so that we can avoid conflict with industrial activities. Another aspect, this population's long been thought to be resource limited with low reproductive output, late age of first reproduction, and so we're evaluating that in comparison to some other long-studied bear populations to really understand, what this population is capable of. That research is currently led by Kay Nicholson, and the other longtime biologist working on that is Dick Scheidler, who retired not too long ago. Another very long-term research project we have is our research on the 40-mile herd. As the herd grew past 50,000 caribou, we began to see a lot of signs of nutritional stress, and so we've got some really specific questions now. After reducing the herd size, which was the combination of both harvest intended to reduce herd size, as well as some natural declines we were seeing that appeared to be the continued product of nutritional stress that herd was experiencing. So, are these nutritional indices improving after reductions in herd size? They're down to less than half of their peak now. What is a reasonable population objective given these nutritional constraints? We're going to watch that population really carefully to try to understand what they're capable of at this time. How's calf survival affected by the nutritional condition of the herd? is calf fitness, a product of that nutritional condition? And then how's calf survival affected by rebounding wolf numbers since wolf control ended in that herd? Torsten Benson's leading that project, and then Jeff Gross out of the TOC office has a huge role in it as well. Tom Paragais focused on range management and browse monitoring through a lot of his career, along with a heavy focus on intensive management efforts across the division. You already heard from Tom regarding the Mulchatna caribou herd. Tom's also in the process, as he mentioned, of wrapping up a statewide retrospective analysis of our intensive management programs. He's focusing on questions like, what can we learn from our past IM efforts, what worked, what didn't, in situations where prey species benefited, did humans actually end up benefiting? You heard some preliminary results from him, I think last year, and again, he's writing up his findings before he retires this summer, after 25 years. We've got 4 graduate projects. I mentioned Forest and the Bull Moose distribution project. That's a big jet. Doll sheep movement ecology is being led by Boomer Hesley, so that's just a component of Brad Wendling's Doll sheep ecology project. Factors influencing bison productivity. Clint Cooper is wrapping up his research that compares bison productivity across different populations in the state, like what makes some really thrive and others not so much. Jeff Wells, who was the TOC assistant AB and is now the Fairbanks AB, just recently defended his master's thesis that focused on caribou distribution and habitat selection in relation to varying levels of hunting pressure in the 40-mile herd. During the process of trying to reduce the size of that herd, we had some very, very heavy hunting years, and so we were very interested to look at how some of that activity influenced caribou habitat use and distribution. Just briefly, wood bison reintroduction. You're going to hear from Tom Seaton a little later today about wood bison, but briefly, we've got continued efforts to monitor the Anoco population, which was introduced in, I think, 2014. We're working toward additional releases, as the commissioner and director mentioned, and we plan to import 40 yearlings in April from Canada. We've got an agreement with Canada to take surplus bison from Elk Island National Park every other year from them to potentially introduce them into different parts of Alaska. And again, that's led by Tom Seaton along with Luke Rogers. Shifting gears a little bit to intensive management, this is a map showing the current IM programs approved in Region 3. Starting in the west, we have 3 programs out of McGrath in 21E, 19E, and 19D. And we also have a program that was focused on the 40-mile herd. I'll briefly summarize each of these programs. 21E, the Gash area. This IM program has never been active. It's always remained above the threshold of 1 moose per square mile ever since it was approved. The Upper Tanana 40-mile caribou wolf control program, it initially started essentially in 1997 through 2001 with non-lethal wolf control sterilization. Public wolf control began in 2004, 2005. It expanded, in that case for moose, and it expanded in 2006 through 2017 with agency control starting in 2007 through 2017. As I mentioned, density-dependent concerns with that herd remain despite some intentional herd protection efforts that began in regulatory year 2020. That program is currently inactive. We did do a comprehensive wolf survey in the Upper Tanana, Yukon IM area and found that after wolf control had ceased, it had recovered by 2020. 2 more programs in 19E focused around sleep mute. This is focused on moose. It started in regulatory year 2004. Initially, there was no response to wolf control observed in that moose population by 2011, and so in 2013 and 14, agency bear control efforts began and bear removal occurred. We immediately saw some responses in calf-cow ratios, and then later in the bear control focus area, moose abundance increased. This program is currently active from a wolf control perspective. Moose remain below the program objective, and harvest is still far below the objective, but moose densities in the bear control focus area have increased quite a bit. 19D focused around McGrath. That project, IM project, started in regulatory year 2003. It included wolf control and non-lethal bear removal at that time. Moose abundance doubled by 2009, and moose harvest had doubled by 2015. Harvest success has been relatively high, but harvest still remains below the program objective. This is currently active from a wolf control perspective, and you'll hear more about both of these programs from Josh Pierce later in the meeting. So this is a map, as Director Scott mentioned, of the 13 Region 3 predator control programs before the board at this meeting. These programs, if all adopted, would include a majority of the region. And there are many factors for the board to consider when evaluating these proposals. From the perspective of short-term biological feasibility, we need to consider factors like the nutritional state of the prey population, the role of predation in population dynamics. On top of that, as you heard earlier today, there's efficacy considerations. Many programs struggle to achieve effective predator removal levels. Factors that influence that include the degree of private pilot interest in aerial control, land status issues, weather conditions, and just general accessibility and logistics. There's also factors related to social feasibility that we've got to think about. These include issues such as hunter access to those prey animals, whether those are logistical, they're just difficult to get to, or regulatory. There's regulatory barriers that prevent people from getting to those animals. There's user conflicts that people have to consider, and the willingness to entertain antlerless hunts, especially when those antlerless hunts could attract additional hunters. Those are things that the public needs to consider. When abundance is increased, we sometimes see a reluctance to capitalize on those increases, so we need to be aware of that when that's happening. So on top of those rapid dynamics, there's also longer-term considerations to think about. You know, we have rapid dynamics like weather, disease, predator-prey relationships, the human behavior that's involved in this. We're also faced with implications of climate change and pursuant effects and biome shift. So what that means in our case is really the spread of trees and shrubs into tundra, which is, I think, pretty good for moose, but not necessarily good for other animals. These boreal forest plants, they support more moose. They also may support greater wolf numbers. Those long-term habitat changes can also increase the carrying capacity for both black and brown bears. We can also see increased potential for wildfire. And those all change the predator-prey dynamics and something to be aware of in the long term, not necessarily on the 3-year cycle that we're faced with, but in the big picture. Collectively, these changes to habitat may have significant implications for long-term carrying capacity and population objectives that we need to keep in mind, and especially for our alpine and tundra-dependent species like sheep and caribou, which they stand to lose forage, they stand to face more difficult winter conditions, and potentially have more diverse and stable predator bases. So they have maybe a tough road ahead of them. As you consider the intensive management and predator control proposals, both current and newly proposed, please keep these considerations in mind, as well as limitations to our own ability, our staff's ability to administer and monitor a large increase in the number of active programs. We're prepared to conduct these. We just need to approach them with, a lot of consideration. A few closing comments, echoing Ryan again here. The region's currently very well staffed and very well funded, and we're very, very grateful for that. On any given day, we seem to be on the edge of needing more staff to accomplish our goals and spend our allocation versus needing more money for staff. Sort of a good problem to have. We're kind of on the knife edge here, you know. Some days we wish we had a little more money, sometimes we wish we had a little more people. But the main point there is that we would really struggle to take on a lot more work without additional staff. As the meeting progresses, you're going to see a lot of new faces, starting with me. I've only been in the job about 2 years. We also have a new management coordinator, Jason Sikoski. You're going to see a lot of him. And our new research coordinator, Danny Caudell, who's behind us. The core of our area biologist staff, with the exception of one person, is the same as the last time this region was in front of the board. But every single assistant area biologist has turned over since the last meeting. So know that as we move forward with the meeting. I encourage you to ask hard questions and understand if there's occasional delay in answering. We continue, moving on here, we continue to see closures on federal lands. That's another issue for the region. Sometimes these are outright closures. Sometimes they're only to non-federally qualified users. The issue we struggle with sometimes is that these closures, they sometimes have a nexus to conservation, but they're often more related to user conflicts and allocation issues toward federally qualified users, even when there is a harvestable surplus. And that's a struggle for us because we can only really argue the biological aspect of it. Another topic that we're seeing in the region is a resurgence of ACs that are unwilling to vote for antlerless hunts. Again, sometimes this is related to moose biology, and sometimes it's for reasons that are unrelated. Sometimes lack of trust in the department is cited. Sometimes allocations are a big concern in those antlerless decisions. And occasionally these votes, I think, are being used to leverage management over other species. And I don't know that all those things are the intent there. One thing you may have noticed in the brief description of active research project was a focus on male ungulates. This is pretty novel. We generally focus on adult females. They are the powerhouse of population dynamics. And this focus, it seems to arise as we're taking a closer look at things like the scale of harvest management and the secondary effects of the harvest of males. So for example, what effect does it have to shoot, 7 or 8 year old sheep on the rest of the animals, so we're taking a pretty close look at that. Wildlife management theory would suggest that those are, compensatory animals and that they don't have a big impact on the population dynamics, but we're going to take a closer look at that. Last, you're going to hear a lot about different population declines as the meeting progresses. We've had some very difficult winters in recent years, and they have affected many of the ungulate populations in the region. In some cases, the prospects for recovery are excellent. We've got large calf crops out there right now and mild winters that could boost many of the moose populations we're monitoring just within a matter of years. The Delta bison herd, which had a very hard time in the winter of 2021, 2022, it's already back above management objectives through some conservative management. In other cases, the prospects are a little more uncertain. We have some caribou populations, particularly in the interior, that are struggling, and in some cases, they're still enduring the lingering effects of high density that we saw, particularly in the 40-mile herd. So beyond the difficult winters, they already were, kind of a leg behind. The sheep populations, you're going to hear a lot about. They've also struggled with more than just a few bad winters, and they are going to require some much more favorable winters in order to begin recovering. On a positive note, many of these populations are experiencing a relatively mild winter throughout the region this year, so a lot of these animals, a lot of these populations, I think, are going to do pretty well this year. And with that, I think I can entertain some questions.
Questions from board members for Lincoln? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You had a slide there that was talking about sealing fur bearers, and it had a total of 955. Was that just the departments or the combination of all the fur sealers? That was an easy question.
The problem with this presentation that I discovered was that normally when I give a presentation, I know everything by the back of my hand. This covers such a huge thing. Like a lot of these studies, I know about them, but anyway, through the chair to Member Brett, I think that the original intent was to basically look at animals that were sealed in the office. Yeah. Okay. So that was like the customer service aspect of it, like what we were actually serving the public versus you, for example.
Thank you.
Additional questions from board members? I have a question for you. You hired a number of people in the last, you said, all new area biologists and new administrative staff in many cases. Have you found an adequate applicant pool for those positions when they become available?
To the chair. Yeah, I think largely we have. We have not, for example, had to refly very many positions. What I will tell you is that very often we have one candidate. It's not like, maybe the old days where you're struggling to figure out one of 7, like you've got, a lot of times we're really lucky. We're really grateful to have 1 or 2 very qualified candidates. So that would be the change that I think I would see that we've had. And we've had to refly a few positions because we could not get any interest yet.
Thank you. Additional questions, Dave?
Thank you, Lincoln, for your presentation. I'm not sure if we're going to get into this later on, but I was just kind of curious on some of these local caribou herds, like the Whites and Ray Mountains. How are they doing? Are they stable, doing okay?
You will hear more about all that, I will say for sure, through the chair, Member Loring. I think we see a lot of, we see some stability in some of those herds, you know. I think, you know, the White Mountains kind of got largely consumed by the 40-mile herd, and that's sort of just 40-mile country now. Ray and Hodzana, I think, relatively stable. Some of the other smaller herds around Galena are not doing very well at all. It's a very mixed bag, I would say, yeah.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? If not, I'm sure we'll hear lots more about all these subjects as the meeting progresses. So thank you for your report. And we go on to, yeah, go ahead, Commissioner.
I forgot something during my commissioner's remarks. The governor and I were both over in the Yukon Territories about a month and a half ago. And the governor and the premier of the Yukon Territories have fundamentally agreed that we're opening up a new era of cooperation between the Yukon government and the state of Alaska. So we're looking at a wide range of different cooperative measures across that border, from caribou, moose, as well as fish stocks moving forward. So I think we've opened up an increased dialogue with the expectation there'll be greater cooperation across that border. That is really the longest shared border we have with the state, or the different entity, I mean.
Thank you very much. Is Jesse ready for the report?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members, members of the public. My name is Jessie Coleman, and I am the lead subsistence resource specialist for the Yukon and Interior region in the subsistence section here in Fairbanks. Today, I will give a brief overview of the subsistence uses of wildlife in the communities in Region 3, and this presentation can be found in RC3 tab 1.3. First, I will give an overview of some of the demographic and environmental features of Region 3, followed by some examples of the kinds of subsistence research that our section has done in Region 3. Then I will briefly go over harvest data for an example community in each game management unit, as well as some of the unit-wide concerns we've documented. I'll wrap up with some of the overarching features of wildlife subsistence harvests in the region. So first, an overview of some of our core research tools and examples of projects that we've done in Region 3. So our main research tool is the Comprehensive Harvest Survey. These surveys are long and detailed, and the end products include baseline estimates of harvest and use of all subsistence resources in a single year in a single community. We gather spatial data on search and harvest areas for each wild food, and we publish maps of those aggregated areas. The survey also asks how harvest and use have changed and why, in order to document the shifts in subsistence patterns as perceived by subsistence users. In addition, we collect data on demographics, food security, and income and employment, as these are key features of subsistence economies. We also document traditional ecological knowledge among subsistence users in the communities that we visit. Typically, we do this through interviews with elders or other experienced subsistence users, and we occasionally will do participant observation where we participate in subsistence activities. We use this information to contextualize our survey results and to gain a deeper understanding of specific subsistence practices, local and cultural traditions, and changes in subsistence over time. Some of the examples of projects that we've completed in Region 3 in recent years include a study of customary trade and barter practices in the Middle and Lower Yukon region, a study of hunter effort and local perceptions of an intensive management program in the Upper Kayakuk Valley, which I will present on after this. And we've also started a statewide review of ceremonial wildlife harvest practices that will continue into next year. And just a note about our other roles, subsistence staff are also responsible for supporting the boards of game and fisheries in several ways. For example, we develop customary and traditional use worksheets. We present options for consideration when it's establishing an amount necessary for subsistence or ANS. And we review and contribute to all staff comments on proposals that have subsistence implications. So by my count, there are 71 communities within Region 3. We'll just chalk that up to different sources of data. And Region 3 is shown here in the green sections. And Fairbanks is the largest population center with smaller regional hubs such as Fort Yukon, Galena, McGrath, Delta Junction, and Tok. 71 communities. So the region also encompasses a large number of Alaska Native tribal and linguistic groupings, as I thought would be shown on the map. There we go. So broadly speaking, Region 3 includes Central Yupik, Athabaskan, or Dene, and Inupiaq tribes. And the cultural and traditional practices surrounding the use and harvest of locally available resources varies widely throughout this region. And understanding these nuances is critical to effective resource management and is at the heart of subsistence law in Alaska. So Region 3 also varies widely in terms of the environments and the climates that are represented. So this region includes the coastal plain of the North Slope, much of the Yukon River drainage, and the upper portion of the Kuskokwim River drainage. Sorry, my bullets didn't match my slides. So now I'm going to dive a little bit deeper into the patterns that are unique to each unit. And here we have a map of Unit 25 and the Eastern Arctic, including subunits 26B and 26C. So these areas are the traditional homelands of the Koyukon and Gwich'in peoples, and they cover the Yukon Flats, the Porcupine, and the Tidrinjik drainages. And the Inupiaq homelands include the Brooks Range and the North Slope in this area. And to date, Subsistence has surveyed 10 communities in these units, all of them except for Prudhoe Bay. So next, I'll show some recent harvest composition data from example communities in each area. These comprehensive surveys, like I mentioned, are intended to be a snapshot of harvest and use in a community in a single year. So in this figure, the pie represents annual harvests by resource category in terms of total pounds of edible weight. And for large land mammals in this and all the following pies that I'll show, I've broken out the largest slice to show which species was most important to the harvest. So in the case of Fort Yukon, that would have been moose. So we surveyed Fort Yukon for study year 2017, and you can see that at that time, subsistence harvests were dominated by salmon at 62%. And this has since changed given steep declines in both Chinook and chum salmon in recent years. Throughout the presentation, I'll also describe some of the local concerns in each area, and these typically come from survey comments or ethnographic interviews documented in our technical papers and or discussions at stakeholder group meetings, such as Fish and Game Advisory Committee or other working group meetings. So in our recent work in the communities of Fort Yukon and Beaver, residents expressed concerns over low moose harvest in the Yukon Flats area. And in a 2014 study, we showed that Fort Yukon households were bartering with households from other communities to meet their needs for salmon and moose. We've also documented several concerns at local AC meetings that the safety and the hunt quality of the 40-mile caribou hunt on the Steese Highway in 25C has declined in recent years, and the board will see multiple proposals on that topic. So moving north to Unit 26C, subsistence harvest composition looks very different than the rest of the region, as we will see. We conducted a comprehensive network survey in Koktovik in 2010. And this showed that over half of the harvests by edible weight were of marine mammals like bowhead, beluga, and seal. And the other contributors were caribou at 29% and non-salmon fish such as whitefish. Caribou herds are currently stable in this area, but a 2018 report published by the North Slope Borough, residents expressed concern over air traffic and climate-related disruptions to the migration route of the porcupine caribou herd. And at a recent Regional Advisory Council meeting, a Koktovik resident noted that polar bears are increasingly coming into the community, especially during and after whaling season. So moving on to units 12 and 20, which we consider the Fairbanks and Tok area. This area has 20 communities, including Fairbanks, and the area includes the homelands of the Koyukon, Lower and Upper Tanana, Dene, Tanacross, and Han peoples. And most of the Fairbanks community is within the non-subsistence area, the NSA, and that's in the kind of hatched black portion in the middle of that map. Hunts within this boundary are exempt from the subsistence priority law. That is, subsistence uses do not need to be given preference above other consumptive uses of wildlife in the NSA. And we have not collected harvest and use data in non-subsistence areas, so most of the communities that you see here on this map don't have representative data. However, we have collected data in 21 communities in units 12 and 20 that are outside of the NSA. So the example that I'll use here is a comprehensive survey that was completed in Nenana in 2015. Salmon made up 41% of subsistence harvest by weight, while moose accounted for about 1/3. And again, keep in mind that 2015 was well before the subsistence salmon fishery closures of recent years. In units 12 and 20, many communities are connected to Alaska's road system, and issues identified by residents of Minto and Nenana at stakeholder meetings include crowded hunting conditions and trespass on private lands. We've also documented the cultural values around antlerless moose in the Lower Tanana region and how that affects the use of antlerless hunts as a management tool. Access to ceremonial harvest opportunities and the distribution of subsistence foods through community events are both important issues in this region as well. So next we move west and south into the Kayakuk and Middle Yukon Rivers and units 21 and 24. So these are the traditional lands of the Koyukon people from about Kaltag upstream to roughly Tanana. The Gash area, the communities of Grayling, Anvik, Shagaluk, and Holy Cross are mainly of Dakotan and Holikachuk ancestry. And so we've surveyed all 18 communities in these units, and we are working to update older comprehensive surveys. We've conducted surveys on big game and non-salmon fish in Alatina and Ellicakit, all the Gash villages, Galena, Nulato, Hughes, Huslia, and Wiseman to date. And similar to units 12 and 20, there's a very high degree of moose harvest in unit 21. Here we see that moose made up 35% of subsistence harvests in Kaltag in 2018. And salmon accounted for nearly half of the overall harvest. But 2018 was one of the last years that Yukon fishers had the opportunity to harvest Chinook and fall chum salmon. Communities throughout the Middle Yukon River in Unit 21 have been experiencing declines in Chinook salmon run since about 2008. And during the last 15 years, communities have replaced some of that lost Chinook harvest with summer and fall chum. However, since 2020, the Yukon River has experienced multi-species salmon declines as summer and fall chum have also failed to return, resulting in little to no opportunity to harvest salmon since 2020. So in years of salmon fishing restrictions, residents from the Galena management area have reached out to the department to request emergency moose season extensions and increases to bag limits. Moose populations are increasing in parts of Unit 21, but residents have noted an increase in competition during the September moose season. Although a lot of opportunity is being provided in this area, these requests suggest that residents may be seeking to replace those salmon harvests with additional moose harvests. Moving slightly north to Unit 24, we surveyed Hooslia last year about their harvests in 2022. Subsistence fishing for salmon was completely closed in 2022, so you can see that the overall harvest was very small. People reported putting more effort into moose and caribou hunting and fishing for non-salmon species. And some of the concerns that we documented from Hooslia residents include salmon declines, as well as a massive die-off of pre-spawning chum salmon in 2019. And this die-off was attributed to extremely high water temperatures, which have been observed again in years since. In addition, bank erosion is shown in the photo here, has been observed and is likely caused or exacerbated by thawing permafrost in the area. So here is a map of Unit 19. The middle Kuskokwim River up to and including Sleet Mute is traditionally central Yupik lands, while the rest of Unit 18 is Deghitan, Upper Kuskokwim, and Denina lands. And in 19, we have surveyed 13 communities total. In 2011, we conducted a comprehensive harvest survey in McGrath, and nearly half of their subsistence harvests by weight were of moose, so 45%, with contributions from salmon at 28% and non-salmon fish, 11%. Although Kuskokwim communities have experienced decreases in salmon harvests in recent years as well, the Kuskokwim River has not had complete closures of their salmon, subsistence salmon fishing, similar to those on the Yukon. Since the early 2000s, moose management has dominated Middle Kuskokwim wildlife issues. And you'll hear a lot about these moose issues in this meeting, as we've heard from other staff. And Dall sheep in the Upper Kuskokwim area are experiencing declines, as they are in other areas of the state. And Unit 19C has one of the few C&T hunts in the state for sheep. So now that you have a little bit of background on subsistence harvest and use patterns in Region 3, I want to show how we measure the importance of moose and other subsistence resources in different ways. So as we've seen, these compositions and subsistence harvests vary across the region. And the way that harvesting activities are concentrated among households also varies. Although harvest amounts are important, subsistence is much more than harvest numbers. Our work has established what we call the 30-70 rule, which describes the percentage of a community's population, which is typically 30%, that harvest a corresponding percentage, usually 70%, of all the resources combined. And this is essentially what's shown here for Rampart in 2014. You can see that 29% of the households in Rampart took 62% of the harvest in that year. So the concentration of harvest effort varies by community and by resource. For example, the numbers tend to be more like 20-70 when you're considering a single resource, such as moose or other large game. And I bring this up because sustainable management includes understanding how bag limits, seasons, and means and methods regulations, which are generally designed with individuals or households in mind, may affect the ability of a high harvesting community provider to engage in subsistence in the way that characterizes those economies across the state. So another valuable tool that we have for understanding subsistence production is the network survey. And here we have an example of a sharing network that we documented in Venatai in 2009. So from this figure, we see the many connections between households that are facilitated by the harvest and sharing of wild foods, in this case, caribou. So the nodes, all the shapes are households, and the different colors and shapes, whether circle, square, triangle, represent different household types. That is, it's a combination of age, so young, mature, or elder, and number and sex of household heads, whether single female, single male, or couple. And we categorize households in this way because these characteristics, along with other factors, are indicators of subsistence productivity at the household level. So the lines between the nodes represent flows of wild food, cooperative hunting relationships, and processing relationships. And the weight of the line reflects the amount of caribou shared or received through cooperative hunting, and the processing relationships are unvalued. So I'm going to zoom in to a couple of relationships between households at the center of the diagram, and they're at the center because they have the greatest number of caribou ties amongst all of the households in the community. So the large orange triangle at the center is a household headed by a single 40 to 59-year-old male. The brown upside down triangle is an elder female household, and the yellow square is a young couple household. The orange triangle is large, indicating that this household produces more caribou than the others. And as I mentioned, this is at the center because it shares or cooperates with many other households in Venati. And these flows are going towards the elder female house and to some extent to the young couple household as well. This dynamic is very common in subsistence networks. Less productive households receive wild food from more productive households. So that includes elders that are retired from subsistence and other household types, such as the young couple. They may help process food, share meals, pay for gas, or support subsistence in other ways. And these networks are the most detailed representation of how wild food is actually produced and distributed in many Alaskan communities. They show us who hunts together, how different kinds of households contribute to subsistence economies, and how communities are connected to one another through food. In many communities, sharing is critical to both food production and food security at both the level of the household and the level of the community. So this is why sharing and exchange practices are important criteria for the board to consider when making determinations about customary and traditional use of wild resources. So all of our work documents the importance of subsistence to the people that practice it, and the importance goes far beyond nutrition. Many people across Alaska have deep cultural and/or spiritual connections to these practices. So this is a photo from the stick dance celebration that is held in Kaltag or Nulato in alternating years. And these events rely heavily on the exchange of subsistence foods and crafts as a way to honor the departed and those who helped grieving families during their time of loss. And as I mentioned, the subsistence way of life is also built on social relationships, whether that means cooperative hunting, sharing knowledge between hunters, or sharing food with others in the community or elsewhere. A great example of this is the distribution of bowhead whale harvests with the entire community, as shown in this photo from a captain's feast that was held last fall in Kaktovik. So without these relationships, wild food production would look very different. Finally, subsistence is critical to the economic survival of many subsistence users, especially those residing in remote communities with little access to affordable food or income sources. We've documented that people engage in commercial fishing, trapping, carving, and skin sewing, and customary trade to earn modest incomes using subsistence equipment and skills. And subsistence is important in many other ways to different communities and individuals, but we can all benefit by recognizing and honoring the multiple values that subsistence holds to all Alaskans. Thank you so much for your attention. I would be happy to take any questions at this point.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks a bunch for that presentation. It was great. That diagram on page 26 was really, really cool. So, do you communicate at all with your Canadian counterpart, or is there even a Canadian counterpart? I know a lot of these, indigenous peoples traveled freely back and forth across the border before there was a line.
For the record, my name is Alita Trainer. I'm the Regional Program Manager in the Subsistence Division here in Fairbanks. Through the chair, Member Fletcher, there are a few stakeholder groups and public processes for which subsistence staff are involved with, transboundary groups such as, on the fish side of things, the Yukon River Panel and the Joint Technical Committee. And then there has also been in the past working groups on the 40-mile caribou herd. And when those groups are in operation, we attend and contribute as well as discuss potential research projects that we could conduct transboundary.
Jake? Hey, thank you for that. And is there any food sharing that is conducted across the border? Is there an avenue for that?
Yes, absolutely. Kinship ties, especially in our region, if we look at along the Yukon River, the Han people have their traditional homelands on both sides of the border, and sharing networks do exist. And the avenue for that would be either through ceremonial gatherings that occur annually or just through the mail.
Thank you very much.
Additional questions? Dave?
Thank you again for your presentation. I really enjoyed it also. There's a couple things that I had questions on. And you had mentioned earlier that with the porcupine caribou herd, you said there were some concerns about air traffic that was bothering. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? Because we just heard a big presentation at Kotzebue about the Anativik Pass. I didn't know of any issues in the, say, Arctic Village or Venati or, those places with air traffic.
Member Loring, through the chair, thanks for that question. I really wish I could tell you more about the sort of dynamics of the porcupine herd with respect to what communities are experiencing. I focus mostly on the Yukon region, so I was pulling that from a study done by the North Slope Borough and from some meeting minutes at the last RAC that a Kaktovik representative there brought up. But as far as I know, that has been a documented concern, that low overhead flights by aircraft have been disrupting their migration pattern. I wish I could have more details for you. I'm sure someone else in the room certainly does, so.
Thank you for that. And another question. Coming up at this joint board meeting, there's going to be some talk about changing the boundaries for the Fairbanks non-subsistence area and having probably a significant change. If that passes, are you guys kind of looking forward to making some more subsistence decisions based on some new ground in the subsistence area?
Through the chair, Member Loring, yes, our staff have been very busy preparing for that joint board meeting, particularly in regards to the non-subsistence boundaries. There will be a report shared with you at that time. If any proposal were to be adopted and boundaries were to change, the subsistence section would work closely with our counterparts in other divisions to understand what that change would mean in terms of fish and game management.
One more other short question. I noticed on a lot of your slides where you had the pie graphs that on the villages on the rivers have a large use of salmon in their diets. And we've had quite a bit of reduction in subsistence fishing on the Yukon here in recent years. But there's also been a large amount of fish that has been shipped in from other areas to help supplement. Are you taking it, is that still kind of filling in that lost resource that they can't get on the rivers?
Member Loring, through the chair. Yes, so that actually is, looking at Huslia up on the screen right now, that's what that 1% of salmon is fish that were used. They were received through organized efforts, both by, it was kind of a joint effort through Tanana Chiefs Conference, and Quick Buck Fisheries, the Yukon Delta Fisheries Development Association. Both those organizations purchased sockeye, chum, and Chinook salmon from Bristol Bay and I think also Copper River area, and organized the distributions to communities along the river. So that's what we see showing up in that pie there.
Okay, thank you for putting that. Appreciate it.
Stash, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jesse, for that presentation. That was really informative and a lot of good information there. Just a couple general questions on your survey and data collections. Are they all household visits, or are they telephonic, or or can you get that, can someone access or do those surveys online?
For our, Member Hoffman, through the chair, thanks. So for our comprehensive surveys, we conduct those in person. They're very long, they're very extensive, and the survey itself is not something that, you know, like we are trained for days upon, on how to give that survey. Other division, the Commercial Fisheries Division does do shorter salmon surveys every fall along the Yukon, and those surveys are typically done in person as well. Sometimes phone surveys have been necessary, for example, during COVID, that was sort of their protocol. But as far as online, like self-reporting of harvest through the division, we have not, yeah, Lena would like to add something as well.
Through the chair, if I could add, again, for the record, this is Alita Trainer. I would just like to build off that by saying during COVID, we did attempt to conduct some of our surveys over the phone. And what we learned was it's a really ineffective method because much of the information we gather is very sensitive and it requires a level of trust and relationship building between staff and individuals in order to solicit that level of detail, both on harvest and use effort, but also demographics and income. And so we plan to continue doing all of our work in person.
Yeah, thank you for that. That makes sense. And I've been involved in some of these surveys, and that I knew that house face-to-face seems the best way to do it, and for a number of reasons. But a couple more general questions real quick. What time of year do you conduct the surveys, and how many generally how many households were visited in a year?
Member Hoffman, through the chair, our survey, this is a photo of us starting our fieldwork in Mountain Village. So usually we're there in the middle of winter when people are most likely to be home. The number of surveys, especially comprehensive surveys that we complete in a year, it varies. So in the Yukon and Interior region, in the last few years, we've completed 2. Usually we'll try to pair communities for comparison purposes. So we went to Husia and Kayakuk last year, Lucknock and Kotlik this year. And as far as other surveys that might be shorter or smaller communities, those are just kind of on an as-needed basis as we get funding, as the communities request certain types of studies be done. And I'm forgetting the last part of your question. How many households we survey depends on the size. So typically larger communities, over 100 households, we will conduct a random sample. But smaller communities, we try to survey every single household in the community.
Yeah, thank you. And on some of these surveys, do you guys coordinate with like the local tribal agencies or anyone like that in some villages you might require someone to do translation work?
Yeah, Member Hoffman, through the chair, every survey that we conduct in a community has to go through an approval process with the tribal council or councils, as it is in some communities. And so that's always our first step is reaching out to those tribal councils in the fall, getting approval. And then once we have approval and we're on the ground in the village, we work with local research assistants. Usually we pair up in teams, one Fish and Game staff person with one local researcher. And they help us to basically coordinate our survey efforts. And, you know, if the need arises for a translator, say we want to conduct an traditional ecological knowledge interview with an elder, an interpreter or translator would be hired at that point.
Commissioner, you had a comment?
Yeah, I just have a question. So this is a very good report. Thank you very much. How do you guys capture the subsistence needs of people living in urban areas? You gave a lot of reports on how you're doing it in rural Alaska, but under Alaska law, all subsistence users have a priority regardless of where they live. And especially, there's a lot of people that now are in urban areas that have been displaced for health reasons, economic reasons, social reasons, a variety of different reasons that have a cultural tie to those resources. So how do you capture that in your surveys, especially as they no longer have, under many cases, a federal rural priority to gain those resources.
Through the chair. Commissioner, thank you for your question again. For the record, my name is Alita Trainer. It's a really great question. It's something that I've been really interested in thinking more about. Just for context, the subsistence section works out of the boundaries of the non-subsistence areas where the 8 criteria have been established, and we've documented those patterns of subsistence economies across the state. So that is why we focus our survey efforts in communities outside of those boundaries. However, there are definite kinship ties with people who are living inside the non-subsistence areas and may continue to return home to participate in harvest efforts. There's a lot of reasons for that, and it's something that we hear about sometimes in our ethnographic research. So we'll hear about people who describe their families coming home to help them in the summer or in the fall. And we also hear, especially during our sharing networks, some of the network diagrams that Jesse shared, you'll see a lot of connections or ties to other communities across the state. And we actually document the frequency of exchange and sharing with people in those other locations. And so in that way, we are able to illustrate the very dynamic networks that exist and keep people connected.
Thank you. I think as we move forward in time here, as we see shifts in demography moving forward, where it's going to be really important to capture, at least for some of these people that are, like Anchorage has the largest Native hospital in the state. So there's a lot of people that end up in Anchorage for a variety of different reasons that if you don't survey them in the village, you're going to not capture those historical uses of those resources by those people. So we've got to figure out a way to capture that as we move forward in time.
Dr. Witter, did you have a comment on that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just going to add through the chair to Commissioner Vincent Lang. Thank you very much for those questions. I just wanted to note that for the joint board meeting, we'll be presenting quite a bit of information for our report on the proposal 19 for changing the boundaries of the non-subsistence area. So that might be an interesting way to move forward with some of our other research and being able to include that. So thank you.
Okay, any additional questions? Yes, Al.
Yeah, thank you. And the commissioner, kind of going off what the commissioner was saying, you know, you're potentially maybe capturing somebody that was in a rural community and now in a non-subsistence area. But what about those that are in the non-subsistence area providing for the subsistence sharing and harvest, you know, outside that area where it is subsistence area?
Member Barrett, through the chair, I hear you, and I think that's why those sharing networks and whenever we have the opportunity to do those studies are so valuable. It tells us exactly where food is moving to and coming from. And we see a lot that hub communities, relatives in Fairbanks and Anchorage are providing a lot of food. Sometimes that's subsistence food, sometimes it's other, you know, market resources, groceries and things like that. We've also documented this through our customary trade and barter study that we haven't published yet, but will be published soon. And it really drives the point home that people are relying on lots of different resources and they're using those social relationships spread across, you know, the state of Alaska and beyond that to meet their needs, you know, for food, subsistence or otherwise.
But do you really capture that since you don't talk to households in the non-subsistence area?
So for the network surveys, we capture all inflows and outflows. We don't obviously, you know what a Fairbanks household receives from their relatives in, you know, Venati or things like that. And I will say that these network surveys are super valuable, but they're also super costly and time intensive, and that scales with the size of the community. And so, you know, we get a picture of those relationships, those rural to urban relationships, but we don't obviously have the ability to document them all, just given, you know, practical constraints. So, thanks.
Seeing no additional questions, you have one more report for us. Would you like to give it before lunch or after?
I will defer to the board to decide that. I'm happy to do either one.
Well, I would like you to do it now, if that works for you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can do that. Let me just switch presentations here. All right. Mr. Chair, board members, for the record, my name is Jessie Coleman, and I am the lead subsistence resource specialist for the interior region of Alaska. With me is Alita Trainer, Northern Region Program Manager for the subsistence section. This presentation provides information about a joint Division of Wildlife Conservation and Subsistence Research project on moose intensive management that took place in the Upper Kayakuk region from 2011 to 2017. This presentation can be found in RC4 Oral Reports tab 1.4. So at the last Region 3 Board of Game meeting in 2020, we included a brief description of this work in our regional overview. Board members requested a full presentation on this topic at this meeting. So therefore, the information I will present doesn't require action by the board and doesn't directly pertain to any proposals that will be discussed at this meeting. But in this talk, I will describe the impetus for the larger joint project between wildlife and subsistence. I'll show a few maps to orient the board to the study area. I will describe the methods that we use to document harvest and use of big game, moose hunter effort, and moose sharing and cooperation networks. And I'll share the results of the study, focusing largely on the subsistence sections portion of the work. And I'll end with a few conclusions and time for questions. So why was this study needed? In 1999, the department initiated a public process to address low moose densities and user conflicts in the Kayakuk River drainage. The Kayakuk Moose Hunters Working Group developed a management plan and recommended an intensive management program to address high levels of predation by wolves and bears in the upper drainage. In 2012, the board approved the Upper Kayakuk Management Area IM program, including aerial wolf removal. So in preparation for that program, DWC staff collected data on moose and wolf abundance, moose survival and movement, and habitat quality. I won't be discussing that portion of the project, but other staff such as Tom Paraguay or Glenn Stout may be able to answer some of those questions at the end. To better document the harvest relative to self-reporting by hunters, and also to characterize hunter effort, DWC worked with Subsistence to survey the study communities. As I will discuss later in the presentation, quantifying hunter effort was not typically done, but we included survey questions that were designed to better understand how much time and money hunters were spending to hunt moose. So the study communities of Allakaket and Alatna are within the community-controlled use area. This area prohibits the use of aircraft for moose hunting under both state and federal regulations and is shown in the black trapezoid here on the map. Alatna is located on the west bank of the Kayakuk River, and the community of Allakaket is on the east. The two communities share services but have separate tribal councils and corporations. Alatna is a historically Inupiaq community, while Allakaket is Koyukon Athabaskan. However, many residents come from families that have both Inupiaq and Koyukon heritage. And for a bit of context, I'll just briefly describe the wolf removal aspect of the project. So removal of wolves occurred in 2013, 2014, and 2016 within the Upper Kayakuk Management Area. And that was done using fixed-wing aircraft to locate wolves and department staff's department staff in helicopters to lethally shoot wolves. So in total, 59 wolves were removed from the treatment area, which is outlined in yellow and red in that map. The department consulted the Alatna and Allakaket tribes on how to implement wolf removal in the lead up to this portion of the project. In Koyukon culture, wolves and bears have very powerful spirits, so treating them with the proper respect is essential. The decision was made not to remove brown bears because of their cultural importance, although some residents wanted to remove those as well. And after wolf removal flights, the department delivered the wolf carcasses to the communities where the Allakaket tribe paid individuals $100 to skin a wolf and dispose of the carcass in a culturally appropriate way. And many of those wolf skins were saved for potlatches and were given as gifts to attendees. So now I'll shift over to subsistence methods. This is the survey, the first page of the survey, and it asks questions about harvest and use of moose, caribou, bears, Dall sheep, and wolves, as well as any other large land mammals that were not local to the area, such as muskoxen or plains bison. And the survey asked whether households used, attempted to harvest, harvested successfully, gave, or received big game during the previous year. It also asked about timing and quantity of harvests and whether there were particular conditions that affected their household's ability to harvest big game. On the screen is an example page from the survey about moose harvests. And here we ask questions about how many days that people spent hunting moose, miles traveled, and total expenditures on gasoline. We asked both about winter hunts and fall hunts. The questions attempted to measure hunter effort, which is not something that we typically quantify. And I'll discuss those limitations to our calculation and use of the metrics in just a minute. So this page was designed to document moose and sharing cooperative hunting networks. We asked each household to identify those other households, whether they were local or non-local, with whom they hunted for moose, they received moose from, or gave moose to during the previous year. And the relationships were tabulated into a list of household-to-household sharing or cooperation ties, and this list was used to compute network statistics and build the sharing diagrams that I will show in the next few slides. So in 2017, the final year of the survey, households were also asked about their perceptions of the intensive management program and its effects. So some results. First, I'll show results for harvest and use of big game for all years of the survey. The average harvest of all big game species was over 15,000 pounds or 87 pounds per person per year. So this bar graph shows the harvest composition by edible weight for each big game species, including moose, black bear, caribou, brown bear, and Dall sheep. And on average, moose made up about 64% of the big game harvest in these communities. The contribution of moose was 79% if we exclude 2012. And in that year, the big game harvest was dominated by caribou, which was 64% of the edible weight. And this is likely because the Western Arctic herd migrated close to those study communities, giving hunters relatively easy access to hunting opportunities. But in a typical year, caribou make up 10% or less of the total big game harvest by weight. So across the study, Alatna and Allakaket households harvested an average of 18 moose per year. And for context, in the late 1990s and early 2000s, subsistence researchers conducted a big game survey in the communities, and the estimated harvest of moose during that period was on average 45 moose per year. So from here on out, I will focus on metrics of effort related to moose hunting. The first set I will talk about is related to effort per hunter, including the number of trips taken or miles traveled per year. So each of these total values was divided by the total number of hunters that were estimated in Allakaket and Alatna in a given year. And these metrics include trips and miles that were reported by both successful and unsuccessful hunters, because effort is effort, whether the hunter ends up harvesting a moose or not. So in this figure, the left axis and the blue bars show the number of local hunters that hunted each year. And the estimated moose harvest is on the right-hand vertical axis in red. The estimated annual moose harvest trend was positive but non-significant over the study period. So these metrics represent averages across all study years. We estimated an average of 65 local hunters annually, and each hunter took an average of 6 trips and traveled 459 miles. So I want to pause to give a little bit of context. These effort metrics reflect a different pattern of hunting than hunters from urban areas might be familiar with. So rather than planning a specific hunting trip for one target species once per year with definite start and end dates, Alatna and Allakaket residents were much more likely to hunt more opportunistically throughout the entire season. So for instance, a trip to the woodyard to harvest firewood might also be an opportunity to harvest a moose and would count towards the total number of trips taken. Local people also reported taking planned hunting trips, especially those folks with limited time off from work or those with other commitments. But basically, if people considered their activity to be moose hunting, we included it in our calculations. The effort per moose metrics were calculated as the total number of either dollars spent on gas, trips taken, or miles traveled in 1 year among all local hunting households, divided by the total number of moose that were harvested in that year. And again, we included dollars, trips, and miles reported by both successful and unsuccessful hunters. So in this figure, I'm showing the estimated fuel cost per moose in each study year. Those are the blue bars on the left vertical axis. And estimated moose harvest is the right vertical axis, again, in red. So the increase in fuel cost per moose over time, represented by the blue dotted line, was not statistically significant. And for a little bit of context, the cost of fuel was relatively stable during this period at either $7 or $7.50 a gallon. So over the course of the study for both communities combined, the harvest of one moose required an average of $1,785 in fuel. And on average, hunters took 14 trips and traveled 834 miles per moose harvested. So the results that I just showed related to individual hunter behavior, but we also focused on moose hunting and sharing within the communities. So again, we have a network diagram up on the screen, and in this network, each household is a square, and the lines between them represent a sharing relationship. And this network includes all exchanges of moose meat that occurred between 2011 and 2017. Alatna households are orange, Allakaket are blue, and the households that existed in both communities at some point during the study period are purple. Other communities are gray. And the nodes along the edge of the figure to the left are households that neither received nor gave moose during the study. And the size of the nodes represent the household's average moose harvest. And again, the closer that household is to the center of the network, the more sharing relationships it had with other households. And the arrows indicate the direction of moose sharing. And from this network, we can see that a lot of moose sharing happened within and beyond the communities of Allakaket and Alatna. So this figure shows cooperative hunting networks where households that hunted with other households are connected by a red line. This network is less dense than the sharing network, which is to be expected because while most households can share moose meat, even if they just receive it from another household, not all households can go out and hunt for a moose. Again, the size of the square represents the average moose harvest by that household, and the nodes on the side either hunted alone or didn't hunt cooperative, or didn't hunt at all. We documented a lot of cooperation between local households and that local households hunted with other non-local households, whether in Alaska or outside of Alaska. So this slide shows the hunting groups over time from 2011 to 2017, and every cluster of squares represents groups of households that hunted together. And so with these, I want to illustrate how different they all look from year to year. And this was somewhat surprising in that we typically expect consistency over time in these types of networks because we assume that people tend to hunt with the same people from year to year. The fact that these networks are highly dynamic suggests that who a household hunts with in a given year depends on a lot of factors, one of those being the number of potential hunting partners that a household has to draw upon. And this figure is another way to visually understand the data that were presented on the last few slides. It shows the geography of those sharing and cooperative hunting ties. So orange lines are cooperation, while the black lines are sharing relationships, and the thickness of the line indicates the number of those relationships between the communities. So most sharing of moose occurred within the interior, but also extended as far south as Kodiak. Cooperative hunting relationships covered much of Alaska and even some communities in the lower 48. So taken together, these networks show us the hidden social structure of moose production in the communities. And while the large majority of hunting regulations apply to individuals or households, we see clearly that very few households produce wild food in isolation from one another. So finally, I'll show a few results from the survey about the perceptions of the intensive management program. Because this was an interdisciplinary project initiated by a request from the public, we wanted to measure the perception of the program in the communities. So almost all survey respondents, 95%, felt that the project had been successful. And specifically, 88% of respondents indicated that the project had influenced moose populations, 68% said that predator populations were affected, and 51% said the project affected their own households hunting. And a caveat to these findings is that the program was strongly desired by the communities, so the high level of support isn't surprising. However, public perception is an important consideration whenever new management plans or actions are implemented. So in summary, our results showed that Alattna and Allakaket households harvested an average of 18 moose per year, which was much lower than the historical average of 45 moose per year recorded in the late 1990s and early 2000s. We documented large expenditures of time and money by local hunters in pursuit of moose. On average, local hunters spent $1,785 on fuel and traveled 834 miles per moose during the study period. We also observed that moose sharing and cooperative hunting networks are dense, they extend quite far geographically, and that they are highly dynamic from one year to the next. So I'll end with just some conclusions about the broader project. From a biological perspective, the success of the IM program wasn't immediately clear. There were no statistically significant differences in moose calf survival between the treatment and non-treatment areas during the study period, and there was some uncertainty about whether moose numbers increased in the treatment area due to movement of moose to and from surrounding areas. Additionally, moose calf survival in this region was already quite high due to unusually mild winters just prior to and during the study period. It was also unclear whether the reduction in wolves resulted in a change in hunter effort or greater moose harvest in the communities. First, the subsistence portion of the project was an observational study rather than an experimental study, so our inferential power was somewhat limited. Experimental studies are quite rare in community-level social science research because of the myriad influences on the response variable that can't be controlled. In this study in particular, we noted that what constituted hunter effort was very highly context-dependent and culturally and environmentally influenced. And effort metrics such as dollars spent, trips taken, or hours spent hunting mean different things to different hunters. However, the results from this study illustrate some broader points about subsistence in many Alaskan communities. First, that harvesting practices and behaviors are complex and often locally specific. Thus, results from this study are not generalizable to all subsistence users. But from this and other studies of subsistence practices, we've learned that people still highly value subsistence activities, even when those efforts are unsuccessful. And finally, we documented that local people perceived greater moose hunting success and abundance of moose in general, and many attributed those benefits to the implementation of the IM program. And although that wasn't a stated objective of the IM program, this project ended up being an example of a grassroots effort by local people via the Kayakuk Moose Hunters Working Group to address wildlife management challenges. It was the product of cooperation between the department and the public that led to greater trust and hopefully a greater willingness to engage in the process in the future. And with that, I will take any questions you have.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you again for that presentation. I have a question. When you talk to the folks in the village about this IM process, were you part of that group yourself, or you're just getting information from other researchers?
Member Loring, through the chair, yeah, I inherited this project, so as far as like what it was like on the ground during the planning and implementation, I don't have that information. I do believe Tom Paraguay was part of the initial effort, so maybe continue with your question and we can see if we can answer it.
I'm always curious when you have a bar graph that says X number agree and this number doesn't, and whether or not those numbers reflecting people that really know what the program is and know what it's about, or they're just somebody that doesn't know and just says yes or no. And just how accurate those numbers really are. What I'm saying, whether somebody doesn't know what a IM program is, or I might even know what a wolf is, but I wouldn't go that far. But so what do you think about that? You think that those numbers are pretty accurate? Because I'm always curious about how those numbers are developed and how engaged the folks are that you're talking. Because you showed a lot of people, marking off forms. And anyway, go ahead. Thank you.
Through the chair, Member Loring, this is Alita Trainer. In this case, there was, like Jesse said, a very high level of participation, both to lobby the department to take this, to adopt this program, and then also to collaborate with us to design and implement it in a culturally sensitive way. In addition to that, so I would say in that aspect, this project was unique because it really was a grassroots effort. And this interdisciplinary approach required a high level of public engagement. But beyond that, as part of our standard methods, we try never to gather information from people who don't fully understand what they're participating in. It's an unethical research principle to do it that way. And so after tribal consultation has been complete, we also hold community meetings where people can come and ask questions. And then at the beginning of every survey, if we are welcomed into a household, we share a description of the project and discuss it with every respondent before we begin data collection. And often through those conversations, questions will come up, often sometimes misconceptions about the work that we're doing or where it stemmed from, who it was funded by. And so by the time we're actually getting to those questions on the survey, there is I feel very strongly in the informed consent of those respondents.
Okay, appreciate that. So basically you're kind of filtering out some of the information that doesn't pertain to what you're really looking at. So this is then pretty accurate in your view then?
Yes, through the chair again. If there's, as we're administering a survey, sometimes we'll be in a situation where we ask the question, we just read it off the page, and then the response we receive, it's clear that it wasn't understood correctly, and staff are trained to take the time and rewind and make sure that they are fully comprehending the intent of the question. I think that, just looping back to my first point, the responses here I feel pretty confident in because of how engaged those two communities were, and they're quite small as well. And
okay, thank you. That explains quite a bit. That really helps. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jesse. That was a really good presentation. A lot to absorb in this short amount of time. But on page 20, 22, and 23, or 22 and 23, in that upper left-hand corner with those little square dots or squares in a row or columns. Is that something significant? Is that a number that's growing or, it's hard to tell. Does that represent a lot?
Member Barrett, through the chair, are you is this the correct slide that you're referring to?
Yeah, exactly. And the one after.
Okay, and you're asking, is there a significance to those squares or the number
Yeah.
of squares?
I've not seen that represented before in other in other presentations on subsistence.
So for network diagrams, it always pertains to a set community. And so in this case, this is households that were surveyed in the physical communities of Alatta and Nalakakit, plus those who they shared with. And so if we were to, we could opt not to show those isolated households, but it gives you a misleading picture of how big that network is. And so it's just common practice to show all the isolated nodes as well. The reason those are there is because they appeared in the cooperative hunting network as well. So we're looking at all the households that were involved in both sharing and cooperation, but this particular figure is just showing sharing relationships. And so all the ones that didn't share, whether that means receive or give moose, they get pushed to the side.
So I guess you don't have enough data to see if that's growing or shrinking or is stable then.
Ooh, not with this figure. Yeah, this is kind of all the years kind of smushed together. Yeah.
Just one more. So I was kind of curious on your confidence level on huntered effort of your $1,785 or $1,785 to 834 miles with the large margin of errors you had on page 21.
Member Barrett, through the chair, so looking at these error bars, you can see that there was a great deal of variability in that particular metric. Sources of that variability we didn't investigate as part of this study. I can say that, like I said, the fuel cost itself didn't really change, so that's not likely a factor that influenced that metric. It's more likely related to behavioral differences and variability in like how a hunter, went out that particular season. Could be affected by weather, could be affected by, other subsistence opportunities that they were trying to capitalize on as well. So, yeah.
Good, thank you.
Thanks.
Any additional questions? If not, thank you very much. A very nice presentation. We're going to take a lunch break until 1:45. And after, we have two more reports, and then we're going to start on public testimony. So to encourage people who want to testify to get their blue cards filled out prior to that time. And I'll see everyone back here at 1:45. Thanks. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order at 1:48. We're going to go on with some, but before you leave the room, Tom, I wanted to acknowledge that we have a former board member here in the room, Tom Lamal from Fairbanks. Okay. You're going to miss some great stuff. Okay. Okay, thank you, Tom. Okay. Okay, we'll go forth with our Alaska Wood Bison Restoration Project report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Tom Seaton, and I'm the Wood Bison Project Biologist. And sitting next to me here is Luke Rogers, and he's the Assistant Wood Bison Project Biologist. You can find a copy of my presentation in RC4, tab 1.5, if you like. I've been leading this program since 2011, and I'm very grateful for the opportunity to present to you today. And then in the next 20 minutes, I'll provide some history, status of the project. I'll show you some of the Lower Anoka Yukon River's Wood Bison Management Plan and ask for a vote on that. And I'll talk about some progress on the Lower Tanana River Wood Bison Implementation Plan and some about the future of the project. But first, I'd like you to see this very special image on this slide. This is an image of the first known wild-bred, wild-born wood bison calf in Alaska in more than 100 years. It was taken along the Anoka River in the spring of 2016 after wood bison were released there in 2015. And so after years of effort to restore wood bison in Alaska, Fish and Game and a long list of supporters have been rewarded with sites such as these over the last few years. So if we jump into that history, this map represents the range of wood bison over the last 10,000 years, and that's based on hundreds of bones and other physical evidence, written documentation, and Alaska Native oral history. And no doubt this distribution ebbed and flowed over that 10,000 years that it represents. And then hunting technologies advanced, habitat and weather was changing, and wood bison distribution dramatically reduced. And you can see here to what it was about 120 years ago. This one small area is what is now Wood Buffalo National Park. And that conservation-minded folks recognize this disaster, and many people have led to efforts to restore bison over the last 120 years in the north. This map represents northern bison distribution today, and the map extends from Wood Buffalo National Park in the east to the new Anoka Yukon population in the west. If we jump forward to 1993, the late Bob Stevenson was a wildlife biologist working in northeast Alaska, and he kept running into wood bison bones in his travels, and he observed vast amounts of wood bison habitat. And it sparked his curiosity, and he started asking questions and gathering information. He asked questions to many local village elders about wood bison, and it was interesting to find a rich oral history there in the Yukon Flats. And they spoke about things, encounters that they'd had with wood bison in previous generations. He continued to ask those questions to archaeologists and paleontologists, and over years of research, he and many other authors helped document the original range of wood bison in Alaska and Canada. With this information, Fish and Game went to the public and asked if wood bison was something that they wanted restored, and the answer was a resounding yes. Fish and Game wrote a feasibility study and put it out for public comment, and the comments were overwhelmingly supportive and positive. In 1994, the public set the course for the next 30 years of effort, and the grassroots support for the project has been the most important factor in keeping it going through all the challenges. Some people might ask why. Why is there a lot of people that are supportive of this project? Some folks are interested in the conservation of this threatened species. Others want to fill the void that their loss has created in the ecosystem. But most people are focused on the potential benefits to citizens through harvest. The nice thing is that bison and moose coexist very well together, and there's no risk of losing either species when we add bison back into the system. So there are some milestones along the way since '94. Of course, I talked about the '94 feasibility assessment there, and then there was a 2007 environmental review where there was a lot of research in those 13 years about the idea of restoration, and then we checked in again with the public and was told to stay the course for restoration. Then in 2013, we wrote an environmental assessment that set the groundwork for establishing a non-essential experimental population area under the Endangered Species Act. In 2014, the non-essential experimental designation was completed. The state of Alaska and the federal government spent 5 years negotiating a rule that would ensure that the threatened status of wood bison under the Endangered Species Act would never inhibit oil, gas, or mining development in Alaska. Then, not long after, in 2015, there was a wild release into the Innoko, and one small herd was started. And then in 2022, there was a supplemental release on that herd. There's been a lot of local involvement in the wood bison project, and among the immense amount of outreach and education that we do in the wood bison project, in the last 10 years, we've held 9 wood bison planning team meetings that lasted 3 days and were facilitated. Representatives from all the following interest groups are invited, and travel and per diem are paid for non-government attendees. So it starts with the local associated communities, advisory committees are invited, tribes, native corporations, wildlife conservation interests, NGOs, government agencies, regional population centers, and industry, they're all invited. Each interest group has their own priorities, but this process gives them an opportunity to consider their desires in light of all others and work out solutions that have broad-based support. So 3 full days with 30-plus people involved were used to edit the Innoko management plan that we'll talk about here a little bit later, and 9 full days with 30-plus people were used to work on the Lower Tanana implementation plan in 2023 and 24. The resulting plans are recommendations to decision-making bodies such as the Board of Game, Fish and Game, and other agencies and landowners regarding wood bison restoration. So this is kind of the big picture context on this map. You can see the original distribution that I presented earlier in light green. You can see the current wood bison herds in dark green, and you can see the current plains bison herds in dark brown. And you can see the focus areas for new population herds or new potential herds in the hazy dark blue, kind of those dark blue clouds there. I'll talk about the lower Innoko Yukon Rivers herd first, which is the farthest west herd on this map. And then I'll talk about the lower Tanana drainage effort to establish a herd, which is the kind of southwestern dark blue cloud there. So starting with the Innoko herd, it's been out for almost 9 years since the release in 2015. This picture I snapped of a group of 20-plus wood bison while I was collecting fecal samples in September, and they look great and have become part of the landscape along the Innoko River. There are some major successes with this herd. Number one is that they are established and they're reproducing and moving along through time. The second one is that we've successfully anchored them to the intended habitat area. You can see in this annual winter home range map of 7 years of radio locations that more than 99% of the bison all the herd are staying near Grayling, Anvik, Shegelik, and Holy Cross area as was intended. So this graph represents population counts on the Innoko herd. Overall, the Innoko population has declined since release. It has experienced 5 years of growth and 3 years of decline. Of course, births and deaths regulate growth in any population, so let's talk about those. Calving rates have been very good in this population due to the great forage available. Forage available for these guys is both high biomass and high nutrition. The issue is the highly variable survival rate due to highly variable snow conditions. we're learning that ice layers and deep snow is a significant issue for bison in Alaska. The dark bar in 2022 is the yearlings that were released that year. In order to see long-term growth, this population needs better snow conditions. As you heard from Lincoln earlier, this has been a tough time for wildlife and populations of almost all species throughout the region. They've experienced difficult snow conditions and subsequent declines during this same period. In summary, the growth of this herd is highly variable due to highly variable snow conditions that sometimes exceed the limits of the bison. The herd is not growing like many people had hoped. There is a new 10-year management plan put forth by the planning team, of which proposals regarding this new management plan will be submitted to the Board of Game at the next cycle. Today, we request that the Board of Game vote in support and approval of the Lower Anoka River Management Plan and effort. So I'll go into the parts of it here. So the Board of Game unanimously approved an earlier version of this plan in February of 2015. The Lower Anoka Yukon Rivers Wood Bison Management Plan is composed of recommendations to decision-making bodies like the Board of Game based on input from 30 different interest groups described earlier. The plan is really about the desires of the interest groups. Again, the proposals regarding the plan will be submitted to the Board of Game in future cycles. The strength of the Wood Bison Planning Team plans lies in the fact that each interest group considers their desires in the presence of other interest groups doing the same thing. In the end, they come up with an acceptable plan that considers an extremely broad array of perspectives. This plan is a 24-page document available to you in RC 8, but I'll summarize it here. The plan is also available on the department website. So if you Google Alaska Wood Bison Management Plan, you'll go right to it. The following are the management plan goals. And so, of course, the first one is to grow the herd. The second goal is to staff and fund the project. The third goal is to minimize conflicts between humans and bison. The fourth goal is to ensure reasonable land use to access bison. The fifth goal is about manage harvest equitably. And that's where most of the recent changes have happened, and so I'll be illustrating that in the next slide. The sixth goal is to minimize impact of wood bison on other species. The seventh one is to ensure continuing communication among all groups. And the last one is to support the reintroduction efforts, support other reintroduction efforts in other places. So let's get into goal 5 specifically. And this is, like I said, most of the recent changes. So the team is well aware that there is currently no harvestable surplus in the herd, but wanted to have a harvest structure on the books for the future when the herd does provide some harvestable surplus. So some of the important points of goal 5 are that, number 1, the harvestable surplus will be determined by the department. And some of the ways they'll determine it is to make sure that there's at least 100 adults in the population before any harvest occurs. And to make sure that the herd can sustain a harvest of 8 bulls and still have a bull-to-cow ratio of 60 per 100. They recognize that this is an extremely conservative method of harvest, and that's because they wanted to be very conservative with this new population. The hunt would start with 4 locally issued registration permits and 4 drawing permits. If the number of permits increases over time, the drawing permits would increase to a ratio of 80% and 20% locally issued registration permits. The season dates would be set for September 26th to February 14th, and that is intended so that moose harvest and bison harvest don't overlap. About 25% of the drawing permits could go to non-residents, and so how that would work in the first year was that there'd be 1 permit available to non-residents through drawing, and that there would be a strong hunter orientation component to help people understand land status in the area and the ability to donate meat and things like that. Today, it is your option to approve this current 10-year plan. Your vote supports the efforts of this planning team. When it comes to actual harvest regulations, again, the Board of Game will see proposals at the next interior cycle, specifically outlining these harvest prescription recommendations. So on to the Lower Tanana focus area. Here it is in the big picture context again. The Lower Tanana area is, in this context, is essentially Fairbanks to Tanana Village. So here we are zoomed in a little bit, closer with just Alaska and Yukon Territory. The green area is the Lower Tanana Wood Bison focus area. So in order to restore wood bison, we need animals to release. We currently have about 52 captive wood bison in all the state of Alaska. 10 of them are at Lars, UAF Lars, just on the hill above us here, and 42 are at the Alaska Wildlife Conservation Center, which is about 45 miles south of Anchorage on the Seward Highway. We have an agreement with Canada to get surplus bison in even years, so like 24, 26, 28, that sort of thing. And this will include calves in mid-April of this year. The 40 calves imported in mid-April will go to Lars in preparation for the Lower Tanana area. The Canada bison go through intensive health screening to ensure that they are healthy before and after transport. There is also a growing population at AWCC, which is the progeny of bison left behind after the 2015 release. Some of them are too old to be released at this point. And we're working through the public process for wood bison to go to the Lower Tanana drainage. I imagine you'll hear public testimony regarding the process at this meeting. The Lower Tanana planning team met in February, and if all goes well, bison from Lars and AWCC could be barged to the Lower Tanana soft release site as early as this summer. So let's talk about our progress on the implementation plan a bit. Like I said, we're working on this implementation plan. The plan is not ready for presentation of the board in its completed form today. My intent today is to keep you aware of the progress. Many interest groups are supportive and some are not. Values and concerns were raised by some local village interest groups in the last meeting, mostly not specific to wood bisons. Some of those issues included how the state allocates harvest for all species, and that wood bison would be included in that eventually. Land management issues like trespass and crowding on traditional hunting lands, especially during moose season, and process concerns, specifically the process to make the decision to release bison in 2024. So this is the components of the implementation plan that we're working on. So the goals is the first section, and of course the main goal is to establish a herd in the Minto Flats State Game Refuge. There's a background section that outlines all the governing documents through the Endangered Species Act, like the Non-Essential Experimental Population Rule and the environmental assessment. There's a section on the process, which is mostly focused on the 3-day meetings, 9 days of which happened in 23 and 24, with representatives from each interest group. There's a section describing the difference between an implementation and a management plan. The implementation is designed to be pre-release until the population has a harvestable surplus. And the reason for that is that pre-release, you don't know what sort of productivity the population would have, the location where it would settle, or the success of that herd. A management plan is more from when harvestable surplus starts and on. And a lot of folks feel that we jump too far ahead in the Innoko, not knowing productivity, location, and success of the herd before we jumped into a management plan. Now, there's another section on the release area and the potential future habitat. The planning team voted on several locations in the second meeting, and along the Tanana near the mouth of the Kantishna had the most support as a location. The plan goes through the quality and the habitat there, which is excellent. And in the third meeting, some representatives said that voting for a location did not imply approval for the project as a whole. There's also a section on values and concerns for future generations. And since harvest in this experimental herd is not predicted for 20 to 30 years, and many of the values and concerns surround harvest, this section is intended to be a guide for the future people that tackle harvest allocation and other use of wood bison and issues associated with that. This is a map of land ownership in the Lower Tanana and other designations. The state land is in blue. The Minto Flats State Game Refuge is outlined in green, and the proposed release site is represented by the red star. If the state administration provides us with direction to move forward this summer, one of our first orders of business will be constructing a soft release enclosure to hold the bison. We've got plenty of experience with this in the Anoka area, and we usually have a really good time with this. A lot of local people earn wages during this time of fence construction, and we build relationships that last for a really long time. The next step after we have an enclosure built would be the bison would be barged to the site in our specifically made containers. They're old 20-foot shipping containers that have been modified to hold bison. And we've barged bison 3 times in the past with great success. And then next would be once the bison are in the enclosure, they'll be held until they're anchored well. And with some of the areas in Lower Tanana drainage being controversial, we would hold the bison over winter until spring calving and then release them after calving. And that technique would provide the best possible anchoring of the herd to the release location. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was a really good presentation that I've seen again. But you didn't really hit on the amount of effort that the department and Luke mainly on the outreach and education that's been going on with the Lower Anoka and the Lower Tanana involving, letting people know what's going on.
Thanks. Yeah, Luke has been running that side of the project for a couple years now, so I'll leave it to him to talk about it.
All right, Member Barrett through the chair. I'm Luke Rogers, the assistant biologist on the Wood Bison Project. To answer the question, which was the amount of education and outreach that has been done, specifically in the Lower Tanana area regarding a potential release of wood bison there. This mainly came up after our first planning team meeting for this area in early 2023. It was requested by many local representatives that we spend time in the communities sharing information with folks, and not only sharing information that we have about bison, but also learning reciprocity in that case. So in response to that, it became essentially my full-time job this last summer of 2023 to be traveling to communities, organizing events, and doing as much education and outreach about the project as possible. Specific to the Lower Tanana area, I spent 21 days in communities last summer between April and the end of August. And in the greater context, I also spent 33 days in the Yukon Flats communities in that time frame. So between those 2 dates of April to late August, there are 129 days, of which 54 of them were spent in communities sharing information about the Wood Bison Project. For some of the communities in the Lower Tanana, specifically for Nenana, I spent 4 days in the community, including attending the Nenana Agricultural Day, meeting with community members, attending a community gathering in which I prepared wood bison soup for, and meeting with council members and corporation leadership as requested on several occasions. In Minto, I spent 3 days, including spending a full day at the Minto Culture Camp at Old Minto, and spending 2 full days in the Minto Lakeview Lodge, which is in the front of the community there, holding a booth with information and having folks come and go as they please to share about that and provide feedback, whether it's positive or negative. We're open to hearing all of that. I spent 2 days in Manly, including attending a full council and a full corporation meeting talking about the Wood Bison Project. I spent 7 days in Tanana, including attending a community gathering, cooking bison spaghetti, and holding a hide sewing activity so that folks could come try bison, feel bison hide, learn about the biology of them, and ask questions, provide feedback, positive or negative. In Rampart, I also spent 5 days, including visiting the school twice and doing the same community hide sewing and bison spaghetti event. And that concludes what I have written for the education outreach spent this last summer.
Any additional questions, Dave?
Thank you, Tom. I appreciate your report again. I've been following this for a long time, ever since when Bob Stevens was working on it. So when you talked about the villages, which village did you go to in the Yukon Flats? Did you actually spend time in those also?
I'll answer that one through the chair. Yes, all of the communities in the Yukon Flats, I also spent time in this past summer. That was 33 days in total. So I could try to name them all off, but being a little nervous, I might forget one or two. But I did go to each of the communities, a very similar situation. I actually took a boat from the community of Circle all the way down the flats, stopping at each community along the Yukon and taking branches off the Chandalar and the Dronjik Black River as well. Spending time in the schools. I went to 2 culture camps, actually 3 culture camps that summer, and also the same hide sewing and bison spaghetti activity. And those activities are really meant to be, that was in response to the tribes asking us to come and asking how we can engage the most appropriately to get people involved. And activities such as sewing were highly requested, and having food is always a great way to bring people into the community. So that was in response to the requests from the tribes. But yes, the Yukon Flats was also heavily, I spent a lot of time there this summer doing education outreach.
Do you think another follow-up?
Go ahead.
So you talked about having hunter orientation, Tom. Is that just for the non-local people? Are you going to do the same thing for those registration permits? They're going to have to go through that same orientation? Is that for everybody?
I'd have to go back and read the notes specifically on that, but my understanding is that it's mainly for the drawing permit holders, because it's most likely that they would be non-local people, and they may not understand the land ownership status and the ability to connect with local villages to donate meat and things like that, and ways to get around. The hunter orientation was in response to concerns of having non-local people come and do things that might not be socially acceptable locally. And so that's one of the reasons why they recommended, the team recommended a strong hunter orientation program.
One more short one. And thank you. And just one more quick question. You mentioned that you try to set up the hunting season for bison to after the moose season closes, but you still have those winter moose hunts here on the Yukon River. Think there's going to be any kind of conflicts between those hunters and bison and on the Yukon there down towards the Unoco?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you. We looked specifically at Game Management Unit 21E where the bison are, and the moose hunt doesn't start. The fall moose hunt ends the day before the bison season would start. Of course, the Board of Game would decide on the actual season dates. But they recommend to stop the bison hunt before the winter season starts for moose. And the concept, I think, listening to people talk about it, is that there's already a thought that crowding during moose hunting season is too much. And so that's why they want to completely separate bison hunting and moose hunting, which is totally doable. You know, bison are much more designed to be able to hunt in the winter than moose are.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Ryan, did you still have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real briefly, I'll remind Mr. Rogers and Mr. Seaton that we're here for another 8 days, and bison soup's a good idea.
Well, thank you, Ryan. I was going to ask him where the spaghetti was, but go ahead, Stosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Tom and Luke. I have a couple random questions here. First one is, you said in your report your desired bull-cow ratio is 60 to 100. What is the NOCO bull-cow ratio now?
Right now, the Anoka bull-cow ratio varies from year to year, but we're anywhere from 80 bulls per 100 cows to over 100 bulls per 100 cows, so.
Okay, thank you. And I live in Bethel, and it's not that far away, so I flew over last spring just to go look, just to see. I'm very curious, and I noticed they were about 50, 60 miles south of Shagluk area, and that area was definitely had less snow, seemed more wind blowing. Have those bison moved back to their traditional area?
Yeah, thank you, through the chair. Yeah, they have a seasonal movement now, and so we released them all near Shagluk, but they have found that place behind the Russian mountains there that has more wind and has less snow, and they tend to winter down there in the south. It's about 40 miles or so from the release site, and then in the summer they'll work their way back up the Anoka and rut just downstream of Shagluk, where they spend most of the summer, and then as winter comes again, they'll work their way back down to that area. So it's pretty remarkable how they've kind of investigated a lot of their habitat and found good places for different seasons already.
Okay, thank you for that. And then you mentioned also in your report that you expect harvest to be, I think, on the new herd, and it'd probably be similar for the Anoka herd, but 20 to 30 years. Wasn't the Faribault bison herd huntable way much sooner than that, like 10 years or less?
Through the chair, I'd have to look at that. The Faribault herd was placed out there in, I think, 65 and 68, and I don't know when the first hunting started, but my guess is somewhere around 20 years. I have to look that up. I'll look that up and try to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Chair, last question, I guess, is when do wood bison rut?
Late July and early August, through the chair, yeah. So there's some pre-rut activity in June when they're kind of working things out and kind of coming together, but really it's the last week in July and the first week or two in August is when they rut. Yeah, they have a much longer gestation period than a lot of the other ungulates that we work with.
Commissioner.
I'd just like to offer a few perspectives here. First off, wood bison are still clearly in the experimental phase of getting on the landscape. The governor and I went over to Yukon Territories and we visited with their biologists who have that herd that now has been introduced and is providing hunting opportunity in the Yukon. They released those animals in the 1980s. It wasn't until the last 3 or 4 years that they really provided hunting opportunity. I'm optimistic that we're going to basically get our herd to a huntable size, but we're spending a lot of time in deciding on management strategies, on not necessarily knowing whether or not these bison are even going to be able to survive in the landscape. Clearly, the Anoka has different snow conditions than the Yukon. These bison are learning how to deal with snow deeper than they have in the Yukon, but as we're finding out, they're not managing it as well as we expected originally on. I think it's going to take us some time to sort through how bison are going to operate on the Alaskan landscape. That's going to require putting them other places than just the Anoka. Minto Flats is one of those areas. I think Tanana Flats is another one. And I hope that we can get these on the landscape so we can learn, continue to learn. But I hope we're not going to stop all of our efforts to get these animals restored pending a outcome on a harvest sharing agreement before we even have determined whether there's going to be animals on the landscape to get there. So we have a lot to learn. The second thing is that the wood bison rule is under review by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Makes us very nervous as an agency. We fought incredibly hard to get that wood bison rule in there and get the provisions in there that allow problem bison to be removed. They're not going to be critical habitat designated. There's not going to be provisions if somebody actually removes one, if it becomes a public safety concern or something else, that they're not taking an endangered animal. We're watching this very carefully, but there's, as we watch this play out, we want to make sure that the 10J rule is only modified to allow for an expanded area where we could reintroduce these rather than changes to the actual rule provisions. So I just want to leave you with the fact that I support what we're trying to do with the Anoka range right now. We have agreement there, but I hope that we don't end up having, before we release any more wood bison landscape, we have to go through this protracted harvest sharing agreement for something that may not even work on the landscape over time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any additional questions? If not, I would like to have a motion from a board member to endorse the Anoco Management Plan and Lower Tanana Implementation Plan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I do that, I would just like to put on the record that I was highly involved with the Lower Anoco Plan. And I told the team members there because they thought I was a Board of Game member and I would just rubber stamp something. And there are several members from that team in here. I did get quite involved in negotiations and participation, and so I just like to put that on the record. We didn't vote in Lower Anoco. We didn't take any votes. We just came to agreements. And so it's my understanding that, I could participate in accepting a management plan on those bases. And if you think that's correct, I'll move and make a motion that we accept the Lower Anoco management plan for wood bison.
Yeah, that motion is that we endorse it.
Or endorse it.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Any discussion on endorsing the management plan?
I'll just put on the record that, there was a lot of effort and work put into this. There, came to basically agreements with all stakeholders involved. And, we'll see what the future holds for this. So I'm in support of it.
Okay, Dave?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in support also. I know that not only the local stakeholders, but big groups of sportsmen put a lot of money, time, and effort into keeping those animals at the center there by Whittier, and making those animals available to transport. And so it's a really big picture that I just want to support that whole effort. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any additional discussion? If not,
Call the question.
Question's been called. Christie, would you pull the board on?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on endorsing the Lower Anoco Wood Bison Management Plan. Mr. Hoffman?
Yes.
Mr. Cooney?
Yes.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes.
Mr. Loring?
Yes.
Ms. Cusack?
Yes.
Mr. Fletcher?
Yes.
Chairman Burnett?
Yes.
That motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, and thank you for your report. And we are looking forward to bison soup and spaghetti and et cetera, just teasing, but, but sort of. Okay, the next reports are on interior and eastern Arctic Dall sheep status. You just go ahead with that. Okay, by the way, I think we have another former board member in the audience. Maybe Pete Bust might be here. I see him in the back there. Thank you for coming.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, lady and gentlemen of the board. My name is Brad Winling, and I am a Dall sheep researcher based out of the Fairbanks office. Joining me today to my right is Dr. Tom Loheis. Tom is the Dall sheep research biologist based out of Anchorage, and he's also the research coordinator out of Region 2. So, and I'm going to be a little bit long-winded today, but please bear with me. I have a lot of information to talk about. But to start off with, Dall sheep are the northernmost species of mountain sheep in North America. The severe Arctic and subarctic conditions have placed unique constraints on these mountain ungulates. Now, the distribution of Dall sheep within Alaska are found within 8 mountain ranges. Starting with the north, we have larger populations within the Brooks Range. Here within the interior of Alaska, we have some smaller populations within the White Mountains and the Yukon-Tanana uplands, larger populations south of town here throughout the Alaska Range. As we keep moving south, the Talkeetna and Chugach Mountains, some larger populations within Wrangell St. Elias, and small populations on the Kenai. Now, the distribution of Dall sheep also extends throughout Canada, specifically northern British Columbia, Yukon Territory, and Yukon and Northwest Territories. Now, to begin with, I was kind of going to go through, when we're thinking about management, it's important to kind of understand the life history of these sheep. So we're going to go through a year of the life cycle of a sheep, starting with the rut. Now, the rut takes place mid-November to mid-December. There's a dominance hierarchy with these sheep based on the age, body mass, and the horn size. This period of the rut, it consists of coursing, courting, chasing, fighting, and tending ewes. Female Dall sheep become sexually mature at about 18 months, but their reproduction is related to their overall nutrition and overall body condition at that time. This period of time is very energetically expensive for the males, and sometimes it's costly to non-receptive females if they're being harassed, and their fatigue may happen as the rut progresses. If the female does conceive and they are in good enough body condition, they will have a gestation period of about 171 days. Coming out of the rut, we're going into winter habitat use. Now, the winter range is the limiting factor for Dall sheep populations. Winter is defined by the needs of finding available forage to slow the rate of weight loss, yet be able to escape predators if needed. Sheep are generally limited to foraging areas with less than 30 centimeters of snow. That's about a foot for us Americans. And patterns of diet selection can be affected by as little as 10 to 15 centimeters of snow. They do not spend a lot of time digging or cratering. Icing events can prevent them from accessing feed. Therefore, they are dependent on high winds to blow ridges and slopes free of snow. Dried sedges and grasses and even documentation of lichen use is part of the diet during this time. Now, coming out of the winter and with the onset of spring, we come into the lambing period. Generally, the lambing period is from mid-May to mid-June. While there is some variability between years, the majority of the births are likely to happen to be between May 17 and May 24. When it is time to give birth, the females will leave the ewe group that they are in and seek a solitary area and rugged terrain for birthing. Sheep have singletons, and they're pretty small. They weigh between 3.2 kilograms and 4.1 kilograms. At the time of birth, lambs are very precocious. The ewes will remain with the lamb, nursing frequently for about 1 to 2 days before rejoining their nursery groups. I want to point out here that this period of time when a ewe has a lamb at heel, this lactation period is energetically more expensive than the gestation time that they came out of. Therefore, there's this balancing act of finding this high-quality forage and safety from multiple predators on the landscape, including wolverines, eagles, coyotes, wolves, and bears. The first month and year of life for a sheep is hard. As biologists, we often use lambs per 100 ewes as a measure of population productivity. These ratios can be highly variable from year to year based on predation and stochastic weather events such as flooding, icing, and avalanches. The department has conducted several lamb mortality studies in the past, and the primary source of mortality varies by year and by mountain range. For example, a predecessor of mine, Steve Arthur, did a lamb mortality study in the Brooks Range, and he showed that drowning was a primary cause of mortality in one of the 2 years of his study. Steve Arthur and Brad Scott both independently conducted some lamb mortality south in the Alaska Range, and found that, and both of those researchers found that coyotes were the main source of predation within the Alaska Range. During Steve's 5-year study,
The survival of lambs ranged from 15 to 63%. Thomas conducted some lamb survival work, lamb survival studies down in the Chugach Mountains, and as a generality, roughly 1/3 of the lambs would survive, 1/3 would succumb to some sort of predation, including eagles and bears, and another 1/3 would die succumb to some sort of accident, or rather rock slides, avalanches. Now in the top right, what I have here is a generalized mortality curve. And generally, once a sheep makes it through its first year of life, their survival greatly increases. In general, about 85% survival to 1 year to the next until they start getting out to the age 8, where mortality starts to accelerate. But they are still susceptible to extreme weather events and periodic predation during this time. So coming out of the lambing period and going into summer habitat use, summer consists of repeated feeding and ruminating bouts as they need to replenish their body reserves and put on enough fat to do it all over again. Sheep are often sexually segregated at this time, and they seek out forage in the early phenological stages when levels of crude protein and digestibility are high. So it's often referred to as like riding the green wave. So as green up happens on the mountain, it moves up the slope of the mountain, and things will green up first on the southern and western aspects, and green up later on the eastern and northern aspects. So they're constantly following the early green up. There'll be frequent visits to mineral licks during this period of time, but still, the whole time it's a trade-off between high-quality forage and escaping any sort of predators. And one other thing I'd like to touch on here is recent work has started to demonstrate that the forage quality is a function of the appropriate summer temperatures and precipitation. Okay, so with that, approaching peak body condition, we're transitioning into the anthropogenic interactions, which for us would be the fall hunting seasons, roughly from August 10 to September 20th. Now, I do not need to tell this group here, Alaska's hunting regulations are complex, but as a generality, starting in about the 1950s and to the 1978, we're generally operating under a 3/4 curl harvest strategy. We began to get a little bit more restrictive, and again, things were implemented not uniformly across the states, a little bit of a patchwork, but roughly from 1979 to 1983, we're under a 7/8 curl harvest strategy. And then from roughly about 1984 to present, we have gone into a full curl harvest strategy. Now, the definition of full curl is a sheep, as viewed down the center of the axis of the helix, has grown through 360 degrees of curl. That sheep is 8 years old or older, or that sheep is classically called double broomed, which is defined within our regulations, meaning both lamb tips are missing. So any of those 3 criteria under full curl, you have a legal sheep. So how did we get to this full curl strategy? Why the full curl strategy? So Val Geist, he was a longtime sheep researcher based out of Canada. In the late 1960s, he postulated this dominance mortality hypothesis. And what that is that the male survivorship is lower because of the rigors of the rut, the rutting stress. And therefore, by removing large males, you increase the mortality on immature rams because of their increased participation in the rut. Now, I want to point out that the dominance mortality hypothesis, and specifically the effects of ram population structure on rutting behavior and success, has never been directly tested on individual animals. But in the late 1970s and the early 1980s, a predecessor of mine, Wainheimer, did a lot of work, observational work, at mineral licks within the Alaska Range and Game Management Unit 20A. This work was before the advent of VHF collars and a lot of the tools that we have available to us as biologists today. But the conclusions of that work was at a period of time that we were under a 3/4 curl harvest strategy, that the heavy harvest of those rams was resulting in the accelerated mortality of the younger age rams in that population. And further, it was postulated that because of that harassment of these immature rams participating in the rut at a younger age, that the productivity of those ewes was diminished. Now, this full curl, as we began to, this hypothesis appealed to a lot of hunters, and the Board of Game began to enact more and more restrictive horn curl regulations. But I want to point out there's a disagreement and uncertainty with the dominant mortality hypothesis. Ed Murphy, who is a longtime wildlife professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, looking at demographic and population performance in adjacent hunted and unhunted areas, was not able to detect any sort of difference in population performance. Ken Witten, who is a longtime researcher with the department, re-examined the Alaska Range data sets and concluded that improving weather conditions, not more restrictive horn curl regulations, were responsible for increasing populations in Game Management Unit 28 study areas. Nonetheless, we are left with a full curl harvest strategy that is inherently conservative. Full curl, on average, it takes a ram up to 8 years of age, and to harvest that segment of the population is inherently small, making it very, very difficult to harvest at detrimental rates. So I'll go through these kind of quick. You know, our current management strategies in the state, we have a combination of general season, draw, and registration hunts. And for the most part, we are operating under a full curl harvest strategy, with the exception of a handful of registration and draw hunts that operate under alternate strategies such as any ram hunts. Switching gears into some of the harvest statistics. Harvest tickets for sheep were first issued in 1962. Between 1962 and 2023, the average number of sheep harvested each season has been 985 animals, with a range of 336 to 1,454. We have broke the record 4 consecutive hunting seasons in a row with a harvest of 629 in 2020, 487 in 2021, 424 in 2022, and the last I looked in our reports, we're at 336 sheep have been reported harvested to date this year. Now, comparing current harvest to the long-term average is confounded because early harvest happened before NILCA, thus more area was open to hunting. Also, some areas that have gone from general harvest to draw hunts, thus limiting opportunities. Certain areas of the state have been closed by the Federal Subsistence Board and the state. And lastly, hunter participation has decreased. However, the department's summer survey data, as well as anecdotal reports from hunters, suggest that we have experienced some substantial level of population decline in many ranges across the state. Furthermore, discussions with our colleagues in British Columbia, Northwest Territory, and the Yukon Territories indicate that thin horns have experienced declines similar in magnitude across the range. Excuse me. The next figure that I'm showing you is just total hunter participation over time. And on the x-axis, starting in 1977, we just have year. And on the y-axis that we have total number of hunters. Between 1980 and 2000, we averaged roughly 31 hunters per year. And then the subsequent 20 years from 2001 to 2022, we have averaged about 2,500 hunters per year. So about 600 hunters less per year than the previous 20. The next figure I want to show you is the relationship between total hunters and harvest. And this is so again, on the x-axis, we have the total number of hunters. On the y-axis is the total number of sheep harvested. And so what it shows here is there is some sort of positive relationship between the amount of hunters on the landscape and the overall sheep harvest in a given year. And lastly, in the statistics, I'm just showing you the percent success rates. The orange line on top represents the non-residents, and the blue line represents residents, percent on the y-axis and year on the x-axis. You can see a decreasing trend in both of them as we moved into more restrictive horn curl regulations. Those success rates have largely stabilized until the last few years as we've gone into some population lows. I'll just point out it's for everyone that for a non-resident hunter, they are required to hire a guide unless they are hunting with a relative within second degree of kindred, and the guided hunters have historically had higher rates of success. Through most of the state, managers have established minimum count areas for sheep. These traditional count areas are necessarily small relative to the geographic area of an entire game management unit. Data are not corrected for snow cover, shadows, sun angle, or observer experience, or any one of a number of things that can affect how many animals we see and count. Therefore, I want to stress that when staff are providing you a population estimate, what it is, in fact, is a crude population index and in no way a measure of absolute abundance. However, with that said, most areas counted have experienced a 50 to 70% decline since the most recent highs. So these declines are true for both hunted and hunted populations. Our counterparts at the National Park Service, although they use a different methodology for enumerating sheep, they have reported that their populations are down in Denali National Park by approximately 50%, throughout the Brooks Range 40 to 70%, and we don't have at the time I made this slide, I didn't have the current data from Wrangles, but it appears that they have experienced a pretty steep decline as well. And lastly, a little moment of levity here, the power of AI. These declines are not confined to Alaska. These declines are of similar magnitudes have been reported by my counterparts, and as I say again, in British Columbia, the Yukon Territories, and the Northwest Territories, suggesting that the drivers of the population are more continental in scale. Literature supports that in many cases, extreme winter conditions result in a carryover effect where low pregnancy rates and poor body condition persist for at least an additional year after stressful conditions are experienced. Female sheep handled and sampled between 2012 and 2014 in the Chugach and Talkeetna Mountains ranges evidenced poor body condition and record low population pregnancy rates of 18 to 44% in some of those years. For reference, most healthy ungulate populations see consistent pregnancy rates of 85 to 100%. Poor lamb production during 2012 to 2014 was also exacerbated by poor adult survival in those winters of 2019-2020 and 2020-2021. As stated earlier in the talk, mortality curves for Dall sheep have been published by multiple researchers, and in general, mortality is low for sheep ages 2 to 8. However, overwinter mortality rates in collared animals in some areas were much greater than expected during both those winters. In the winter of 2019-2020, 34% of all radio-collared sheep in the Talkeetna Mountains died from a variety of causes ranging from avalanches to predation, diseases, falls, and malnutrition. During the winter of 2020-2021, 19% of all collared sheep, including 23% of the collared rams in the Talkeetnas, also died from the same causes. Similar declines were noted in aerial surveys and other game management units. For reference, data from radio collared sheep in the Chugach, Wrangell, and Talkeetna Mountains between 2008 till present show that in most winters, overall adult survival rates are between 88 and 92%. This is similar to what Steve Arthur reported in the Brooks Range with annual survival rates of 77 to 88%. And Steve also had some work in the Alaska Range where they were showing adult survival in the 85% range. Poor lamb production and overwinter survival was not limited to populations south of the Alaska Range. Kumi Rattenberry reported that lamb production was negatively related to the annual timing of the end of the continuous snow season and was near zero in Arctic areas in 2013. The 2013 event was also associated with an approximate 40 to 70% decline in overall sheep numbers in Arctic areas, indicating adult survival was also impacted. That said, population cycles have occurred before. For example, in Murray's book, Wolves of Mount McKinley, he speaks of robust sheep numbers in the park until a drastic die-off associated with record snowfalls in the late 1920s and early 1930s. In the 1940s, wildlife managers of the time had substantial concern about declining sheep numbers in the Talkeetna and Chugach Mountains. A more contemporary example was observed in Game Management Unit 20A here south of town. 20A has a long history of hunting use both by guided and non-guided hunters. So in this figure, I'm using harvest in Game Management Unit 20A as a crude measure of population size. Sheep populations and harvest in this game management unit was high until a weather-related population decline during the winter of 1992 and 1993. Managers chose to keep this hunt structured as general harvest open to both residents and non-residents. Now, although it took on the order of 15 to 20 years to rebuild, sheep populations and harvest returned to pre-decline levels, peaking in 2016 until the recent population decline. There is concern that with a warming environment in Alaska, we may be witnessing a paradigm shift in Dall sheep densities. The Arctic is warming at twice the rate of lower latitudes, and temperatures are predicted to rise by 3 to 6 degrees Celsius, that's 5 to 11 degrees Fahrenheit by 2080. Recently published literature suggests that adult sheep survival is negatively associated with increased wintertime freeze-thaw events. Furthermore, there is evidence for increased shrubification in the alpine with warm temperatures, which would decrease the amount of suitable habitat for Dall sheep, leading to decreased carrying capacity in many ranges. With that, I'm going to shift gears a little bit and go into some of the research that's going on out of Region 3. And so the first project I'm going to talk about is assessing Dall sheep horn morphometrics as a management tool. This project was started in 2016, and I have multiple people have helped out throughout the state, but a special shout out to Mr. Joe Want in the back of the room, who has been a joy and a privilege to get to know him over the last 8 years. We started this project in 2016. The impetus of this project was a paper that came out in 2003 by an author named Coltman. Now that paper, the Canadians for many years, for going back almost 40 years, at the time of their compulsory sealing, would collect additional data at the time. Specifically, they would collect distance between annulus. And so some conclusions that they came out with that paper was by having a selective harvest strategy where they were under a 4/5 quarter curl harvest strategy, that over evolutionary time, that by selecting for those fast-growing rams, you're having slower-growing rams on the mountain. So, or it would take sheep longer to grow into that legal class. Other papers have come out that still, that there's contradicting evidence on that, and I don't really want to go into that, but so that was part of the evidence to start collecting additional data. And the other part of why we want to do this is one of the things that we'd often hear from the hunting public is that we were harvesting all these sheep as soon as they became legal each season. So at the time of when we started sealing sheep in 2006, the only data we would really collect, we would get an age, a total horn length, and a base circumference for each sheep. So we wanted to start collecting some additional data at the time of sealing. Specifically, we want to start catching up with our Canadian counterparts and measure the distance between annulus, or between annuli. And then, but we were going to try to do something unique, which is we would try to quantify the degree of curl for each horn collected. So therefore, we'd be able to examine the relationship between degree of curl and age, and the relationship between degree of curl and horn length. And lastly, what we want to do was to estimate the proportion of rams harvested that would have been legally available for harvest in previous hunting seasons based on degree of curl. So for our methods, like I said, we started in 2016, and we've gone through this year in 2023, predominantly out of the Fairbanks, Palmer, and Anchorage offices. We have measured and photographed approximately 2,500 rams that were harvested statewide, which is roughly about 60% of the harvest each season. We didn't collect any data in 2020 because of the COVID outbreak. So again, the data that we gathered, we quantified the age, total horn length, total degree of curl, length between annulus segments, degree of curl by annulus segments for each horn. Now, our predecessors had a similar data set that was collected in taxidermy shops between 1968 and 1970, again, a period of time where under three-quarter curl harvest strategies that we'd be able to make some comparisons to. So what this figure shows is it depicts what the data is. So if you go down to the 2-year annulus, where you have it marked, at that point in time, that horn has gone through 106 degrees of curl, 2 years old, and it's 8.9 inches. I changed it out of metric for everybody. So at year 3, we're 193 degrees of curl, 15.9 inches, and so on and so on. And you can see that this sheep grew into a legal ram at age 6, where it was 390 degrees of curl, 32.1 inches, and wasn't harvested until it was into his 8th year of life. So the first results I want to show you, this was, like I said, that we had a data set that we could compare it to. These were the sheep that were harvested under a three-quarter curl harvest strategy between 1968 and 1970. And as you would expect, with a less restrictive horn curl requirement, that distribution of the age harvest was mostly those sheep that were between, the bulk of the harvest were sheep that were between 4 and 7 years of age. So the next histograms I'm showing you, the histogram on the left was the one the older data set, three-quarter curl harvest strategy. The histogram on the right from 2016 to 2023, as we're in predominantly full curl harvest strategy, you can see that we've shifted the structure of the age structure of the harvest, with the bulk of the sheep being 7 years or greater. Now this figure it's a little busy, but I'm going to go through it a little bit slow. So what this is a percentage of sheep harvested as a function of the number of seasons they were legally available to be harvested under a full curl regulation solely for the year of 2016. So when we look at the column 0, what column 0 represents is of those sheep that we measured, 21% of those rams were legally harvested on criteria other than 360 degree of curl. So they were either double broomed, they made it on age, but not degree accrual, or there was a chance they were one of the sheep that were legally harvested in any ram hunt. What column 1 represents is in 2016 of those sheep that we measured, 23% of those sheep, 23% of that harvested sheep that year were taken the first year that sheep grew into 360 degrees accrual. So it became legal that summer and it was taken that fall. What column 2 represents is 36% of the sheep harvested were legally available at least one previous hunting season based on 360 degrees accrual. So they made it through a previous hunting season, they made it through the rigors of the rut and into the next hunting season before they were harvested. And so on and so on. Column 3, they made it through 2 previous hunting seasons. So what that shows us is on a statewide level, when we're looking at this at a broad scale, in 2016, 56% of the sheep that were harvested were legally available for harvest based on 360 degrees accrual at least one previous hunting season. And again, I want to stress that this is very conservative because of the sheep that were harvested in that column 0. We don't know how many years that sheep may have been double broomed on the mountain, and we can't account for any natural mortality that has taken place during that time. So if I pool all the data together, like I said, we have data from 2016 to 2023 on a broad statewide basis. Well, if I lump everything together, between 54 and 60% of the sheep harvested were legally available at least one previous hunting season. Now, since this is a Region 3 talk, we kind of bring these results into a little bit of a finer scale. And what I want to point out, typically about 70% of the statewide harvest comes out of Region 3, and predominantly from 4 areas, up in the yellow polygons, up in the Brooks Range, and Game Management Unit 19C in the Alaska Range, Game Management Unit 20A, and Northern Wrangles and Game Management Unit 12. And so I just went through, and I won't go through this in great detail, but if I look at those, and again, I want to point out, I keep using like escapement, and that is not a term that we really use in wildlife. I have just shamelessly stolen that from my fisheries counterparts because it makes sense and it's easy to convey that. But so a non-official term of escapement rates, we see some variability throughout those major areas. Game Management Unit 20A, they've ranged between 35 and 57%. Game Management Unit 12, 41 to 65, and 19C in the Brooks are roughly mid-50s to mid-80s, mid-70s. So kind of to conclude with that project, so most of the research examining the effects of selective harvest on mountain sheep has focused primarily on growth rates. That is total length, growth segments, and horn volume, while the vast majority of North American sheep hunting harvest strategies are based on some defined minimum degree accrual. We demonstrated that between 2016 and 2023, under predominantly full accrual hunting harvest strategy, 57 to 66% of harvested rams were available for harvest at least one previous hunting season after obtaining 360 degrees accrual. This data supports our contention that the full accrual strategy is conservative. Further, our data does not account for any natural overwinter mortality, much of which happens post-rut. The notion that our mountains are void of mature rams on the landscape during the post-hunting season rut was simply not true over the course of our study. The estimated removal rate of mature rams measured during these years in Alaska was similar to the rates reported by Coltman et al. In 2003, where they reported approximately 40% of the bighorn rams available for harvest over a 30-year plus period of time frame was taken. Despite that level of mature ram harvest at Ram Mountain, the population more than doubled over the course of their work, strongly suggesting that that level of harvest was not having an adverse impact on population dynamics. bear with me, we're getting there. So, okay, so that was the first research project, and we're shifting gears, and we just launched a very large-scale project in the Brooks Range titled, that I'm taking the lead on. So it's a Brooks Range Sheep Ecology Project. And so we just got started on this, and so the blue polygon represents the mountain range throughout the Brooks Mountain Range. And with the west, out on the west side, and that red hashed in the western Bears is an area that's been closed to hunting, I believe, since roughly 2013. Closed under concerns for the low populations, when the western Bears are probably a little bit more marginal habitat. But with that closure, we have no evidence that that has aided in population recovery. As we move to the east, the large green polygon is Gates of the Arctic National Park, which is closed to all hunting, except for those that are federally qualified. The mountains are bisected by the Hall Road, and within 5 miles on either side of that Hall Road is restricted to bow and arrow only, and non-motorized walk-in. The first red polygon that you see is where we have established a minimum count area back in, we started in 2002. And the far polygon is to the east, is the Eastern Brooks Range Sheep Management Area, which is another area that's closed to everyone unless you're a federally qualified subsistence hunter. So just looking at the current populations and trajectories in that minimum count area that we have, these data indicate that populations in the central Brooks Range were largely stable until the winters of 2013 and 2014, where we started to experience a decline. We rebounded slightly and then decreased to a low but relatively stable state since 2018. We had very low land production in 2014, and we know from some federal surveys that 2012 and 2013 were very poor land production as well. So the purpose of this research was to examine the potential impacts of the full curl harvest strategy. One, in the short term, what does it mean for energetics and overwinter survival? And in the long term, what's the long-term potential ramifications? Are there any genetic ramifications? What are the effects on overall population dynamics and population fitness? So the experimental design is this is a 3-year study, and what we wanted was 2 study areas with varying harvest intensity. So, and the idea was to go in and capture and both mark with a GPS collar and get a genetic mark from sub-full curl rams and use in 2 study areas, and then follow those sheep throughout the life of the GPS collars. So therefore, we want to additionally, what we will attempt to do is DNA sample the remainder part of the population through fecal collections at the time of observations. And at the time of compulsory sealing, we will be able to grab a piece of DNA tissue from the skulls that are brought into us from one of the 2 study areas. So just to kind of zoom in, reorient everybody, the salmon collared minimum count survey, which we call our treatment study area, which is open to hunted. And then the southeast portion of Gates of the Arctic National Park, the yellow polygon is where we're focusing our 2 study areas. So that would serve as a control and non-hunted area. And that's just zoomed in a little bit more. Really, most of the sheep that we have collars out are kind of to the east of the North Fork of the Koyukuk and that northeast portion of the yellow polygon. So the questions that we have is, the research questions that we're looking into is, under a full curl harvest strategy, are there differences in the health of the sheep between the 2 different study areas? We're going to look at what is the survival, recruitment, and population growth between the 2 study areas. Do the sheep move more? Are there more energetic costs, like during the hunt or during the hunting season in the area where we have a general season hunt? And lastly, we want to look at, what is the reproductive contribution of these immature rams in the two differently managed areas? So with this study, we should gain an improved understanding of Dall sheep ecology. We'll develop survivorship curves of rams and ewes under 2 different harvest regimes. We will establish a better understanding of the reproductive contribution of subfull-curl rams. Get some really baseline stuff that we don't have for the ram component sheep population, such as home range size, movement rates, dispersal, habitat selection, habitat youth, group size dynamics, and with our marked animals, we'll be able to improve upon our minimum count surveys by developing some siteability correction factors. As schedule and timing, we began deployment of collars in June of 2023, where we captured 25 rams in each of the 2 study areas and attached a GPS collar. In about 10 days, we are going up to capture and put 30 U collars out in each of the 2 study areas. This summer, we will begin our try to estimate siteability correction factors and begin more intensely collecting the DNA samples. So just a couple pictures. I know I've been long-winded, but we started on the state side, the treatment side on June 7th. We did our captures between June 7th and June 11th, and you can kind of, just looking at the mountains that period of time, everything still very mottled, not very much green up. The sheep that we're handling there, you see they're still pretty skinny, haven't shed out. Because of permitting delays, we weren't able to go over to the park side until about 3 weeks later, but what a change 3 weeks in the mountain looks like. The snow is gone, it's green up, the sheep had shed out, and they were starting to plump up a little bit. And before I go into this, I want to say, we started this project, and Dr. Loheis, we've also secured another chunk of funding to replicate this study design in the Alaska Range. So it's going to happen the same place in Game Management Unit 20A and Denali National Park. So we're going to have 2 treatments and 2 controls going on simultaneously. The level of investment in sheep research in the state is absolutely unprecedented. But I do want to say, so this project was in a planning stages for more than 6 years. During that time, collaborations were built with biologists from both the National Park Service and the university. A substantial investment, over $1 million, was made by the state to move forward with this critical research in 2022, with a plan to begin deploying collars in 2023. In July of 2022, the Federal Subsistence Board, over objections from the state, implemented a closure of sheep hunting on federal lands in Game Management Unit 24A and federal lands west of the Sag River in 26B. The Federal Subsistence Board relied heavily on an analysis provided by the Office of Subsistence Management that was severely flawed and flagrantly omitted peer-reviewed literature such as the Witten, Murphy, and Coltman papers mentioned earlier in the talk. This closure disrupted our experimental design by closing approximately 25% of our treatment study area, which was specifically chosen because it encompasses our long-term minimum count area. Despite inquiries, we have yet to receive an explanation of specifically how, that is, what biological mechanisms, that closing hunting to old age male classes would aid in overall population recovery. This is concerning because recognized scientific principles predict this type of hunting strategy should have little impact on reproduction and should be largely compensatory. Furthermore, it is unclear to us how closing this area to the harvest of mature rams while continuing to allow harvest of ewes from the same population is biologically defensible, as we are unaware of any recognized scientific principle that would support this decision as optimal in aiding population recovery. It is my understanding that the Federal Subsistence Board will be reconsidering extending this closure. This closure caused substantial damage to the department study and diminishes the ability of the state to gather important scientific information relevant to management. More importantly, the Federal Subsistence Board action impedes the state's ability to address stakeholder concerns and potentially address concerns or refine management. While we are not ready to share results from this study, currently 6 of the 25 rams that were captured inside the park are currently living outside the park boundaries. Therefore, the closed area and even the seemingly large federal conservation units in Alaska are not large enough to encompass entire sheep populations. The larger purview of the state is necessary to effectively manage and conserve natural resources across the complex mosaic of land ownership throughout the state. And after I said that, I do have some collaborations. Like I said, guys at my level, we've built a good team that we hope we can bring you some very good results in the near future. Dr. Josh Schmidt, Matt Sormuth Park, and Eric Wald. Dr. Greg Breed at the university is mentoring a graduate student that we've recruited, Boomer Hesley. We're pretty excited about him. And Drs. Kimberly Beckman and Annette Rogue with the department. It's a big team, and Tom will be co-PI on the Alaska Range when we replicate that study. I really thank you all for your attention. I know that was very long, but I will be happy to let Tom answer any questions that you have.
Okay, before we ask Tom any questions, I have to mention that you didn't translate kilograms to pounds for us with the lamb weight.
Again.
But go ahead,
I
Commissioner.
just want to acknowledge the contributions that Wild Sheep Foundation Safari Club have made to this effort. They have auctioned off tags, and the money that's been coming to the department has been matched with PR funds, and we have really stepped up our game on sheep to be able to fund this kind of work that these guys are doing. So that wouldn't have been possible without their contributions to the department and the Fish and Game Fund. So this is not only answering questions for big game hunting, it's also answering questions that are necessary for subsistence hunting across the state. So
Thank you. Questions from board members? Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brad kind of took my question there at the end, but I think it's still worth repeating. Currently with the very low pregnancy rates and being extremely low, why do you believe other wildlife managers are allowed to harvest ewes or are allowing the harvest of ewes? And is that sustainable or a continued viability of a resource?
Member Brett, through the chair, I'm unaware of any other situation where we have a declining population that we were trying to change the trajectory where we would advocate for harvesting of females.
Additional board member questions? Go ahead, James.
Hey, thank you. Hey, so appreciate all the time and effort you put into putting, these briefings together. It's not lost on, I think, anybody hearing this, that putting these briefings together takes a lot of time as well and takes you off the mountain at a time when you could be out there doing field work as well. So thank you very much for doing that, because this helps us make a lot of tough decisions. One of the questions that I had was, so are any of the federal partners that you guys are working with, are they doing any kind of sheep surveys similar to what the state's doing? I specifically on federal lands, I'm sorry, that's what I should have said.
Member Cooney, through the chair. So one of the collaborators I point out, Eric Wald, they've developed a technique that's called distance sampling without getting into it, but the national parks have been intensely surveying the park units, the hard park units. I am not as aware of U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and ANWR if that is going on. So.
No, that answers the question. Thank you. And then just one follow-up, if I may. If you can go back to the, I think it was your escapement data slide, and you got to forgive me here, I got to flip back to it myself. I don't remember which slide it was, but essentially, the question I had was from the data you received from 2016 to 2023, where you're measuring annuli horn length and then also the angles. Was there any correlation that you found between that data set or those years that correlated to years of bad weather when it came to growth or angle? And it's okay if we're just not there yet analyzing that data, but I'm just curious if there were bad winters in there that we were able to correlate, maybe a difference in the growth or the angle at all.
Member Cooney, through the chair, that's a very good question. The final analyses we are taking place, we're getting into those, and that is one of the things that we're looking at. Joe can probably speak better to this. He has been plotting some of this out. I guess I'm not ready to go on record and say we see something. There's a lot of variability between those ranges, but that is something we'll absolutely look at, and the next time I have the opportunity to speak before here. But it's something we will definitely look into, and it's one of the objectives that we want to do is see if we could correlate that into like snow depths and stuff and variation. But it's an excellent question.
No, that's great you're looking at it. That's really all I wanted to know, so thank you.
Yeah.
Any additional questions from board members? Seeing none, thank you. I think you talked enough to take care of all the questions. But with that, we're going to take a break here in a minute, but go ahead, Ryan, first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, I failed to mention, when we had Tom Paraguay up earlier today, we also have Tim Peltier in the audience, and he'll be here for a few days. He's the regional supervisor for Region 4. If there's any additional Mulchatna questions.
Thank you, Ryan. After our break, we're going to go to public testimony. And so anyone in the audience who hasn't signed up and wants to, and then we'll go public testimony until 5 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, Annie, are you ready? Okay, I'm going to call the Board of Game meeting back to order. The board has called for public testimony on proposals before us this meeting. We appreciate the interest and concern of everyone who will testify during the public hearing, as well as those who took the time beforehand to submit written materials. There's a handout on the table in the back titled Guidelines for Public Testimony that provides useful information on testifying. As I mentioned earlier today, anyone wishing to testify must sign up by filling out one of the blue cards located at the staff table at the back of the room and hand it to the board staff at the table by the meeting room entrance on my left. Be sure the blue card is legible and completely filled out so that both your name and your area of interest, your topic, or the proposals you are concerned about can be identified by board members. When completing the blue card to sign up to testify, please refer to the proposal you are addressing by its proposal number and indicate if you are testifying for yourself or for an organization or for both. Advisory Committee and Regional Advisory Council representatives should indicate they will testify at the beginning or the end of public testimony or later in the meeting, and if they will testify for themselves as well as the Advisory Council. Advisory Committee representatives should restrict their testimony to what was discussed at the advisory committee meetings. Testimony should include a brief summary of the minutes of the meeting, and copies of the minutes should be available to the board members. And advisory committee representatives' personal opinions should not be addressed during their advisory committee testimony. That's for your own personal testimony. The cutoff time for public testimony, for signing up for public testimony, will be Saturday at 10:30 a.m. Board staff have completed a list of people signing up to present oral testimony. The lists are posted around the meeting room and are in the hallway. Please do not ask board staff or board members to take you out of order. Everyone wanting to testify has unique travel needs. It'd be difficult to assign a priority one person over another. Sometimes we're able to accommodate someone, so if you have something that's a serious extenuating travel circumstance or some other personal circumstance, we'll try to accommodate you. When your name is called, please come forward to the microphone at the table and state your name for the record and whether you are representing yourself or a group. If you have previously submitted a written materials for the board, you should first identify those materials by their record copy number, their public comment number, or advisory committee number. That will give board members an opportunity to get the paperwork before them before your time starts. Individuals and organizations will have 5 minutes to testify. Advisory committees and regional advisory council representatives will have 15 minutes. When you begin your testimony, the green light in front of you will come on. When you have 1 minute left, a yellow light will come on. When your time is up, a beep will sound and you should stop speaking. Please stay seated in case board members have questions for you. Questions often assist you in finishing any testimony that you might have. The time limit on testimony does not include questions from the board members. Please confine your oral testimony to to the subjects under consideration in as concise and direct a manner as possible. Please be aware that when you testify, you may not ask questions of board members or of department staff. This is your chance to make comments on proposals before the board. If board members and/or department staff need clarification, they will ask you questions. No person can use derogatory or threatening language to any individual board member or staff member, and you will not be allowed to continue speaking if you do. If your name is called to testify and you are not present, we will do a second call. Second calls will happen after midday breaks, after evening breaks, if we're having an evening meeting. And here's how it works. If you miss your first call in the morning, you'll get your second call in the afternoon, right after the lunch break and before any other first calls. If you get your first call in the afternoon, are not present, you will get your second call either in the evening after the dinner break, if the board meets in the evening, or the first thing the next morning. If you miss both your first and second calls, you will not be able to testify at this meeting. We scheduled to start each morning at 8:30, except on Sunday, we'll start at 9 a.m. We'll recess at noon approximately for a 1.5-hour lunch break, then recess for the day about 5 p.m. Our first break in the morning will be after about an hour, and additional breaks throughout the day every 1.5 to 2 hours. We'll try to limit breaks to 15 minutes. Any comments from the board or staff before we start our first testifier? If not, I believe the first person on here is P.J. Simon. And you're going to testify for yourself and for the tribe. That's correct? Okay. Well, at the microphone and push the button. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang. My name is P.J. Simon. I am an expert hunter, trapper, fisherman. Today, I'll talk about 24 Game Management Unit 24A, 24B. I'm also the tribal chief of Allakaket, a tribe of 360 who I will speak for today in my capacity. Allakaket tribe is we want more participation in ADF&G advisory boards, and we would humbly ask the commissioner or area director to work with the tribes to properly get a representative to serve on the advisory boards. Because, Mr. Chairman, when our tribal council meets every Tuesday of every month, when we send out a representative to, let's say, the Federal Subsistence Board or the ADF&G Advisory Council, they come back and they give us a thorough report, and then we take action on the go forward. Right now, we do not have any advisory members sitting on for representing our tribes, which is important. Number two, I'm kind of mixing up my testimony today, and I apologize, members of the board, and also Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang. I kind of mixed my personal and the tribal representation, so I apologize. So on to number two, and no priority, Mr. Chairman, is we want a good management focus on the Upper Kaikouk River, 24A, 24B, because of our support for the Ambler Access Project. Allakaket supports the Ambler Access Project, but also we have South 32 Mining Company in the Southern Brooks Range. We also have the rare earth mining that's going to happen in the Ray Mountains. And of course, upriver by Wiseman, Doyon Limited has Doyon Wiseman metals. So we support development, and I think like one of our elders say, you can't live on love like muskrats. You know, we have to work. and find gainful employment. So moving on, one of our concerns also is Dall sheep in 24A, 24B. Pre-contact, there's 5,000 to 7,000 year artifacts of my people living in hunting Dall sheep in the Brooks Range, so we're very concerned about that. We also want to move the guidelines to full curl or consider it, and these are just comments, and we did not submit any kind of proposal to Alaska Department, the Board of Game. The caribou population concerns, you know, we watch and we entrust the Alaska Department, the Commissioner, the Board of Game to watch over, to wise, sound management, biological science to use their tools in protecting the caribou. Like I said, in our area, we have our Allakaket tribe, Bearpaw Clan, and Caribou Clan. Bearpaw is mostly the South Fork River. IM programs, Mr. Chairman, we heard extensively about the intensive management programs, and one of the programs was the wolf culling in Allakaket in 2017, or the presentation was before. And as chief then, we supported the game management unit biologist Glenn Stout, who was instrumental in helping us. And we had so much interest, Mr. Chairman. We had Miss Priscilla Farrell from Connecticut to offer her assistance. We said no. But we were happy to have that IM program, and we told other tribes that it worked. And this was an endeavor between Kedlogina Corporation, Doi Unlimited, and Alaska Department of Fish and Game, who conducted the intensive management program. So we would like to have something like that in Upper Kobuk, Mr. Chairman, and maybe include bears, or how we can deliberate with the commissioner who's sitting right there. And then also the bison. Our council talk about bison. We have some areas in our area that's out of the Canudi National Wildlife Refuge. I believe it's on non-BLM land, that some areas we'd be interested in hosting bison. And back to talking about the demise of the Yukon River Chinook and the chum salmon, we would like to challenge the Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang to immediately put a enhancement on the South Fork of the Kaikouk or the Jim River or the Henshaw. The politics, Mr. Chairman, of salmon in Alaska will drag on and on and on. No one is no more right than no more wrong in terms of salmon numbers. How can we practice subsistence if we're getting salmon in a box from another part of the state? If we have a pilot program on the Kaikouk River that's going to enhance Chinooks or chum salmon, in 5 years we'll see the rewards. We're tired of getting boxes of salmon. Sure, it's great, but how is that subsistence? Where's the definition of a way of life if we're going to the airplane to pick up a box of salmon from the Bristol Bay? We totally appreciate that kind gesture and the hard work of others, but we want action. We want a pilot program on the Kaikouk which our tribe would embrace. We're a sovereign tribe practicing self-determination. And we're hungry people, we work hard, we live in a hard climate. Like I said, we're hardworking people. We're for the Ambler Road, we're for development, we're for different types of ideas of enhancement to bring back our game numbers. The flora and the fauna can support enhancement. I don't want to get too far on what I'm talking about. Again, Allakaket is a sovereign tribe of 360 tribal members. From the case of John Sturgeon, he defined the water rights. So if the state of Alaska owned the water rights, the state can put in these enhancements as pilot projects for salmon. Well, the Allakaket tribe would totally embrace something like that.
And again, hunting community, Bettles has long been a establishment for guides and outfitters. We found that balance. They go and drop hunters off where we don't hunt, and we kind of don't go where they go. And with the proposed Ambler Road and development, we want ADF&G to really keep track of the land. You guys are responsible to oversee management of game for sustained yield. And like I said, the subsistence, we're tired of getting salmon in a box. We want action. So kind of going through, a little bit nervous, Mr. Chairman. Like I said, I apologize for mixing my notes up. Resource development and extraction, that's no different. Your morning coffee, you're extracting your caffeine on the morning coffee, then you extrapolate that to minerals, gas, and oil. That's defined as an economy. That's what we want in our area. Protect the resources, biological gold. Everybody's got to win out of it. Just like that wolf control program, that was really successful in our area. People talk about, all the new influx of people will kill off all the moose and the salmon. Well, guess what? Salcha, the Chena, that's the number 1 and 2 rivers in Alaska for Chinook salmon. There's still salmon in the Salcha and the Chena. And the same thing for moose. We can go across the river, Mr. Chairman, and hunt moose. So that demonstrates that influx of people or responsible resource development, along with your guidelines as Board of Game and your duties to oversee our renewable resources. Well, I think the future looks pretty good with that. I don't want to take up everybody's time here, but again, as a tribal chief in our homeland of 24A and 24B, we've hunted sheep, caribou. Moose is kind of new. Since 1937, moose came into Upper Kaikouk River Valley. Usually it's caribou, sheep, beaver, waterfowl, whitefish. Used to get a lot of salmon, but we get more whitefish now. Halakha, chabaga, Tassiza. So that's the animals we get up there. But I hope my testimony was kind of thorough today. A little bit nervous, been a little bit since I spoke. I just want to speak. I got permission from the Allakaket Tribal Council to address the Board of Game with the concerns we had. I started off with how do we get back into the advisory panel to have our voice heard? And I think it's going through the tribes. That way there's already a hierarchy, a structure to give feedback and engage in state or federal advisory boards. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there questions from board members? Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, PJ. I appreciate all your efforts, and I really respect your parents. They're really great elders there in Allakaket. Maybe Kyle can help us. I'm not sure which AC Allakaket belongs to. If we can maybe hook up with Fish and Game and get started on getting some representation on the advisory committee that represents your area, that'd be great. And they really do have a tough life. I think minus 60, minus 65 on the river by Allakaket is some of the coldest places around the state, and they have it routinely there. So thank you very much.
Yes, if I may, it was negative 80 Fahrenheit, dead air at the height of the cold spell. And, Allakaket's a community that doesn't have water and sewer, one vehicle for the whole town. And it was tough, but, we grind it out. We're tough people.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, PJ, for coming to the meeting and conveying your concerns of your people and yourself. And since you brought up the topic of wolves program you talked about was successful, does your tribe offer a bounty for wolf harvest for wolf hunters in your town?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chairman, if I may, we do offer a monetary compensation, and that's one of the issues we had, we pay $11.50 a gallon. It's pretty hard. Me, myself, I must have trapped, hunted, and snared 77 wolves in my life, and it's hard to go out with $11.50 a gallon. If we can, have another IM program, or the guide industry can embrace our tribe and we can go out and cull some predators, we'd totally be for that, be for something like that. But our tribe does offer some incentive for our tribal members to go out. That way our spirit is attached to the animals. We treat each animal with respect. We don't waste everything. We respect the lands, Mr. Hoffman and other hunters. We get along great with everybody. But if the state can come in with an IM program like they did before, which was a success, or the guide industry, or, working with our tribe to promote more engagement out there and culling of predators, that would work. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman.
Any additional questions, Al?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Simon. I really appreciate your report on the success of the IM and your report with the Ambler Road project. But I'm curious, is your village or your council wanting to address the Federal Subsistence Board on the harvest of ewes in your area?
Can you elaborate? I'm kind of out of touch with the Federal Subsistence Board. We did not get any feedback in terms of feedback from their deliberations.
So currently,
Mr. Brett.
it appears that they have some harvest of ewes in Unit 24 still on a declining sheep population.
Mr. Barrett, I hunt the Emma Dome like my grandfathers did up there on Doyon lands. I've hunted the John River, Tangle Blue, Hunts Fork, Alatna River, Anaxaruk, Guduk, Puduk up there, and we have not hunted sheep out of, we put a moratorium on ourselves, Mr. Barrett, despite the rules that, since I live in Allakaket, I'm a contractor, my contract said I got to be out there, but we do not hunt sheep because we know they're struggling. 4 years ago, I went to Emma Dome. I walked up to some young sheep. I let them go because I didn't see a full curl ram. And I walked back down to the truck and went home. But that was on Indian land. That was on private land. And just to demonstrate, and I told others, we're not hunting sheep because they're hurting right now. And we listen to what the Board of Game says. We listen to what Glenn Stout, the area biologist, and what your intellectual knowledge that's dispelled, given to you. You guys make the decisions, and we read, we follow the federal and state up to date. We keep up to date on that, excuse me. And we haven't really hunted sheep that much since the population went down. We used to have 10,000 sheep in the gates of the Arctic National Park and Preserve, and I think it's down to 3,000 sheep. And it doesn't do us any good if we start going out there and just shooting a bunch of sheep when really, as stewards of the land, as we say we are, we're not doing it any favors. I hope that answered your question.
Yeah, thank
Mr.
you,
Brett.
Chief, and thank you for your self-regulation and your people.
Okay, Commissioner.
Hey, Chief, thank you for coming and talking. The AC, we'll be glad to figure out how we can get membership on the AC. We're always encouraging membership on the AC, and all you have to basically do is show up at the AC, and when there's voting, open voting, and they'll take a vote, and we'll make sure that you have, through that AC process, you'll have representation. So that's an open process, and we welcome tribal and other membership in that to get more voices heard through that process. But we can help you walk through it with that gentleman at the table, Ty back here, he can help you get involved in the AC process. Bison, I'm not sure whether wood bison are the solution to the problem, but if you have some tribal land near your village, right now you could introduce plains bison, which you may be able to get out of the Kodiak herd, and you could put those on the landscape on your land and treat them under a DNR grazing permit, which we wouldn't even need any kind of board approval, or we wouldn't need to get wood bison put on there. But that would then basically be at the tribal management level to do that. So we're looking at doing that through other opportunities, and we'd be glad to help you walk through that if you need help there. Then finally, enhancement. I think you and I talked out in the hallway a little while ago. We can help you through that process. I have the authority to give you egg incubation permits. You might have to go through a few hoops to get there, but right now we have that authority to do it, and we'll help you walk through it to at least get some tribal involvement and try to get those king salmon restored in the Alacattic River. So, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Doug Vincent Lang, for saying that. And again, just want to implore the importance of action in terms of bringing salmon back. In 5 years, we could have chums. In 7 years, we can have Chinook. And the politics of it, I'm not a biologist. You know, you guys are making some really tough decisions. And you guys, you know, with all your biological science and knowledge that's before you, you guys, I know you guys will make the right decision. We hope to get a pilot project in the Upper Kaikouk. You know, you can call it a pilot project. We can get buckets or we can get coolers and make it happen. But we need the mighty hand of the state of Alaska to work with us along the way. And I think taking action is utmost important right now. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And thank you for your testimony. At this time, we're going to take about a 3 or 4 minute at ease here. Please don't, members, not leave the table except you have something you had to attend to. So we'll just take it short at ease while Josh takes care of something. We're going to go back on the record now, and the next person to testify is Bill Watkins. Microphone.
One chair over, yeah.
That one. And just make sure you push the button to turn it on and go ahead with your testimony.
Okay, my name is Bill Watkins. I work in Denali National Park for the past 36 years, 33 and a half, as both a transportation system and tundra wilderness tour guide in Denali. And I'd like to refer you to my more comprehensive written comments, PC 118. But my oral testimony, I'd like to give the perspective of a long-term Alaska wilderness tour guide regarding Denali's wolves. And I'd like to start by quoting the National Geographic article, "How can 6 million acres in Denali still not be enough?" That was the third time I ruined millions of people's Denali National Park viewing experience. The cascading rippling impacts of the killing of the Grant Creek's breeding female in 2012 destroyed the best wolf viewing in my 36 years in Denali. And furthermore, it denied, in the words of the above trapper, millions of people's unique and unforgettable wolf viewing experience, which included pups. I take up to 52 of these visitors into the park five, sometimes 6 days out of the week. In my 33 and a half years of driving and being a tour guide, I have conservatively taken over 100,000 visitors into Denali. Many of these visitors are elderly who have saved for years and have spent thousands of dollars for their one trip to Alaska. They are grandparents, parents with young or older children, couples and single travelers, and many are independent travelers. They come from every state in the U.S., with tens of thousands being Alaskans. Additionally, I've taken visitors from a variety of other countries in Europe, Asia, Central America, Mexico, Australia, New Zealand, Ukraine, Israel, Japan, China, Canada, and many others. Those who ride the tour buses into the park will not be hiking, backpacking, mountaineering, or bicycling into the park. There are a few hours of experiences through the confines of a bus with periodic rest and view stops. Their Denali experience on that particular day, hour, and minute is via that specific tour. These are the millions of people over the years that trapper was contemptuously referring to. Every species, including wolves, is an incredibly important part of the Denali experience, especially so with the Pretty Rocks landslide crippling access into the park. While the BOG may only concern itself with populations of animals, we in Denali never see entire populations of wildlife. What we see are the representatives of those populations, the individuals, family groups, small herds and flocks of wildlife that visitors from all over the world, including Alaskans, visit Denali to see and enjoy. Consequently, they have great value to the 600,000 plus visitors to Denali each year. These wildlife representatives, which includes wolves, are the mainstays of visitor viewing. The targeting, trapping, and killing of Denali's wolves in the wolf townships has rippling impacts on not only the wolves themselves, but to those visitors who've come to Alaska to see them. I myself, for the past 2.5 years and just recently returned, have traveled to Yellowstone specifically to view, photograph, and video wolves because the wolf viewing in Denali is so abysmal. No place in Alaska is a family group of wolves granted full protection throughout their territory. Even in Denali's 6.2 million acres, wolves are only protected in the 2 million acres of Denali's original park, not the 4 million acres of preserve and new additions. While wolf viewing cannot be guaranteed, the stage can be set for its realistic possibility if wolves are fully protected in their critical habitats that are adjacent to Denali National Park. I urge you to support Proposal 186 in its entirety and on a year-round basis. And thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Any questions? Seeing no questions for you, but thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, thank you.
Next on the list is Brian Ridley. And you're testifying for the Tanana Chiefs Conference.
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair Burnett and members of the board, TCC appreciates the opportunity to present testimony. I'm Brian Ridley, Chief Chairman of the Tanana Chiefs Conference, and I'm from the village of Eagle on the Yukon River at the Canadian border. Our full on-time public comments can be found in PC 110. The indigenous people of the TCC region have been living in a relationship with the land and animals since time immemorial to sustain the fish and wildlife populations that are critical to our survival and hold cultural and spiritual significance. I also want to remind the board that subsistence salmon fishing has been closed on the Yukon River since 2021, which puts an additional burden on the ecosystem and its effect on bears, wolves, foxes, and birds. Due to the lack of salmon and climate change adding additional stress, there's going to be increased pressure on our animal relatives, such as moose. If the wildlife is not managed conservatively, it will have significant impacts on food security, cultural practices, and the physical health of our tribal members. My first comment will address protecting ceremonial moose. TCC supports Proposal 176 and opposes 173, 178, and 210 due to the previous closures of ceremonial hunting because of the lack of harvestable surpluses. TCC full board of directors passed Resolution 2019-30, which is RC11, protects ceremonial moose. Ceremonial practices are protected by Article 1, Section 4 of the Alaska Constitution, and taking a moose or game for ceremonies as provided by 5 AAC 92.017 and 019. Traditional Chief Peter John of Minto testified to the Alaska Supreme Court that funeral potlatch is the most important institution in Athabascan life, and moose meat at a funeral potlatch is a practice deeply rooted in Athabascan religion. I urge the board to take action on proposals that sustainably manage the moose populations to support harvestable surplus and protect continued practice of our traditional ways of life. I would like to address non-resident hunters. TCC supports Proposal 63, 112, 140, and 156, and opposes Proposals 76 to 83 and 154. The full board of directors passed Resolution 2001-23, non-resident moose hunters, and 2024-03, restricting sport hunters to protect TCC region moose populations. Resolution 2024-03 calls to increase restrictions and lower harvest levels for non-local, non-subsistence sport hunters in interior Alaska and has been submitted as RC 10 and 12. Sports hunters harvest moose and other animal populations simply as trophies with little regard for the meat, which is often spoiled or discarded. Each year, our tribes and corporations face cases of deliberate trespass during hunting season on private property. Hunters have shown disregard and damage to the environment as seen by the 40-mile caribou hunt in the past. TCC supports ensuring the sustainability of our animal relatives, ensuring there are harvestable surpluses to support subsistence, and that tribal members have fair access and opportunity to practice their traditional ways to hunt. My last comments regard seizing any further action to release wood bison in the Lower Tanana. On Wednesday of this week, the TCC full board of directors passed Resolution 2024-27, which was also submitted as RC 13. TCC has a number of concerns with releasing wood bison, including basing the release of the bison off of an obsolete environmental assessment that is narrow and does not include impacts, the lack of proper government-to-government consultation with tribes, and inadequate information that wood bison can even be reestablished in Alaska based off the Innoko herd, which has yet to reap any benefits in food security to local tribes. Instead of releasing this herd, the department should allocate its resources to focus on the dwindling moose populations and Yukon River salmon crisis. As I conclude, I want to call upon the board to better exercise your responsibilities outlined in state law to conserve the resources of the state for future generations and prioritize customary and traditional subsistence uses above other uses. Continuing non-resident and non-subsistence uses of declining resources like the Western Arctic caribou herd while restricting subsistence uses violates Alaska Statute 16.05.258. Clearly, the state of Alaska is not meeting this requirement. Masi Cho for your time, and I can take any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chief Riley. It's good to see you here. Another meeting you had to attend in the last 2 weeks, so thank you. I was curious on why maybe TCC didn't address 186, since it was dealing with what we call the buffer zone and would potentially eliminate some subsistence trapping.
I'm not clear what the 186 was. I apologize.
It was to create an area down off the Stampede Road and close it to all hunting and trapping of wolves.
Boy, I'm not up to speed on that one. I apologize.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from board members? If not, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Before I call the next person, I wanted to acknowledge that Lynn Keogh's in the audience, a former board member. He's hiding in the back with his sunglasses shining off his head there, so, hi, Lynn. Okay, so the next person on the list is Sharon Hildebrandt.
Good afternoon, Chair Burnett and members of the board. TCC appreciates the opportunity to present testimony. My name is Sharon Hildebrandt, Vice President of Tanana Chiefs Conference. I'm from the village of Nulato on the Yukon River. I will be providing testimony in coordination with TCC's Chief Chairman, Brian Ridley. Our full on-time public comments can be found in Public Comment 110. My people of the Middle Yukon are seeing the ecosystem collapse within our villages and outside our region. With the lack of salmon in our rivers, predation of wolves and bears has increased dramatically. Our local hunters, who serve as tribal stewards of our lands, waters, and animals, annually take many wolves from the population to support customary and traditional uses and earn income from fur sales in efforts to maintain and increase our moose population. However, when our moose population grows, as it has recently in the Cayuga Flats, the state then issues more non-local hunting permits such that we aren't truly benefiting from our people's efforts to sustain our moose populations. While we recognize the state of Alaska manages for all Alaskas in implementing the subsistence priority, the state has lost the original intention, which was to support our tribal hunting and fishing rights. The tribal members who continue to be more dependent on our native foods is honoring the original intention of the subsistence laws, state and federal. The state and you as the Board of Game must do better in supporting tribal ways of life. This is especially significant given the collapse of our salmon populations and our inability to subsistence fish to feed our families, as well as the decline of caribou populations, the decline of the western caribou herd, closures of the Dall sheep hunting, and the added pressures of the absence of salmon that wolves and bears are placing on our moose populations. The Board of Game must implement more precautionary management measures to ensure subsistence-dependent communities are able to meet their subsistence needs. TCC supports Proposal 140 to prioritize customary and traditional subsistence uses pursuant to AS 16.05.258. And for conservation purposes, given the ongoing challenges facing the Western Arctic caribou herd, TCC understands that the board already voted down the proposal during the Region 5 meeting in Kotzebue. Through their action on Proposal 3, TCC objects to the continuation of non-resident hunting while dramatically reducing the Alaska resident subsistence bag limit from 5 caribou per day to a total of 15 caribou per year, only one of which may be a cow. More than 533 hunters would have to take 15 caribou each to come close to harvest within the amount necessary for subsistence finding. TCC contends that this restriction of subsistence opportunity is excessive, given that an annual bag limit will now be equivalent to the daily bag limit of only 3 days under previous regulations. This violates the intent and principles outlined in the state subsistence statute. I must say for your time, and I can take any questions.
Questions from board members? Go ahead, Al.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Hildebrand. I was wondering, are people in Nolato and Caltech taking advantage of the extra hunts like the one that opened up again this winter, 1 March to 15 March in the Caillou Flats area there, that portion of 21D?
I'm sorry, I'm going to defer to my staff if that's okay.
Thank you. For the record, Jim Simon with Tanana Chiefs Conference. I think, through the chair, Member Barrett, you will have more opportunity to inquire about that when some of the advisory committees speak about this. But in short, while the moose population has increased, the outside hunting pressure has dramatically increased. And if you recall from the last cycle, there was an effort to establish a controlled use area in order to try to address some of that increased competition. And you'll have before you individuals giving testimony who, one particular tribal steward that I'm thinking of that Vice Chair Hildebrand mentioned, who has made a lot of observations. There's some unusual moose kills that can't find, that scavengers aren't even touching. A lot of pressure, and they take a lot of predators, et cetera, to try to build that moose population, but the winter's been pretty tough. But I encourage you to make inquiries to the Middle Yukon Advisory Committee representatives that you'll hear from soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner?
So have you thought about a controlled use area and what that would look like so that you can bring it to the board?
I believe that we are also providing something to be proposed, correct?
But not at this board meeting. I don't think I saw a proposal.
I'm going to defer to
Through the chair, again, this is Jim Simon, staff with Tanana Chiefs Conference. Yes, if I recall correctly, the Nulato Tribal Council did pass a resolution requesting that. In the last cycle, a proposal had been submitted, and it was not taken very seriously, if I recall correctly, because the airplane-borne hunters that are coming in and even occupying people's existing camps, et cetera, it was a relatively small proportion of the numbers of hunters there. But the impacts, when non-locals come and take over local residents' hunting camps such that they go home to avoid physical conflict, those are the kinds of impacts that are being discussed and and that the testimonies you're hearing so far are trying to ask you to address in a more effective manner. Thank you.
If I could just follow up, what's the land ownership around the area? Is that mostly?
There's some native
Corporation land?
allotments,
Okay.
but it is, I believe it is federal, correct, over in Cayo?
Yeah, through the chair again, for the record, Jim Simon with Tanana Chiefs Conference. I actually can't answer that question now. I would have to look that information up, but perhaps Mr. Pappas might be able to help with that, answer that question about whether or not the Caillou Flats is largely federal land.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Chair, we've also heard from local hunters where the water line has been impacting people because outside hunters are aware of the water line. They actually bring boats with little stoves, and they avoid going up onto the land area.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps someone could submit an RC with the land ownership pattern in that area, and that would be very helpful for the board as we're making decisions later
But
on.
if I could just follow that last
Go
question.
ahead.
Thank you both and Brian Ridley for the opportunity to talk to TCC yesterday. That was very informative to me. I learned a lot, so thank you for the invitation.
We appreciate you, Commissioner Massey.
Dave, go ahead.
Thank you, Sharon, for your testimony this afternoon. You mentioned several times about wolves and bears and predation, and that's affecting the moose population. Does Tanana Chiefs Conference, are you supporting prairie control on federal lands also, or where do you stand on that? Are you asking the Federal Subsistence Board or the federal government to, allow that type of help to bring some of your populations back?
Again, I'm going to defer to staff if that's okay, Mr. Chair. He has arrived.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Jim Simon with Tanana Chiefs Conference. In general, over the years, from my recollection of previous Tanana Chiefs Conference resolutions, in general, there is support of the intensive management law in the state of Alaska. There are many instances where the desires by Tanana Chiefs Conference member tribal communities to have predator control and intensive management plans in areas largely representing federal lands, like the Yukon Flats Cooperative Moose Management Plan that I believe you heard Tom Paraguay speak to. The conclusion, the intensive management feasibility assessment determined that it wasn't appropriate because of the land status of federal lands. And I can't recall the proposal number off the top of my head. That's before you this cycle, but the department has opposed the Yukon Flats Advisory Committee's proposal to establish an intensive management program in the Yukon Flats portion of Unit 25D, because it's largely national wildlife refuges. I also am aware that tribal leadership has discussed this with the Secretary of Interior and her staff about these concerns, but we are talking about federal national policy that prevents that, with the exception, as I understand, of Bureau of Land Management lands. But it is something that I feel confident in stating that the Tanana Chiefs Conference membership at large, in general, is very supportive of your efforts to manage populations for high levels of human consumption. Thank you.
I have just one quick follow-up question. Sharon, right now there's a large controlled use here, the Quaycock controlled use area. It's in your area around where you guys live. Is that helping out with your problems with conflicts? I know that eliminates aircraft from hunting, but I'm not so sure. Maybe we can work on changes to that particular one instead of establishing a new one.
That would be very much appreciated. I understand, being from Nolato, I know that local tribal members do try to control the wolf populations by their own means, but if we're able to strengthen what's already there, that would be very much appreciated. I appreciate that suggestion as well, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Officer.
Any additional questions from board members? Hearing none, thank you very much for your testimony and your participation in the process. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next on our list is Nancy Bale.
Good afternoon. My name for the record is Nancy Bale, that's B-A-L-E, and I have two chances, two bites at the apple, and I'm so grateful. One for myself and one for an organization I've been a member of for a long time and have commented for it before, the Denali Citizens Council. So if you don't mind, I'd like to make comments for Denali Citizens Council first, and for myself, second. I think I'm listed the other way, but if it's all right.
That will be fine.
All right, thank you. The comments from Denali Citizens Council are at PC 28, and I have a copy of them here as well. You can see the colored maps if you look at them online. I think if they're printed out, they're probably black and white. For the record, my name's Nancy Bale. I came to Alaska in 1971. My first 30 or so years in the state were spent in the vicinity of then McKinley National Park. I worked in tourism at a small lodge near Kantishna and spent 20 winters on the Tanzona River in 19C in a small cabin with my husband. I'm now a school nurse in Anchorage. My experiences in bush life and being around Denali have given me a close look at both state and federal wildlife management. These comments are on behalf of the Denali Citizens Council, a local group founded in Cantwell in 1974. The unique thing about our members is their close ties to the park, either through owning property in the area of concern, running businesses, or just simply long-term residents in the area. Many hunt and fish. We aren't a park partner or friend group, and we get into it with the Park Service a lot. But we do agree with NPS about Proposal 186. Proposal 186 would reinstitute an area closed to wolf hunting and trapping in roughly 3 townships of state lands in the Stampede area. And you have a map in your proposal packet. The area that you instated before was slightly smaller, but it was in that same general area. You established a similar closed area in 2004, and it went for 6 years until 2010, and some members of the boards who worked on these proposals are present today. We realize that this is an unusual request, a request not to engage in consumptive use in a subunit, a small focused area. We understand that such proposals before you will always be rare. However, they are solidly within the scope of your statutory authority. They aren't Park Service management. They could be state management, have been state management. And here's why you should do this again. First, it would support the long-established NPS scientific study of wolf behavior and ecology, begun by David Meach in 1986, following upon the work of Adolph Murray. This study leverages federal funding, but the work is highly relevant to your state work. NPS uses collaring of some members of every wolf pack that dens and spends much of its time in the 17,000 square kilometer area of the study area. These wolf families tip out onto state lands in the townships, and the territories are shown in the colored map here. And it is there that they are vulnerable. Reducing the risk on these wolves when they venture out would support this long-term study. Long-term ecologic study of wolves is not done widely on state lands. The information from this study can inform your management in unique ways. Proposal 186 is an incredible opportunity for cooperative respect and management in a small area. Second, visitors to the national park appreciate the opportunity to view living wolves, and we are confident that a closure in just this area would stabilize that population. We know that viewing success is related to many factors, such as den location, but nevertheless, human harvest nearby is a controllable variable. If you look at the graph in your comments, you'll see that human harvest is not trivial. Roughly 1/3 of the mortality experienced by these wolves is from human harvest. Third, some have said that it is not your role to manage in this way. The area is too small, no biological concern, this is park, not state management, or this would impact consumptive uses. We disagree. In fact, you have already managed in this way. And finally, there are no management conflicts. 20C is not now, or probably will never be identified for intensive management. Both ungulate and wolf densities in 20C are lower than in the nearby 20A. And The conditions of the nearby park study and viewing opportunities exist nowhere else in the state. You could decide to support this idea just as you did in 2004. I urge you to read again our comments. We contain colored maps and also a link at the very bottom to the NPS study information on the Park Service website. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your
I agree.
testimony. Questions from board members?
I would
Go
love
ahead,
some
Al.
questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mrs. Bale. I'm curious, has the Denali Citizens Council ever submitted a wildlife proposal to the Federal Subsistence Board restricting the federally qualified people from taking wolves on the preserve?
No. It's fairly indistinct use.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's very inaccessible. Yeah, yeah. There's some
ahead.
people from Minchumina who use the area out there. We don't have any problem with that. Many of them are our friends.
Commissioner?
Yeah, I have a question for you. So it appears most of this is built around viewing opportunities for people to see. When you look at Denali National Park and the preserve, it's a fairly large area that's largely has one road going into it. Have you ever talked to the National Park Service about expanding the road system in that park to provide some other viewing opportunities, for instance, on the south side, or something else to get people in to basically see wolves in the park? Or are you just simply focusing on the existing infrastructure and hoping that the state will provide that viewing opportunity?
Well, there was a study to build a road along the Stampede Corridor. You're probably aware of that. It was earlier on in the century. And it was determined, and this is studied by several universities, that the permafrost in that area and further west would make building a road or a railroad, both of which have been suggested, practically impossible. And of course, the existing road is suffering from those climate change phenomena. So right now, we're sort of stuck with the existing road, and as a former testifier said, that road is also closed right now because of a climate change-related slump that they're trying to build a bridge over. So south side, whole different kind of country, heavily hunted. Again, subsistence use is possible back down there. We haven't, you can go out to Trapper Creek, that road that goes partway in. I'm not familiar with the wolf populations there. The study is only north of the range. The wolf study is only north of the range because the habitat there is better. Thanks for asking.
Additional board member questions? If not, you may go ahead with your personal testimony.
Right, I don't think I'll take all 5 minutes. My husband and I used the Homestead Act in 1972. We actually, BLM was very good to us and let us apply late and get our cabin out on the Tanzana River in 19C. And we lived there for many years. And my view of that area is that it's not an appropriate area for intensive management. There are no settled communities there. It's mostly guided. There's some resident use, yes, there is, but it's mostly guided. And it's rough country, kind of hungry. I don't remember seeing a lot of critters of any kind out there when we lived. We were there in the 80s, early 90s, and late 70s. So of course, things could really have changed since then. However, I think the proposals in, I think it's proposal 60 through 62 for IM, I think you'd have to do a whole study. You'd have to calculate densities and look for a harvestable surplus, because I don't think IM's ever been done in 19C. I could be wrong. That would be a lot of effort by the department for an area that I think probably won't ever produce harvestable surpluses that can be controlled through management. So that was my 2 cents about that in the area where I used to live. And as an individual, of course, I support Proposal 186. And just to give you some insight, I communicate with the park biologist, Bridget Borg, and there are 3 collared wolves in the Grant Creek pack, which is a pack that goes out into Stampede a lot. And all 3 of them have been killed this winter, either through trapping or hunting. They get a mortality signal. They go to the site. They're trap circles. The collars haven't been returned yet, so it's not for sure. But the conclusion is all three of the collared wolves have been trapped, so the study of that pack now awaits collaring additional wolves. And Bridget is out flying the spring surveys right now, so she may collar some additional wolves in that pack, or they'll lose track of that pack. So that just gives you an idea of how having a closure like this is a scientific, it's helpful scientifically to allow the Park Service to continue studying these wolves in intact living groups. So thanks for the opportunity to comment. If you have any questions, I'd love to try to answer them.
Questions from board members? I'm seeing none.
Yeah, thank you.
So thank you for your testimony. And at this time, the next person on the list is the Yukon Flats Advisory Committee. It's getting close to 5 o'clock. It will be a longer testimony, so I'm thinking we're going to break it for the day, and we'll start out with Ron Yatlin in the morning. Thank you.